Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space, where I take stories from across the internet and read them for your entertainment. This particular story is called Wandering Stars, written by Vas_. Somewhere where the stars don't shine, in some backwater region of the galaxy, a dilapidated spaceport silently floats in the darkness of interstellar space along the hyperway route 969, as one might expect a midway stop. It's a bar filled with alien patrons, some stranger than others. Most of them crews of haulers enjoying a brief respite from the dullness of space travel, on long journeys hauling cargo all over the galaxy, that way or the other. Roused by heavy thumps of footsteps, a few jubilant patrons turn to look at an alien passing through the hazy bar. The stranger, more alien than expected, stirs odd looks and whispers around as it walks towards the table at the far end of the bar. The raucous hauler crew celebrating something at the table goes silent when the alien reaches their table. After making sure that they are members of a specific red Q-stock hauler at the central dock, the alien produces a tablet from under its jacket and shows a picture of an alien ship and asks if they have seen any ships like it. Crew members exchange looks before one of them takes the pad and takes a closer look. One of them looks at the picture. Their three eyes carefully scan the screen as a pair of tendrils flick at the pad screen, zooming in and out. One by one, each of them looks at the picture, gesturing their ignorance. Swallowing his frustration, the stranger grits his teeth, taking the tablet and puts it back inside his jacket. Carefully articulating, he asks if there be any work on the hauler, heavily implying he's aware of the hauler's destination and merely interested in getting where they're going. The table breaks into a clamor of whispers as the crew consults each other. After a moment, one of them turns to the stranger and asks where he's from. "Too far for you to know," the stranger says, trying to avoid the question, but the crew presses on, asking of his origins and name. However, the only piece of information they manage to pry from the stranger is his name, Zai. In his mind, Zai had tried a long time ago to come up with something to say when pressed with questions like these, but truth be told, he didn't have the answers. All he has as a clue for his past are some distant memories of faces of people like him whose names he can't remember, and the picture of the ship where he first woke up. His real name, too, is a mystery. Zai is just what pirates had named him during his captivity. After his escape, he learned the meaning of his name was pirate slang for rodent, but he stuck with it anyway. It was easy to remember, and the first name that he ever got since waking up. After a while, the crew rambling around the table comes into some kind of consensus. One of the crew members stands up, towering over Zai. The alien stares and sneers at him. He looks at Zai from head down to toe, praising him. "Well, you too small, too weak for security," the hulking alien says bluntly, causing a few to chuckle, and sits back down. Chuckles die down when one of the crew members in the middle, the one with the distinct silent gravitas, stands up. He tosses a card at Zai over the table and tells him to go to the ship and find someone called Groznak. Sometime later, when Zai reaches the red Q-stock, he is greeted by a group of security guards by the ship. After a brief explanation, one of the guards calls someone to verify something. Soon after, two doors by the side of the ship slide open and a landing bridge extends out. One of the guards leads him inside the ship, where he is taken down dimly lit corridors of pipes and numerous airlocks that spaced at certain intervals. Finally, they reach a room with a large pane of glass separating the space from the vacuum of a massive cargo hold on the other side. That is filled with a seemingly endless sea of towering piles of cargo boxes that disappear into distant darkness. Cramped corridors and tiny crew spaces may mislead you to believe otherwise, but looking at the cargo hold, one can easily realize just how incomprehensibly large the ship is. The security guard leads Zai to an elevator and presses a button for him and leaves before the doors close. He ends up in a small office where a fat alien in a dirty suit sits in a chair chewing on a stick of Mentax, a popular drug. The entire office reeks of that sweet-smelling drug. The alien, clearly stoned out of his mind, stares at Zai in silence for an uncomfortably long time until the reality before his eyes startles him back from the wonderland. The amphibian-looking alien, with a great big belly, laboriously gets up from his chair and lumbers towards Zai, and without stopping, walks right past Zai to the elevator without saying anything. Zai silently follows the alien, seeing that it feels like most natural not to say anything. In the elevator, he finally breaks the silence, asking the alien if he's Grosnak, to which the alien responds with a grunt and a vague gesture that seems like a nod. The one presumed Grosnak takes him to a loading area where the crew is taking in shipments of various items and packages and loading them into cargo boxes, which are taken away by massive robotic arms moving on rails in the ceiling.
You get 200 credits a month and food. Sign here.
Grosnak finally speaks with a bellowing voice and hands over the datapad displaying the contract. Knowing not what to do, Zai looks at the datapad confusingly.
Where's the pen? How do I sign?
Pen? Grosnak asks, seemingly confused just the same.
Put your hand here and press the green button,
he continues. Zai does as he's told, and the device beeps. Grosnak takes the pad away and starts walking away.
Pen? What's his pen?
He mumbles, shaking his head. Zai is left to his own devices in the hall, where small crafts lifting boxes lie above, and workers, save for sparing a few odd glances, pass by, ignoring him. He sees a group of 3 workers looking at a pallet of boxes and talking. Not having the faintest clue what he is supposed to do, Zai walks to them and asks if he can help. The workers notice his approach, staring and whispering.
Hey, a new guy,
one of them exclaims. They tell Zai the box holding the boxes in the pallet was broken, so the small boxes needed to be loaded into a crate before they could be loaded into a cargo box. A seemingly simple task, and nothing seems strange about it. But something about the way they talk makes Zai suspect they're trying to trick him somehow. When 2 of the workers leave, with thinly veiled excuses, it becomes obvious they're just about to hand the job to Zai to worry about and slink off the scene themselves. Having no interest in playing games, Zai asks the remaining worker where he can get a lift, to which the worker chuckles mockingly.
Gotta do it by hand,
he says, leaving. Channeling his newly found disdain for the new acquaintances, Zai starts picking up the boxes and lugs them one by one into a nearby crate. While he's carrying the boxes, his mind drifts away to a place somewhere far away. Moments of his past come alive, and he can see himself lugging and hauling boxes same as now, but the setting is different. He is a soldier somewhere. He sees flashes of memories of him loading a box onto a vehicle somewhere that looks like a desert. There is someone with him who is just like him. They are joking and laughing while they lift a box onto the vehicle together. The man's face is a blur, and the words they speak are all muddle. No matter how hard he tries, he can't remember any details. The memory fades into black, and he sees something else, in his brain scrambled with alien languages constantly interjected into his thoughts by a chip. He sees something with his mind's eye. A word. He could almost physically feel his brain remembering this one all by itself, unlike words fed by the chip. It's a word in his own language. Human, he whispers under his breath. The chip in his brain doesn't seem to recognize the word, but he knows what it means. He can feel it. Human, Zai says to himself, smiling, as he lays down the last box down. Though it's merely a word, his heart is filled with elation. It feels good to say it. Human, he says, breaking into a fit of hearty laughter, wiping tears of joy from his eyes. His private celebration comes to an end when he notices a small crowd of workers gathering nearby. Zai wipes his sweaty face on a sleeve and goes to the crowd. As he approaches them, it occurs to him the crowd with dumbfounded faces is not just looking into his direction, but staring right at him. He sees one of the workers who left him with the job standing in the front row. The worker's demeanor was inexplicably changed. He seems wary, scared even. When Zai talks to him again, asking why they're staring, the worker points at something behind him and says, with a quivering voice, You were supposed to use the exos. Zai turns to look and sees the exoskeleton suits lined up in the side of the loading area.
They weren't that heavy,
he says dismissively.
No, not heavy. Those are 800 parsecs a box.
A voice in the crowd exclaims,
800? That's impossible.
Someone retorts. Months would pass after this introduction into the workforce, and he'd toil away in the cargo hold as the ship went from system to system, taking cargo in and out. He'd learn a thing or two about himself on the way, and many things about the world in general, but unfortunately, nothing of the one ship that he was looking for. However, as the hauler would draw closer to its destination, an unexpected encounter along the way would teach him that not all things lost are to be missed. End of story. Truck People, written by XR171. It was an experiment designed to test the peace between our nations. It was a world rich in resources where our borders met. The soil was nurturing, and below that the bedrock held many valuable and needed ores. We were peaceful in our coexistence, but little else. We created no trouble towards the humans and their allied races. They returned that favor to us, yet we did not mix. My family and I, returning to our settlement after a day in town to purchase supplies and enjoy a few simple luxuries, like a steam spa. We were in wild, as we called it. The road was exposed and hardened soil. Most colonists from both sides used wheeled vehicles, while their easiest maintenance over hover tech. My family was no exception.
Children, keep an eye out for all the hornbucks. It's their mating season, and I don't know about you, but your mother is enough for me, I stated. I had meant to purchase brighter forward lights for our vehicle, but in my relaxation from the steam, it had lapsed from my thoughts. Behave right. Kids, keep an eye out, but don't worry, hornbucks avoid roads, my spouse never announced as she playfully struck my shoulder. We still had a couple of hours until we reached the settlement of our farm. I was looking forward to the first harvest. Julep trees grew very well here and provided vital nutrients back into the soil. After this harvest, I planned on shifting to my land in Sinapro. Father, stop, my daughter yelled. A hornbuck had ran in front of us, and I swerved to avoid it, and we landed forward first into a dry creek bed. Is everyone okay? I asked. I'm okay, my spouse answered. Me too, my daughter replied. Me three, my son stated. We got out to inspect the damage. The vehicle was intact, but the rear drive wheels were off the ground. We were stuck. I grabbed our communication device, and no satellites were in orbit. Well, none of ours. I could call out on a Terran satellite, but didn't want to risk any trouble. Well, we're stuck until we can call for help. It's late, so children can go to sleep. We'll make a bundle for you two, I explained. Nara and I took a couple of blankets out of the cargo compartment and made a simple sleeping bundle for the children. I told them a story of my survival test when I was at the age of adulthood. How I had been sent into the forest with just a knife and a flint, and that I had to survive, and we would be fine. Suddenly, I heard a loud report of a slug thrower. The kids were wide awake again. Fear not, it is far away. Now go to sleep. Your mother and I will stand watch, I explained. Time passed, and I checked for a signal a few more times. None available, except for Terran. Once the children were fast asleep, Neva and I built a small fire and cuddled up next to each other. Despite being stuck in the wilderness, we felt at peace and secure in the knowledge that we would look back at this with fondness. We discussed routine matters, the status of our crops, both for sale and our consumption, our children's education. Soon we would start survival training for both of them, but mostly we just enjoyed each other's company. Neva was half asleep when I heard the vehicle approach us. The engine had more of a rumble to the high-pitched whine of our own. She got up as I got up to get their attention. I couldn't make out much due to their lights, but I was confident they would see me waving my limbs. They came to a stop at a safe distance from me. "Are you okay?" they asked as they exited. I recognized their language instantly. Terran English. I felt my blood pressure drop. My family was out here alone with no way to call for help. Thinking fast, I came up with a plan. In my best English, I answered them. "Yes, I'm alone and lost. I was walking back to my family settlement," I answered, hoping my spouse would take the hint.
"Which way is it, and how far? We'd be happy to help. It can be dangerous to be alone out here,"
one of them answered in Creth.
"Almost 2 hours due east by vehicle," I responded. "Dad, there's a car stuck over here. More Creth," a younger Terran shouted.
"Please,
don't hurt us."
We won't. You have the bond of our word."
the old Terran said.
What happened?
A hornbuck came out in front of us. A large male. I swerved to miss it, I replied.
Did it have 4 primary antlers? The older one asked.
Yes, you saw it?
Yep. You may have heard the shot. My son and I were out hunting. But let's take a look at your car, he suggested.
Back wheels are off the ground. No other apparent damage. I reckon that we could easily pull them out, the younger Terran, maybe a human, stated. I was amazed and grateful that they were speaking to each other in Kreth. It did a lot to reduce my fear.
Your car, your call. I can use my truck's chain to pull you out. Might damage your car a tad, or you can just use our comm to call for help, and we'll be happy to wait with you,
the older one explained. I could feel myself becoming less afraid. If you're willing, I would appreciate your assistance with recovery. Any body damage we can repair later, I answered, and I saw both of them flash their teeth slightly in what we recognized as a smile.
Gary, find an anchor point or two. I'll bring the trunk over. I'm afraid I don't know your name yet. Mine's Mark, and this is my son, Gary. If I could have you stand here and make sure that I don't end up flipped over, I'd appreciate it,
he stated and pointed to the bank of the creek bed. My name is Royat. This is my spouse, Neva, and my children, Tuck and Krev, are over there sleeping, I replied as I walked over to the place Mark had pointed at. He signaled for Mark to stop before he got too close. He then retrieved 2 sets of chains from a box mounted across the vehicle's open cargo area. I noticed Gary grabbed one and hooked both ends of the tow points on my vehicle. He then grabbed another from his father and hooked it in front of the vehicle, and then to the chain.
Right. If you'll make sure your family stay clear, then I'll need you in the driver's seat. I'll start pulling you out. When your wheels are on the ground, again, engage in reverse slowly. Gary will be standing outside watching everything and yelling instructions as needed.
Mark explained to us. Neva and I took the children in their bundle off to the side and stayed with them. They never woke up. I activated the motors and placed it in low reverse. Dad, start. Reuters, be ready, Gary yelled. I heard the engine of the Mark's vehicle emit a low roar and felt the rear of mine lower one move backwards. I felt a small jolt as it impacted the soil. Right, back up slowly, he yelled. Between Mark's efforts and my own, within seconds, we were all back on the road. I shot my vehicle off and got out. Thank you both so much. My family and I are in your debt, I exclaimed, bowing, my center of mass.
No worries at all, just trying to be good neighbors. Besides, we live for the stuff. You guys live on that farm in the shadow of the mountain east of here, right?
He asked. Yes. We're going through the trees, I answered. Told you they were raising those trees, Dad, Gary interjected.
So they are. Right. We live about 10 kilometers from you. You owe us nothing. Odd as it may seem, this is something we enjoy, Mark stated.
Still, thank you. I must admit I was afraid at first. There's quite a bit of history between us, I admitted.
No, there's not much history between our families. At least not yet, I hope. The history you speak of is between governments. Governments we came here to get away from. To make a new beginning and hopefully new friends, Mark stated.
You have made friends today, Mark and Gary. I'm also impressed with your knowledge of our language. You're quite fluent, Neva said as she walked up to us. The children are asleep in the back seat. They never woke up.
Some things never change. When Gary was younger, I swore nothing could wake him up. Also, it was a requirement to settle here. Learning your language, that is. Hard to settle a world with people when you can't say hi to each other.
I noticed Gary. He stored the chains back in the box they came from. Gary gave his father a knowing look. Barbecue? Gary asked, motioning towards us. I couldn't understand that word. I assumed that he was referring to a debt.
Great ideas, son. Right, in a couple of days we're going to cook and eat the horned buck Gary shot. We would be honored to have your family over as our guests. We'd love to introduce you to some Appalachian and Earth foods.
I was honored by this. I couldn't speak. It would be our honor. Is there anything you need us to supply? Neva asked.
We've never had Kreth food. We'd love to try it if you're okay with that, Mark answered.
We have a few dishes that we can make I think you'll enjoy.
Neva replied.
Yes, our day of renewal is approaching, a holiday in which we commit to new beginnings and put the past aside. I think this would be a great dedication of it, I stated.
I'll have to research this holiday. I hope the celebration with beer is appropriate.
With that, Mark gave us the coordinates of his family's farm and a way to reach us over both Terran and Crest networks. As they left and I got back in the driver's seat, I thought to myself, perhaps war truly can end. End of story. Cargo Breach, written by Dark Prince 010. Containment breach. Repeat, we have a containment breach. The alarm blared across the bridge, causing both the captain and first mate on the deck to look up in confusion and alarm.
Containment breach? What sector?
The captain asked, quickly putting down the ship diagram. One section near the aft of the ship immediately flared into brilliant crimson, blinking urgently. That's the cargo, the first mate stammered. The humans were having us deliver it. We left port not even half an hour ago, and the cargo was still slumbering. They told us it would sleep for at least 2 hours. Plenty of time for us to get to port. The captain sighed, recalling the very specific words the pair of humans had used. In a frustrated voice, he growled,
I think they said the cargo would sleep up to 2 hours.
A mistake he realized he had assumed as well. Still, that section of the cargo hold was secured with locked doors and key code access, so he wasn't sure how anything could have escaped in the first place. He stood, flipping the ship to autopilot as he ran for the doorway. The first mate paused, gesturing to their arc pistols. Should we at least bring something for protection, in case we need it? Those should be capable of stunning something with such a large body mass. The captain shook his head firmly.
No, we were told it had to be completely undamaged, or else they'd be held to pay.
He eyed the first mate and growled between his mandibles.
You don't want to find out what terror a human can inflict if they're angered.
The first mate swallowed nervously, nodding and following behind the captain. They climbed down the interior deck, scaffolding, passing cargoes of far less risky, but also far less lucrative, field grains and purified Caratol liquor, until they reached the cargo bay in question. There was a slamming sound against the bulkhead, causing both crewmates to flinch, followed by a screech from within when the sounds of incoherent screaming and banging footsteps faded. Taking a deep breath, the captain activated the door locks and opened the portal, the first mate nervously following a step behind.
Here, close up behind you. Make sure it's shut, he commanded.
The first mate dutifully did so. They stepped forward, heads pivoting to try catch sight of the awkward creature. The first mate uttered an oath under his breath. I thought they said that this was supposed to be easy, but they never told us what to do if it woke. The captain nodded.
I've read some stories of humans and their practices, though. These creatures are said to be especially voracious and capable of immense violence and rage if they are hungry.
He pointed, and the first mate could see a ration cluster, part of an emergency kit attached to one of the walls. The kit had been torn down and torn apart. The pulp cellulose packaging had been shredded, teeth marks visible where it had been ripped open. The mixed seed and fruit protein bars within had been nearly completely demolished. The foil packaging ripped open with similar zeal and carelessness. Scraps of it left scattered around. The first mate swore under his breath, By the 3 hives, what manner of beast have we cursed ourselves with? The captain shushed him.
Now is not the time for regrets. We must be brave and placated before it causes any more damage.
The two continued to creep forward into the cargo hold, the sound of crashing and screeching growing louder by the moment. Heavy footfalls could be heard, along with the occasional cackle that made the first mate's blood run colder than it already was. The sounds were punctuated by the crashing staccato of several things being thrown against another, accompanied by cackles of satisfaction when accompanied by the sound of cracking and shattering of whatever was being struck. The din of destruction caused the first mate to fear what might happen if said violence were applied to a living form, such as his own. As they reached the edge of the hallway, where the crashing footsteps and incoherent howling were loudest, it all abruptly went silent. The first mate sighed a heavy breath of relief, whispering to the captain, Oh, thank my egg, it appears to have finally fallen asleep again. Perhaps now we'll... He paused, as the captain held up a hand.
This was another important rule passed along by what I had read of these beings.
He looked at the first mate dead in the eyes. "Silence is almost never a cause for celebration." Sure enough, both their heads swiveled upwards in alarm as the thumping sound came from almost directly overhead, followed by another high-pitched cackle of satisfaction.
"It's in the vents,"
the first mate hissed.
"The diameter is only 20 centimeters square."
The captain scowled.
"But I suppose now we know how it broke containment in the first place. In any case, we can't fit down there safely. I want you manning the exits to the fore of the ship, and I'll manage those at the aft. Shout if you need help, if it emerges."
The first mate swallowed.
Are you sure it's a wise idea to split up?"
The captain snorted. "Of course not, but we don't have another choice. I want to minimize damage and ensure the ship isn't left in ruins."
The first mate swallowed and nodded before running off to man his post. The captain was right. Their exoskeletons made cramped spaces like the vents effectively impassable. Unfortunately, there were nearly half a dozen exit points on the side of the ship, and the occasional clanks and bumps of movement echoed intensely, making it sound as if the cargo creature was about to burst forth from any of them at any possible moment. Then there was a crash, and the ducks fell silent once more. The first mate finished checking the vents he had been assigned, but as the moments ticked by, he called out to the captain across the comm.
"I'm not hearing any movement or sounds from my end, sir. It's possible that we may have—"
He cut off as the ship abruptly lurched, and the captain nearly screamed into the communications bridge.
"The engine room! They're in the engine room!"
The first mate sprinted back across the interior scaffolding, cursing his relative unfamiliarity with the vessel. He realized there must have been a vent exit not fore or aft, but mid-section, into the engineering compartment of the engine room. He reached the doorway at the same time as the captain. The captain motioned for them to slow and be cautious. Acknowledging this, they both peeked around the corner. The creature, which the first mate now saw awake for the first time, stood on stumpy bipedal legs and smashed a broad limb across the display console. The lit-up buttons flashed in alarm, emitting beeps and squeaks in warning about the abrupt changes in engine pressure and power levels caused by random commands.
"How should we distract it?"
the first mate asked. The captain shook his head frantically, making a quieting motion, but it was too late. The creature turned, red eyeshine freezing the first mate in his tracks for a brief moment. The reflection of light in the back of the creature's eyes sent a shiver down the scales of his back, and some part of him recognized the look of an apex predator. Then the creature bounded over to him, squat bipedal legs moving faster than he would have thought possible. They grabbed at him, lifted him up, and shook him side to side with such force that he thought his head was about to be shaken off his shoulders. The creature howled in triumph, and a fat hand grabbed the top of the first mate's head. Squat fingers started to apply pressure. He felt immense pain as he realized the creature was attempting to pull his head off. The creature was scarcely half his height, but the muscle mass difference must have been immense. He felt powerless to stop it, despite all attempts at thrashing and pushing himself free. Then abruptly, the creature stopped, cooing in curiosity as the captain held up a pocketed protein bar.
"That's right, just let him down gently. There, that's a good human."
The first mate blinked, his compound eyes watering from the pain, as the creature abruptly tossed him against the wall, roughly discarding him. It stepped forward on all fours for a moment, then stood up on its hind legs again. It took the protein bar from the captain cautiously, made another coo of satisfaction, then stuffed the entire thing into its mouth and began chewing with gusto. The first mate sputtered, rubbing his neck as he crawled over to stand weakly beside the captain.
"The hell do you mean, good human? That's a human?"
The captain nodded.
"An adolescent one, but yes."
The first mate looked at the creature, smaller than the humans they had negotiated with for the short jaunt and delivery and vastly different proportions, but nevertheless possessed of both an absurd degree of speed, strength, and seemingly malevolent intelligence.
"I think I now understand why humans are so feared if they grow up from something like that,"
the first mate said. The captain nodded solemnly as the young human noisily finished eating the protein bar. He stepped over to check the first mate's neck, as the crewmate winced, hissing softly.
"Looks like you'll be all right. Possible strain, but nothing broken or cracked."
The first mate nodded in relief, but then the scales on the back of his neck stood up in a prickle of fear as he looked up.
Captain, where'd the human go?
The captain looked around. The only trace of the human was a trail of protein-coated grain crumbs leading towards the open vent hatch. A hatch that was more than halfway up the opposite wall to the first mate's disbelief. A cackling giggle echoed through the vents. As the captain frowned, another sound echoed through the halls, an automated voice saying, "Welcome to the bridge." Eyes wide, both of them began sprinting for their lives towards the front of the ship. As they ran, the captain quietly repeated to himself,
"It's only another hour. It's only another hour. We just need to survive one more hour."
End of story. Because I Cared, written by Admiral Starlight. I remember the day very clearly. It was Nate. Dinner had been eaten and I was outside fooling around with my friends. You know, like kids do. When a loud boom and crashing sound had startled us all. One of the kids claimed to have seen a streak of fire across the sky, but the rest of us hadn't, so we doubted. We all ran home to our parents as they stepped out of their small town houses to look around in confusion. Of course, they all talked, and a few of them set out in the direction some pointed as the destination of whatever had crashed. I was curious and wanted to go, but Dad said no. It could be dangerous. Let the adults handle it. I barely slept that night. I looked out the window, seeing nothing but darkness and the thin sliver of waning moon. I tossed and turned, wondering what it could have been. A weapon, a meteor, aliens. So I waited, and eventually the next day, news spread around that nothing was found. Must have just been a meteor that passed over the mountain and had landed in dense wilderness. Of course, us, being kids, went out after school and poked around in the forest and creek, pretending to be invaders and jumping at each other to scare ourselves until we were rolling with laughter. It was getting dark and time to go home when something caught my eye. I stopped and looked at it, but it was in a very noticeable place. In the crook of a tree that was gnarled and aging was a strange glimmer of purple. But it was getting darker by the second, and Mom would be very mad if I stayed out in the dark, so I went home. The next day, after school and dinner, I told Mom I was going to play around the creek, since it was going to be Saturday tomorrow. If I stayed up a little late, she wouldn't mind. She gave me the usual warnings about staying safe and not getting mud in my shoes before sending me off. I ran through the woods to the old gnarled tree, and it was still there. That weird glimmer of purple nestled in the crook of the tree. No flower or bird around here looked like that. So with determination, I began to climb the tree, hand and feet finding easy perches on the rough bark and branches until I was eye level with the thing. I do not know what I expected to find. A balloon, maybe. A trail camera of a hunter, maybe. I definitely did not expect to find a glowing purple egg about as big as my head, its surface rough like a rock. I touched it. It was warm, and I pulled my hand away quickly, afraid for a moment before steeling my nerves and laying a hand on it again. It was just warm, not hot, and the rough rock-like texture felt like any other rock I might pick up in the dirt. I took it out of the tree. I forget how. I think I took off my shirt to wrap it up and drop it into a pile of leaves and moss on the ground. Silly, I know. But I did, and I remember just looking at the egg. I didn't understand what I had found, but per the rules of finders keepers, it was mine, and I didn't want Mom to tell me to throw it in the creek, or Dad to try and take it for some project or whatever. No, this would be my glowing rock thing, and I was going to make sure it stayed mine. So I stashed it away in the hollow of a fallen tree, surrounding it with sticks and leaves to muffle the glow until I could return the next day. And return I did, every day. Sometimes just quickly passing it, too busy to check on it while with friends, sometimes alone. Summer lapsed into autumn, and the leaves fell from all the trees. I had to be careful in the woods in case hunters were out. wearing an old but still bright safety vest so I would not be shot. I worried someone would stumble over my special glowing item, so one night I smuggled it home and hid it under a great pine tree in my backyard, with needles so thick on the ground your feet could sink into them like snow. I did my usual thing, buried the egg in the needles and leaves near the trunk of the tree, and felt better that I had it closer to home. At least, until 2 nights later, when I heard a sharp crack that woke me from my sleep. I got up and looked outside, but I didn't see any deer in the moonlight, no bears or coyotes. Curious as most children are, I grabbed my dad's warm jacket, then I snuck out the back to see what had happened. As I pointed my flashlight over where I'd hidden my prize, I felt my stomach drop. The lump of needles that had formed its cover had scattered all over the place with flecks of dull purple rocks everywhere. My prized possession was gone. I had wanted to cry, because what would be cooler than having your own glowing rock? Then I spotted the hole and saw movement. Had a fox stolen my rock? So I stuck the flashlight close to the entrance of the den, and the eyes that looked at me were not a fox, or any animal I knew. The noise it made was more like a cross between a cicada and a cricket, and when I fell back in surprise, mute with horror, it crawled out. It had 6 legs like most insects, looking like a bigger ant with long antennae and a sort of dull purple coloring to its exoskeleton. A giant purple ant thing, maybe. I probably should have screamed or ran or told the police or something. But for some reason, I just stared at it as it clambered closer, running its antennae over me to study me before it began to focus intently on the pocket of my dad's jacket. I reached in there and pulled out a small handful of butterscotch candies. Instantly, the creature crawled nearly up on my lap to try and get at them. I unwrapped them one at a time and tossed them away, the strange insect scurrying over to chow one down and then get the next one, reminding me of a dog. When I was all out, it searched around for more in the dirt before coming back over to me and running its mandibles over my hand as though asking for more. I had said, "I'm sorry, I don't have anything else on me." For some reason, I imagined it looked disappointed as it slunk back into its den it had carved under the pine tree, pulling shut a plug of pine leaves and dirt over it to conceal it. I guess I should fast forward. Don't have forever. I was a kid, but a kid that could do chores, of course. And being the enterprising soul I was, I shoveled driveways and sidewalks for money I would save and secretly use to buy various things to feed the strange insect that had been born from the egg. Like a secret dog, but cooler now. Mom and Dad never suspected a thing. It hoovered up everything I brought it, mushy peas to rock candy it loved to eat. Sometimes it would even let me pet it. All through winter, I cared for it, and on New Year's, Mom and Dad had gone to a party. I managed to lead it out into the woods, into a new den I had dug for it, because it was growing super fast, and if it stayed in my yard, it would topple the pine tree with its den. It grew and grew until I realized my little treats were no longer its main fuel. Once it started hunting deer and even coyotes, it accepted my foodish treats, like a well-fed cat would a fish. A few years passed at this point, and it became a local cryptid. Stories of fresh deer bones stripped perfectly clean with no decay and a sharp decrease in local coyotes make people come up with tall tales. I knew, I just didn't speak. It grew bigger, and honestly, I kept the secret because it felt right. I always brought it butterscotch candies when I could. It seemed to like those the best. It was always friendly. Or maybe it just saw me as a source of sugar. Even once it had grown to be as tall as my hip, it never scared me or hurt me, just always looked at me with those strange eyes for the sugary treats. Then, one day, when I was a freshman in high school, I went back to the den entrance, only to find it collapsed. No fresh bones or anything. I tried my best to dig through the dirt, but without equipment I couldn't excavate the den. So I mourned the loss of the insect and moved on. I went to college and got a job. Occasionally, I would have a butterscotch candy and think over what happened to the insect I'd been raising.
Never discussed it, though. Everyone would think I'd gone mad. And then Christmas happened. I came home for the holidays. Hugs, kisses, gifts passed around whilst we sat at the fire and told stories of past Christmases with the neighbors. Then the lights went out. The town's rarely used emergency siren went off, and as we all leaned out the door to listen to the voice echo across the valley, "This is a state of emergency. Please stay inside your homes until further notice." Much worried chatter as the young adults all dove onto the phones to find out what was going on, while my dad went to get his emergency radio. The phone's internet was patchy and slow, but panic and fear were everywhere about the invasion. Even as I read that, my ears picked up the sound that I heard many years ago when I was small, the sound of something falling from the sky. I peeked out curtained windows to see streaks of fire in the sky, and as I watched in horror, I could feel the ground beneath me shake as they impacted the ground. Even as I watched with the crowd behind me gather, one streak smashed hard into the road in front of my parents' house, smoke and dust clearing to reveal a sort of pod, all ragged and glowing blue. Seemed to unseal like a rotting banana peel to let out horrible-looking insects, like armored bugs straight out of the worst nightmares of science fiction imagination. Dark blue light pulsed in their bodies while sharp legs and appendages looked for stuff to impale on the hunt. They made horrible keening noises and began to stalk around. Some of them battering in windows of houses, thankfully empty as they were all here, sharing the Christmas festivities, sharing in the fear as they watched these aliens walk around outside in mute horror. It was so silent. I heard it first. It sounded like a cicada and a cricket rolled into one. Soft, but getting louder. The sound of something hitting the roof of our house made several of the occupants scream, and even more tumbled back from the window as what landed on the roof stepped into the front yard. The insect I had so cared for, or so I believed. It was almost as big as the house now. What had once been smooth, now covered in jagged carapace, antennae long enough they cracked through the air like whips, and a long, ragged horn in the center of its head. I step out to get a better look, ignoring the shouts from my father to come back as I do. Outside, the giant insect squashes one of the blue ones and roars a challenge to the skies so loud I clap my hands over my ears. The answering roar I did not expect, but it happened nonetheless. A giant streak of fire crashing into the house across the street, and from the smoke and flame stepped another giant ant-like creature, this one similar, yet different. It was larger, and the light pulsing within it was a deep blue, like the pond that had crashed into the street. Its horn jagged in different ways. As it stood there, it raised wings that looked to have a million eyes on it, flashed it, the glowing running through the eye pattern to make them much, much more threatening. My purple one responded in kind, raising hidden wings with a subtle, different eye pattern, and pulsing in warm, standing firmly between the enemy and I. Then they charged at each other, clashing like two deer over a mate, locking their horns and trying to push each other over, their strange calls echoing with murderous rage around us tiny humans. I saw one of the smaller ones try to latch onto Purple's legs, and sanity left me. I picked up a rock from the landscaping and threw it hard at the smaller insect, hitting it dead in the eye and causing it to drop to the ground in pain, before it got up and charged, blind in one eye. My ears began to ring before I even realized the shotgun went off and the insect dropped. I turned to see my dad reloading his shotgun, and once done, he tossed me hearing protection. I put it on and tightened it as I grabbed the shotgun out of my dad's hand. It had been a while since I shot it, but I knew how to use it and ran out. Just in time to watch Purple get bodied by the blue insect, crumpled in the street and trying to stand as the blue one began to advance, horn lowered, an obvious intent to kill in every disgusting line of the invader's insectoid body. I aimed and fired. The shot harmlessly bounced off the armor, but made the giant blue insect pause and turn towards me, rearing up and giving a god-awful screech that shook the ground. I would have turned to run if I hadn't felt frozen in place by fear, unsure what stupidity had overcome me to try and shoot down a giant armored insect with a human-sized shotgun.
I was dead. I had to be. As the insect reared up, intent to smash me and my home into the afterlife, Purple suddenly was there, charging into the side of the giant blue insectoid, horn piercing through its armor like a hot knife through butter. The blue one screeched in pain as Purple violently shook its head, causing dark blue and black liquids to gush out of the wound. I just watched as Purple dislodged the large insect from its horn and raised itself up, towering over the now crumpled form of the dark blue challenger, and came down like a ton of bricks on the dying insect's head. Purple stood over the corpse, surprisingly easy to see the fatigue in its legs, and for a moment it was all silent before suddenly Purple whipped its head back and screamed a noise so loud the ringing in my ears only grew worse, even with the protection. A few smaller insects still alive stopped what they were doing and turned to face Purple. The streaks of fire I occasionally still glimpsed in the sky stopped, and the world held its breath. They then bowed down to Purple, and the pulsing blue in their bodies began to fade, only moments later to fade back in Purple, now calmer and silent, no longer causing destruction and chaos. I walked out, stunned and unable to really grasp what I had just seen, carefully approaching Purple. I look up at the large insect with awe and wonder, just like a kid that had found a cool rock in the woods. It looks down at me, gives me a surprisingly soft cricket-like chirp, and gently runs an antenna over my pocket of my pants. I laugh, feeling half mad. I reach into the pocket and pull out the butterscotch candy I had stashed in there. I fed it to Purple, and despite the size difference, it seemed to enjoy it, as it seemed to sit down in the middle of the street, watching as more insects with no coloring pulsing in their bodies crawled around bushes and homes to gather around the new leader. Their color quickly fading into purple as they bowed to the new leader. A queen? Yes, a queen just like ants, I think. Then the sounds of sirens and helicopters and you guys showed up. What? I was a small-town kid. I didn't think anyone would believe me. Anyways, look at her. She's friendly. She and her bugs even tried to put the walls back up to the house the alien bug leader smashed. Though that was definitely not up to code. Can't imagine a big blue one being that nice. Also, you wouldn't happen to have around 1,000,000 butterscotch candies laying around, would you? I'd like to treat the queen to a proper victory feast. Look, my hearing's still a bit stuffy. You have to speak up. Oh, why did she come to save me? I don't know. Maybe it's because I cared. End of story. The Humans Are Mutating, written by In Yellow Clad. Lord Magister Senzok settled in his seat behind the quite large desk that dominated his office. Looking over the neon lines of the city, he remembered what it had once looked like. Towering skyscrapers, an obelisk of white stone clearly built by hand, not some natural formation. The seat of power nearby, another structure of white and strangely called a house. All that was gone now, replaced with the pure and holy designs of his species after they had liberated the planet from its sinful ways. He'd personally overseen the destruction of such impure structures, and, oh, how they filled him with such glee. Now, though, he wondered if perhaps they could have been purified in a far gentler way. The sins of their creators washed away through prayer rather than fire. How might such structures have been complemented the city that rose up over the old bones? He shook such blasphemous thoughts from his mind and whispered a prayer for forgiveness. He had a planet and a species to run, and speaking of the sinful humans, he had received a report with a rather strange header from one of the scientists in the Society of Anomaly Detection. As sinful as it was to think of things not being born of the divine, there were, at times, things that the faith simply could not explain, no matter how much hand-waving someone did. It was just rare for them to mark something as urgent. So he was rather eager and a bit concerned as he opened the report and began his reading, the aged Nezid leaning back in his comfortable seat, a human servant bringing him a drink. Classified materials enclosed, Sacra-Oven level clearance required, eyes only.
from the office of the Grand Director, Mahikna, to Lord Magister Senzok. Subject, Anomalous Human TC4023-A. Greetings, Lord Magister. It is with the utmost urgency and concern that I write this message and enclose the required logs. Forgive me for my heresy, but I fear our grave people is in grave danger, and so I send this message to you in the hopes of bringing a swift end to the threat, once and for all. Held within this document are files pertaining to the anomalous human TC4023-A. Please read them thoroughly. The threat this human and others like them pose is not to be underestimated, and proper countermeasures must be created. I pray for us all. Senzok stared at the leading message and felt disbelief color his scales. Humans that posed a threat. Certainly, during the invasion they had put up quite the fight. But now they were docile, loyal, and harmless. They could never become a threat to anyone, especially not those with divine protection like their masters. But he would humor Ihikna. He would see just what she was so fearful about, and so opened the first file. Log 1. The Society received word of an anomaly upon planet 0492-39819, Earth. Agents were dispatched to the slums of Seshlar City, formerly known by the locals as Montpellier. Anomaly was discovered to be human child, female. Approximate biological age of 6. Anomalous human has been acquired and designated as TC4023-A and transported to secure holdings for further study. Log 2. Subject TC423-A is a 6-year-old human female. Approximately 3.5 feet, Terran units of measurement are used, it seems appropriate, tall, and 30 pounds thanks to malnourishment. Aesthetic abnormalities are observed. The subject has bright pink hair, what the humans would call a bubblegum pink, and equally pink eye hues. At this time, we have not detected nor witnessed any further abnormalities, and shall ensure the subject acquires appropriate nutrition to return to a healthy condition. Log 3. It has been several days since the acquisition of TC4023-A, though, in her own words, her name is Ava. For the purposes of official documentation, we shall continue to refer to her as TC4023-A, but let it be noted for the record that our scientists have taken to using her given name when talking to her directly. As for writing this, there is still no sign of anything anomalous about TC4023-A beyond her aesthetic abnormalities. Several staff are hypothesizing that perhaps the strangely colored hair and eyes are the only things different about her. Whatever the case may be, we shall observe her a little longer to be sure. Should no further anomalies be present, she shall be placed with a surrogate family and her records placed in secure holding. Addendum. TC4023-A has exhibited clear signs of anomalous behavior while indulging in 1 hour of playtime. TC4023-A seemed particularly focused on a simple rubber ball. She did not physically touch the ball. It should be noted, yet after 2 minutes of intense staring, the ball began to levitate. Internal sensors located within the enclosure detected sudden and extreme gravitational surges, focused entirely around the ball, and when the alarms began to sound, the focused gravity anomalies ceased. Upon examination of the child, it was noted that she was excreting minimal amounts of human blood from her left nostril. Scans revealed no lasting damage to her body or mind, and she was cleaned up before being returned to secure holdings for rest and recovery. This has turned out to be worth our time and even, dare we say it, an exciting development. Lord Magister Senzok leaned back in his chair, unable to believe what had been written in the logs. The human had somehow been able to control gravity. That didn't seem possible. It seemed almost divine, which also shouldn't be possible. These humans were godless savages before his people came along and enlightened them. How could they have been blessed with such strange abilities? He scrolled through several more logs, most of which were the same. Minor testing followed by the child bleeding from the nose as she trained herself a bit too much too quickly. It almost seemed as though the society was trying to teach her how to harness her ability. perhaps so that she could be of service to the Holy Imperium. It would be a worthy use of such a gift. He shook his head and focused upon the logs once more. Log 3282. Ava has proven to be a particularly rebellious individual. Though based on research, this is normal for a human her age. Her abilities are growing exponentially, it seems, along with her intelligence. She's already crafted a basic tablet computer from spare parts in her downtime, and we worry that she'll find some way to infiltrate our secure systems. She's already proven to have a deep curiosity about the world outside of her room and the authorized areas she inhabits. On lighter and more interesting notes, we've recorded her using her abilities to manipulate gravity for rather mundane things. For example, when she grows tired of walking, she simply alters her own gravity and levitates wherever she wishes to go. We're not really sure how it all works, though it is assumed that she is in essence cancelling out the planet's gravitational hold on herself to a degree where she floats, and then creating another source of gravity in front of her which pulls her forward or backwards, really in any direction she wishes to go. Such a skill would be most useful to our workers and soldiers alike. We must find a way to replicate this. So, as agreed on, we will begin intense examinations of her DNA to ensure this is merely some form of mutation as hypothesized in earlier logs, and not some sort of divine gift. The examinations will be rather intrusive, but she has proven to be a resilient subject in the past. She can handle it. Log 3287. It has been determined that her abilities stem from genetic mutations. Outwardly non-existent in terms of her unnatural hair color, but these mutations have resulted in her strange abilities. As a result, we were running simulations on how to introduce such alterations to our own species. Though undoubtedly, we are a superior species in this galaxy, such powers would ensure our dominance till the end of time, no matter what sort of threat rose up against us. In the meantime, we had decided to put Ava to work. We shall fit her with several bleeding-edge augmentations that will ensure her survivability in combat situations, as well as loyalty and obedience augmentations to ensure she remains fully under our control. On a personal note, I find this decision to be difficult to make. I've spent the last 9 years watching her grow from, as the humans say, a snot-nosed little brat into a young woman, an intelligent, thoughtful woman at that. To alter her in such a drastic way feels almost, wrong. But it is for the good of our people, our Imperium, and it must be done, lest we lose control of her. I just pray that she can forgive me. Log 4383. Ava has proven to be a masterful combatant. Her abilities enabled her to use strategies our normal, unaltered troops are incapable of using, like creating shields of debris to protect herself from incoming fire, or hurling large and heavy objects at her foes. Perhaps the most startling use of her power is to simply crush those that wish to do her harm, increasing the pull of gravity upon their bodies, till they are little more than puddles of goo. It is, it is amazing, yet also worrisome. Her body still shows no signs of augmentation, rejection, and her obedience has never been in question save for a few times after the surgeries. But those were merely tests of her capabilities on her part, not actual rebellion. Still, her demeanor has changed drastically. She's not nearly as rambunctious as she used to be, nor as vocal. If anything, she's become almost mute. We have attempted on many occasions to get her to open up and talk like she used to, but she's refused. It's not enough to activate the implants and force her to comply, but she still refuses to speak. Log 4384. I can see she's plotting something. She doesn't sleep anymore. She just taps away at her tablet. Whatever she's doing, our best hackers can't seem to discover. In their own words, the code she's written is somehow brutal, savage, merciless, and yet graceful and almost artistic. It shifts with every access attempt and every breaching program and adapts, almost like it's alive. Again, their words, not mine. Whatever it is she's planning on that device, we are not meant to know. Attempts to take the device and access its contents have all met with failure, as whatever password she's set is unbreakable, even by our best code breakers. We've tried to force her into telling us the password, but she refuses even that. Strangely, Even when we give her a direct order to reveal it, her rebellion goes unchecked by the implants, as if they do not register her non-compliance at all. We shall have to run a few tests on them to be certain that they are actually working. In other news, all attempts at replicating her mutation have failed. Worse, those few of our species who volunteered for testing have perished in excruciating manners. I cannot condone further tests till we find some manner of replicating the mutation. Until then, I do not think it's prudent to release Ava, or subject TC4023A, out into the wider world at this time, not until we can ensure she remains obedient and loyal to our divine will. As for the other subjects we have located and acquired, many are proving to be more receptive to our commands. However, their abilities are vastly different from our own, but stem from the same mutation. We are unsure why this is, but we will find out. Senzak hummed in thought, having reached the final log. This was concerning, but this TC4023A could still be useful. They just had to find a way to control her. He made sure to send a reply thanking the good doctor for their warning and ordered them to use whatever methods they felt were necessary to keep TC4023A contained and subservient. He then closed out of the report and stood inside, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was getting late, and he should probably head home. So he did, and in doing so completely forgot all about TC4023A. Several days later, he was busy looking over productivity reports from the land that was formerly known as China, when he caught a flicker of motion in his peripherals. Looking up, he spotted a new face. Decidedly human, of course, as most of the servants were, but this was unexpected. Where was his personal human?
"There is Caitlin. You are not my usual servant,"
he said, his tone disallowing any sort of disobedience. The human girl, younger than Caitlin by a clear and visible margin, bowed quickly and averted her eyes, as she should when in the presence of a superior being.
"My apologies, my lord, but Caitlin grew rather ill and I was tapped as her replacement till she recovered,"
she said, her voice wavering slightly, as though worried he might strike her. Senzak frowned, but accepted the explanation. Humans did have a habit of having some rather extreme responses to being sick, and Caitlin was rather dutiful. She most certainly deserved a chance to rest, even if such a rest was forced thanks to illness.
Very well. I assume she informed you of all you needed to know?"
"Oh yes, my lord. I know everything I need to."
"Good. Then bring me some tea."
He watched her leave and turned back to his work. Not 5 minutes later she returned, placing a cup down before him. He just picked it up and was about to sip when the priority alert came in from society. With a sigh, he used a claw to tap the open button and began to scan through the text. From the office of Grand Director Hickner to Lord Magister Senzak, subject anomalous human TC4023A. TC4023A has escaped containment. The base is on high alert. All attempts at activating the implants and kill switch have failed. TC4023A has also released the other subjects. They are considered to be extremely dangerous. Current whereabouts of subjects and TC4023A are currently unknown. Should you or our security forces encounter TC4023A, it is recommended that the use of sleep gas and toxins to be used to subdue her. Kinetic, energy, or melee weaponry will have little effect upon her unless she is caught unawares. Furthermore, we suggest... Senzak was taking a sip of his tea when he spat it out, grimacing as the bitter taste defiled his taste buds.
"This is terrible. What did you do?"
He started to spit, but jerked backwards as his terminal was suddenly crushed by a great unseen force. Wildly, he swept his gaze around the room, alighting on a figure that felt fairly familiar. All humans looked the same to him, yet this one stood out. He squinted, taking in the pink hair, the pale skin, the clear marks of cybernetic augmentations, but what really held him were the eyes. Pink, much like the hair, but glowing softly.
"Hey there, boss, just wanted to say hi and all. Also,
TC4023A, or other, as he recalled from the logs, said with a terribly cheerful tone to her voice. He was just reaching for the panic button when he saw her hand twitch, index and middle fingers curling slightly.
"Boo! Grav car be upon ye." he was suddenly struck with a great feeling of terror as she smiled broadly, the glow in her eyes only intensifying. "What?" he managed to utter, before a grab car came stampeding through his office wall and spattered him all over the floor, walls, and ceiling. With a hum as the glow in her eyes receded, she skipped on over to the still partially intact desk, sat down upon it, and raised her well-hidden tablet, whistling innocently as she tapped into the building's computer systems. A few viruses later, and it was entirely hers. With a flourish, she activated the city's PA systems and cleared her throat. "Attention, scaly assholes. Your big boss just got splattered by a grav car, and I've laid claim to his desk, or what's left of it. This, right now, is a courtesy memorandum. Either abandon Earth and her few colonies in peace, or suffer the wrath of Eutychus Deleticus. For context, that means you're going to get thrown around really, really hard. Meantime, catch me if you can. Toodles." And with that, she closed the connection, giggled, and hopped down off the desk. It was a revolution to conduct, and oh, how fun it was going to be. End of story. Nobodies, written by Norignaya Toast. Anwen was a nobody. At least, that's what her elders had told her when she was 11. "We got born into the dirt, and that's where we will stay," they said. "No good comes from being known in Arkspire." They had a point. She had thought at the time. The wizards and highborns were known to meet gruesome and public ends, typically before the age of 40. If Anwen was lucky, she had been told she might just make 70 unless she caught a particularly violent fever. So a nobody, she stayed. By day, she helped her mother make loaves out of the flour they had stolen from the nearest unguarded wagon. By night, she learned to read by candlelight, using second-hand newspapers that proclaimed the various achievements of Arkspire. When she was 15, someone pointed at what she was reading and said, "Ain't it weird how we get some new leader every couple years? Tower of theirs is cursed, I'm telling you. They're always dying to some stupid magic." After that, she scoured every paper she stole for signs of a curse. She found nothing. When she was 17, a wizard from Arkspire's great tower descended on her town and scoured the population for magical aptitude. She was a nobody, of course, so they found no trace of magic on her. But what they did find was quite unusual. She was a sensor. With some training, she could detect magic intuitively, and what type it was, with a range of around a kilometer. She had never heard of such a thing. Couldn't all wizards detect magic? It only dawned on her why the various magical assassinations of leaders were successful 2 days after she had been invited to work in the tower. Anwen stayed a nobody in the tower. The highborn shunned her, the wizards refused to admit her into their ranks. Whoever had discovered her aptitude died mysteriously the same day she had been brought there. She tried to explain the situation once or twice, but the wizards laughed at her and said there was no such thing. "Don't waste our time," they cried. "Magic can only be detected with magic." So she accepted her station. She knew that no good came from associating with wizards, and besides, her job as a cook paid well enough. What she did find, however, was gossip. Truth within lies within truth abounded. She became apt at discerning between hyperbole and sincerity from something as simple as a change of pitch in her voice. She heard strange stories of a sickness amongst the wizards and highborn. It was either inflicted on themselves, on each other through jealousy, through some terrible dark pact, or by one of the many enemy neighboring countries. The story changed each week. She could not discern the truth when gossipers themselves knew little. One day, she was surprised to find no other than the latest leader's son skulking around the kitchens. Tyval was magically disguised to seem older than his years, but she, not realizing her abilities, let her see through illusions, addressed him by his real name. He yanked her into an alcove and threatened her. She replied that he'd get more burned than his food if he ever touched her again. After that, the two had a healthy respect for each other. 6 months later, he pulled her back into that alcove for a different reason entirely. Anwen was a nobody to everybody but Tyval. He realized her strange ability and trained her in secret, in the dead of night, in the remotest corners of the tower. She used it to evade the patrols of wizards to see him more often. Perhaps it was frivolous to waste her ability this way. She had thought once or twice, but in the end, she did not care. She was content with her life and saw no reason to make herself known. She also knew that whatever was happening between her and Tyval could not last. He was a highborn wizard. She had been born into dirt. Such things never ended well for either person. Yet he cared not where she came from. He laughed when he gave her a book and she struggled to read it. Then he gave her a dictionary stolen from a library, teaching her more words than she'd ever seen in newspapers. He tugged at her hair, commenting on how frizzy it was. Yet, in the dark of night, he whispered that it was beautiful. Anwen smirked at his inability to cook. Then she taught him to bake bread as he'd stood disguised in her kitchen. One night, she snuck into Tyval's bedchambers proper. She was almost knocked unconscious by the power of the magic surrounding her. On every conceivable surface, there were amulets upon amulets of all shapes and sizes. Tyval explained that they gave protection to those that wore them. Then he confided in her that he had made them too late. "It's the sickness," he said. "What do you know of it?" Anwen replied with every story she had heard. Tyval let out an unhappy laugh. One of the gossipers was right. It's Riva, country to the north. They're killing off our elites so they can invade. The next morning, she awoke to the sunrise and to Tyval pressing an amulet into her hands. "This is my most dangerous work," he said. "I trust you with my life. If the tower ever falls, you have to break it." "Why?" she asked. "The sickness is worse than I said before. My father died last month, and nobody left can replace him. Riva can't take our secrets. They'll burn the world with their stolen knowledge." Before she left his bedchambers, he held her close and told her that he would love her forever. Anwen was a nobody in the midst of war. She cooked and cleaned for all her waking hours. Keeping the tower fed and maintained was hard work, but critical. But bread did not sustain a place under the siege, and eventually Riva's armies broke in. She was in the kitchens when it happened. She ran for the staircase as she felt alien magic from Riven's wizards break the main gate. It was only by this reason she survived. Seconds later, the kitchens and the rest of the basement were eviscerated with fire. She ran for minutes that felt like hours, taking those staircases least tainted by Riven magic. She heard the screams of the dying, the whoosh of fire, and the clashing of swords. It all dulled to the background noise as she thought of Tyval. Eventually, she made it to the top of the tower, and she burst into Tyval's bedchambers. He lay on his side on the floor, bleeding profusely from a sword gash to the thigh. His attacker lay dead nearby. They were burned beyond recognition. He looked up at her with love and terror. "Anwen, please. The amulet. I can't reach it." She nodded and ran for where she detected the magic stashed under a false floorboard. Then she ran to the door and barred the way in. She could already hear the sounds of battle echoing down the corridor. Tyval was sluggish, though conscious. She tore his bedsheets in two and bandaged him as best she could before putting him into a sitting position. She felt no magic within him. It had all been used up in the fight. She sat next to him and held him close. "I'm sorry," she said. "I knew we'd never last. I didn't think of you because you both died." Tywin smiled. "We've not long left. Wait until they come through the door. We'll get a few minutes that way." So the two held each other and said no words. There were none needed. That they were with each other was enough. Eventually, there was hammering on the door, followed by the wooden beams around it cracking. Tyval looked at Anwen with pure love in his eyes. "You know what to do," he said. "And you were never a nobody. Not to me." "I am who I am," she whispered to him. "And that's all I'll ever be." Guess that was enough. With that, she threw the amulet onto the ground, then closed her eyes right as the door burst open. There was a smile beaming on her tear-stricken face, even as the amulet shattered, instantly erasing the tower and every single person within it from existence. Then she blinked, and then she stood on empty ground with Typhel. His face was a picture of excitement. "What? How?" she asked. "I lied," he said breathlessly, producing an amulet from his pocket. "I concealed my magic with this. I changed the magic in your amulet to spare us, just us. We were the last two in the tower alive, who weren't Riven." "You didn't tell me," she accused. "You made me think that we were going to die." "I had to. The magic is complicated. A death spell like that doesn't work when anybody nearby is happy. I'm sorry. I don't want to lie to you." Anwen looked at Typhel with shock. "Everybody is dead. We're free," she said. "Nobody knows who we are anymore." "That's the point," he grinned wildly, then pulled her into a tight embrace. "We'd never have lasted as we were. This is our second chance." Anwul and Typhel were nobodies. They traveled all over Riven-occupied Arkspire and beyond. They found and taught more senses in secret, in the dead of night where nobody could find them. Eventually, there were dozens, and Arkspire's underground rebellion was formed. Anwen and Typhel left once everything was underway. One day, 15 years later, the rebellion burst forth from the shadows in a blaze of vengeance, toppling Riven's puppet king from Arkspire's throne. After that, nobody dared covet Arkspire ever again. Anwen and Typhel lived as nobodies in a prosperous Arkspire. Anwen stole flour with practiced stealth, and Typhel baked bread with magical flame. They lived quietly, though when it took their fancy, they found and trained children with magical aptitude. Those children would grow up to be great forces in forming a new government of Arkspire, though none of them could remember who trained them. They built not towers, but public institutions and research labs, and 6 branches of government, as technology surged through innovation, combining itself with magic in ways nobody could have dreamed of. Arkspire became the center of the world. It was 50 years later that the first citizen of Arkspire took to the stars in a flying boat. It comprised of nanobot-shielded hull, oxygen-preserving magic, and steering guided by a strange new thinking machine. Anwen and Typhel died as nobodies in the Arkspire, which spanned 3 worlds and 6 moons. Both lived far beyond the 70 years Arwen had once been told to expect. They lived a simple life, cooking for taverns in various towns across Arkspire's moon colonies. They were remembered by no one, and their names were lost to history. Yet, that was all they had ever wanted. End of story. You Done Goofed, written by Darth Jester 13. Death, pain, blood, a gunshot, pain. Adam awoke with a start. What the hell was that? He had felt a pain in his chest which had awoken him, his heart still racing from the incoherent nightmare. He clutched his chest, hands touching his shirt. He pulled his hand away and looked at it. No blood, wait. Why would there be blood? A headache started forming. Should there be blood? I don't think there should be. I look okay, but why am I wearing clothes? Finally, he looked up from himself and paid attention to where he was. He was not in his house. He was not at his office. He wasn't at any friends' houses. From the reddish tint to the light and the smell of sulfur, it looked like a fair approximation of Christian hell, complete with gouts of flame and the barren flaming wasteland. It was also hot as well. Hell, he guessed. A sound to his rear and to the right drew his attention. He turned, and if he had any doubts, they were cast aside. If the Balrog from Lord of the Rings and Nurgle from Warhammer had a baby, it would look like this thing. A tall, definitely demonic monstrosity entity was there, and what wasn't burning looked like it was rotting or decaying. A particularly brutal-looking spear materialized in its hand as it grinned and spat with glee. "Welcome to hell!" It stabbed Adam, and everything went blank. 2 days later, Adam was hanging from his bound wrists, stripped to his waist and angry. He had woken up mere moments after being stabbed by Asmodeus, which was the name of his welcome party, as he had found out later. His past few days had been filled with beatings, lashings, defilement, and subjugation. What had he done to deserve this? He wasn't even Christian. Asmodeus chuckled. "Nah, you ain't. What God and Satan finally decided to let us get our hands on an atheist. They were sheltering you guys for so long, putting you away in that pocket reality. But like you are the first of that they let us get a hold of. Do you know how much I had to give up to get you? And you are a fun one, ain't you?" Jeez, what a dick that one is. "Oh, thanks, you gotta make me blush, man." Asmodeus pulled back his whip and lashed at him again. Initially, this had hurt like, well, hell. But the whippings let Adam think on the nature of his situation. He didn't believe in any of this, but something that Asmodeus had tickled his mind. Why was he the first one? And why did they heal him? Crack. And what the hell was that whip made of? "Who knows, don't care. I will go down as the first demon to wreck an atheist, though. It'll be great. And me heal you? Not a chance, man. That's just how it works here for you lot. Oh, and P.S. This whip is all me, bucko." To prove his point, the whip shimmered and changed, growing hooks and spikes. I really shouldn't have thought that. Nope. Crack. 3 days later, Asmodeus was off, administrating to another of his charges, giving Adam a precious hours to rest and heal and think. He had a plan, and was almost ready to try it out, his theory. "Plotting something, eh?" Crap. Well, in for a pinch, I guess. Pain lanced down Adam's back, and he cried out. Asmodeus chuckled and drew back his arm again, then snapped it out. Then something changed. The whip lashed at Adam, and though it cut through his clothes, it didn't mark his skin. Looks like I was right. Asmodeus took a step back. What the fuck did you do?" "I think I'm learning. You pompous prick." Adam stood and slowly, methodically began advancing to the demon. Asmodeus' whip changed form to a spear, and it darted at Adam's head. Adam didn't even bat an eye. The spear smashed into Adam's head, shattering. "Ow! How in the hell are you doing that?" In response, the booming voice resonated into the torture chamber. "I figured it out. It took me a few days, but I finally get it. The reason why I was the first. Why our souls heal. Why we have clothes." Asmodeus shifted away. He had to tell the higher-ups about this. He coalesced into Demon HQ, eyes darting, looking for his boss. Where was Abaddon? Someone had to tell Lucifer. A sound like a lightning bolt crashing into earth and shockwave burst from behind him. Asmodeus was thrown forward into his peers and co-workers. What in the heaven was that? "I wasn't done, Asmodeus." "Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me." "What the hell did you do, Asmo?" Belial screamed at him from the far end of the office. "He was a demon. He did what your kind always does. Feck everything up. Where is your boss, Asmodeus? I want to talk to him." Belial stepped from behind his desk, scoffing and walking towards Adam. "You think that you are worthy to hold an audience with Lord Lucifer? You forget your place, human. You are mere—" Belial was cut off as his body exploded in a fountain of gore and putrid flesh. "Shh! Adults are talking." Asmodeus was in shock. Adam hadn't even moved. Belial just exploded. How? How had he done that? That was the Archdemon and deity-level power. "I will ask again, Asmodeus. Where is your boss?" Asmodeus sighed. "Follow me." Asmodeus turned and walked through the office, heading to the doors in the back. Adam followed, and as he moved, demons backed away, trying to get as much distance from the human as they could. Asmodeus walked through the doors, which opened to a corridor with a glowing red portal. Asmodeus walked to the portal and stopped, turned, and stood beside the portal. "This is what you're looking for, Adam." Asmodeus looked down as Adam approached, twitching at every one of Adam's footfalls. "What's wrong, Asmodeus? You are abnormally quiet today. You're going to kill me, ain't you?" Adam shook his head as he walked through the portal. As he passed Asmodeus, he said quietly and coldly,
Of course not. I'm not a demon.
As Adam stepped through the portal, he found himself in a giant chamber. Eldritch ruins on the floor. In the center of the room was a throne fashioned of bones and metal. In the throne lounged the most beautiful 15-foot-tall winged man that Adam had ever seen. He had long flowing white hair and was in robes with gold bracelets. There were pulsing red runes along his hairline and down the side of his neck.
You must be Lucifer, and I'll be damned if you ain't the most anime-looking thing that I have ever seen outside of actual anime.
The beautiful creature looked bored as he looked up, and a flicker of shock passed over his golden eye. A sibilant and seductive voice sounded around Lucifer.
Well, thou, what have we here? Name's Adam Fairchild. I've been a guest here for a few days. Here to complain about the living conditions or my staff? No, here to deliver a message. And what would that message be? 5 or so days ago I died. I came here. Apparently I was the first.
Lucifer's eyes widened.
Ah, so you're all the atheists that Asmodeus has been breaking in. Yeah, that's me. I think I figured it out. It? Yeah. Why, you guys never really took in one of us before.
Lucifer seemed bemused.
Pray tell, why is that? Because we question.
Why would that matter?
Questions matter. It is how we learn. For example, why am I here? Why am I getting tortured? Why? It kind of goes with the territory. Hell is not meant to be comfortable. Why does no one here ever let me finish? We hear it all so tediously often that we just wish to save time. Yeah, I got that. But I think this goes deeper. Smaller questions lead to bigger questions like, why do I heal? Why do I have my clothes? Do I even need to breathe? Can I die?
Lucifer's eyes narrowed for a moment.
Small questions, mortal. That's just it, though. I'm not mortal. I'm dead.
Lucifer was instantly in Adam's face with a thunderous backhand across his face, smashing Adam to the ground.
Know your place, worm.
Adam slowly stood up, not even a mark on his skin.
Those questions lead to bigger questions like, is this pain even real? Is this damage even real? Do I only take damage because I think I should take damage?
Lucifer started looking more and more concerned as Adam spoke on, and a large ornate spear forming in his hand.
Interesting theory. Shall we test it? I wouldn't recommend it, Chuckles. Let's think about this for a minute. You have removed me from a body bound by laws of physics and conservation of matter and energy. After numerous tests, I have come to the conclusion that I am only bound by my imagination and my will.
As fast as lightning, Lucifer struck with his spear. It passed cleanly through Adam, who continued with his speech as if nothing had happened.
You and God have let some of the most questioning souls into a world in which the only thing that governs them are the laws and rules to which they place upon themselves. You and your minions ruled the souls you have dealt with in the past because you had generations of indoctrination in place in their mind. They were weak because they felt they were weak. This world seems only bound by the contents of will, and in all creation, do you know anything more stubborn than a human?
Hints of fear started seeping into Lucifer's eyes as he started backing away from Adam. Adam began advancing on Lucifer, slowly growing in size as he advanced.
You think you ruled here? You ruled because the souls in the past let you. You think now that I know that humans are gods here, that we are not bound by physics or biological limits, that you will maintain anything resembling power?
Adam now towered over Lucifer, growing more and more resplendent with each step. Looking down at Lucifer, he chuckled.
Keep dreaming, Chuckles. You and God have had your chance. We won't be kept down by you, by him, by reality. This is our time. Like I said initially, I have come to deliver a message. Look, whatever you want, just go. Leave me and the balance alone. You think that we will sit here after generations of being controlled? Not happening. I'm going to free all the souls trapped into servitude. We are our own minds and souls. We will explore this world and we will create a new kingdom, a human kingdom. It might not be heaven and it sure won't be hell, but it will be ours.
Lucifer looked more and more dejected with every word. Finally, he looked up. "What is your message? You done goofed." End of story. Yet another alien abduction, written by Deomic. Jen was an attractive specimen for alien abduction, and she was damn tired of it. The first few times, government men in suits had come with their stern warnings, telling her not to speak of it to anyone or else. After the fourth time, she'd been picked up in the middle of the night and dropped in a cornfield. They'd given her the phone number for the Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. Its shared acronym with the Drug Enforcement Agency was not a coincidence. Several abductions later, Jen was on first-name basis with everyone in that department. She sighed and looked around. The neon blue colors pointed towards the Theesvans, which made things easier. Out of all the extraterrestrial life, the Theesvans were largely agreed to be among the most tasteless, arrogant, and stupid. Jen tugged at the metal restraints on her elbow and smirked. They were loose enough to slip right out of. When she freed her hands from the restraints, she unlocked the cuffs on her feet. Yes, they thought humans were too stupid to figure out a simple latch. A yellow light began to flash, and Jen assumed that there was an accompanying screech too high for her to hear, as was usually the case with the Theesvans. Unfortunately, she'd learned that the hard way. Despite the stiffness from being in one position for so long, Jen hopped down from the table and shook out the cramps in her arms. Then she walked over to the computer interface on the wall and took off her necklace. Her abductors had let her keep her clothes and jewelry, too. They were truly idiots. Especially since her necklace was actually an alien tech version of a USB drive. She plugged the drive into the mainframe. Raj at the DEA had made a virus that could deactivate the alarm system, copy most of the files stored on the ship, and transmit it back to the headquarters. Well, it wasn't just Raj who'd made it. The rogue AI she'd rescued from a few abductions back had added the finishing touches. The virus also translated Theesvan's language into English, though she could read a smattering of the galactic lingua franca, which sounded a little like the bastard child of Russian and trumpets. The Theesvans considered themselves above non-Theesvanian, well, anything. Now that she could read the screen, Jen scanned the blueprints of the ship for an escape route, and, oh, that was new. There were other humans on the ship. Since the Theesvans were rather incapable of multitasking, they usually abducted one human at a time. Jen couldn't leave her feather earthlings on the ship. She closed the screen and ducked into the hallway, making her way to the next room. "Hello," she said cheerfully. Surprisingly, the other three humans were all in one place and unrestrained. "I'm Jen. Nice to meet you." Huddled together in the corner were a pale teenager who looked like the epitome of wannabe goth, a handsome black man in a suit, and a middle-aged blonde tourist, if the Mickey Mouse hat was any indication, which it was. Each one was varying levels of shock. The goth girl stared at her feet, bored, while the well-dressed man was blinking rapidly at the wall. The tourist, on the other hand, was gawking at Jen with undisguised horror. She cleared her throat. "I'm Jen," she repeated. "And you are?" "Call me Ebony Doctus," said the teen. After giving Ebony the side-eye, the younger man introduced himself. "David." "Dave," mumbled the other man, speaking in a heavy German accent. "Yeah, I am Niklas." "Are you an alien?" Ebony picked at her studded black t-shirt, which proudly proclaimed, "Haters make me famous." "Nope, I'm here to rescue you." Jen rubbed her hands together. She hadn't done this with other people in a while, and it felt great to break up the routine. "Have any of you all been abducted before?" Ebony Darkness raised her hand, so her apathy was more than just general teenage hatred of the world then. David looked from the teen back to Jen. "Is this normal?" "It cannot be," and Nicholas's horror hadn't decreased in the slightest. "Well, yeah," said Jean. "Florida's a hotspot for abductions. Why do you think so many crazy things happen there?" "Because of the misconception caused by media and the greater access to arrest records, a large amount of tourists and retirees, and, well, a liberal drug rehabilitation policy," David said, raising an immaculate eyebrow. "No, aliens. Now, come on. If we're going to take over the ship, we better get a move on." She hurried out the door, and the trio followed her in a single line. Mijn man had recht. Ik had nach Spanje gegaan sollen. Nicholas had taken off his Mickey Mouse hat and was currently talking to it. Heilig Sieber. Waarom habe ich America gebracht? Quiet. The virus should keep us off the cameras, but we can never be too careful. David made a sound of understanding. So that's how you got the door open. I said quiet. They continued down the twisting hallway in silence. The S-Vins built round saucer-like ships, so each hallway led to a central command, like spokes on a wheel. As they proceeded further, the blue walls became brighter with more elaborate patterns. Are you sure that this is the way to escape? David asked, stopping. It seems to me we're going the wrong direction. Dude, I did say to be quiet. Jen gave him an exasperated look, but he simply stared back with an unamused frown. The other two had also stopped to look around with amusement. Besides, she said, relenting, didn't you hear what I said? We're first going to take over the ship. What? David once again forgot about the need to be quiet. I thought you were joking. Look, shouldn't we go to the escape pods or something? No, that's a bad idea. The escape pods on Thespian ships don't have navigation systems. They just go to the closest non-hostile ship or planet. We don't know where we are. Sure, we're probably in a high Earth orbit, but what if we're not? Where could we land then? That seemed to satisfy him, and he gave a slow nod. Of course, that was when their luck ran out, and a thin, long-limbed Thespian strolled into the hallway and squeaked. Oh shit! Jen broke into a sprint and barreled towards the alien. You can't let him sound the... Nicholas leapt forward and punched the Thespian in the face. With a low key, it crumpled to the floor. What? Asked Nicholas, while the other gaped at him. Did I do it wrong? Jen glanced him on the shoulders as she crouched by the alien. No, you did great. Ebony, darkness. She gestured for her to come closer. Give me a hand, will you? The teen rolled her eyes and scoffed. Fine. Ebony grabbed 3 legs protruding from its round torso, while Jen held the lumpy shoulders. Let's move him to the side, all right? Careful, these ones tend to be delicate. They placed him on the side of the widening hallway. Jen stepped back and frowned at the insignia on its feathered shirt. Instead of the 3 interlocked septicons that she usually saw on Thespians, she was 2 squares and a spiral. That's weird. She shook her head. Jen took the plasma stick from her unconscious Thespian's holster. One of these had given her a scar on her left shoulder. Jen knew there were ways to adjust the power settings, but hell, if she knew them. After a moment of deliberation, she handed it to Nicholas. Here, point the blue end towards your target and push the green button in the middle, and it'll shoot a jolt of energy. It's not lethal, I think. Nicholas had turned oddly pale, but he took the stick and nodded. Anyway, let's get going. The virus is good at blocking us from the camera, but I don't think it's good enough to hide that. They hurried down the hallway until they came to a large door. Ebony darted to approach it, but David grabbed her arm and held her back. Wait, we need a plan, he glanced at Jen. What should we do? Oh, the usual, she gave him a smile. By now the virus should have infected the entire mainframe. Once we go inside, it'll keep the tech from working. We'll threaten to keep it that way until they promise to take us home. Then the virus will turn everything back on and pilot the ship back. I don't think viruses work like that. If the virus can do that, then why are we threatening the aliens? David asked, looking about ready to run to the other direction. It's easier if they cooperate. Now, are you ready? Yeah! Nicholas's voice was shaky, but he held the plasma stick out in front of him with determination. Ebony rolled her eyes and nodded. This is ill-conceived and hasty, said David with a sigh. I'll take that as a yes. We'll do it on the count of 3. She glanced up and nodded at the camera facing them. 1, 2, 3. The humans burst through the door. Freeze! Jen shouted. Don't move, and no one gets hurt. The dozen Thespians jumped back in shock, panicking even more when their computers didn't respond, instead displaying a translation of Jen's demand in their written script. A few banged their 3 heads against the screen, while others cowered in shock. Especially when Nicholas began waving around the pilfered weapon. The most colorful Thespian was screeching something that frequently went out of human hearing range. Thankfully, the virus was helpful enough to provide a word-for-word translation on the large main screen. You stupid untranslatable profanity. Untranslatable profanity. Untranslatable profanity. You took humans from the planet, multiple humans, including the troublesome one, and you didn't put them back. A paler blue Thespian responded almost entirely in a pitch they couldn't hear. We forgot, sir. Please, please. Lengthy plea for mercy with metaphors. The head Thespian didn't seem to be in the mood for mercy. Do you know what this interrupted? Do you know? I will cut your untranslatable profanity, legs, and sensory organ off. Dull buzzing interrupted them both, and a different alien stood up. Unlike the tripedal, leather-skinned Thespians, this one had a long, furred body and sloping wings. Jen had never seen an alien like it before, and she'd seen dozens of species in a short lifetime. A necklace with the same square and spiral symbol from earlier hung from its neck. It began to speak in the trumpet-like galactic lingua franca.
What is this? What are these creatures?
There was a brief silence.
Have you been abducting sentients?
It was done without my knowledge, Ambassador. I swear
It was still done. I'm sure you know our stance towards that. I'll have to make a note of that in my report.
The so-called ambassador glanced at the screens displaying the translation. Finally, it turned its one-eyed gaze to the four humans by the doorway and trumpeted in their direction.
Hello, I am Ambassador Deseri of the East Milky Way Alliance. Are you the creators of the AI that has been infecting the Thespian ships and some of our own?
End of story. What are gremlins and why do they work for humans? Written by FarmWitch4275. As soon as we arrived in human space, things started to go wrong. Small things, tiny things, imperceptible things. A computer terminal running half a second slower for no reason. A gun turret randomly leaving its mounting and hanging off the side of the ship by its umbilical and power cables. Quickly fixed, but strange. And socks. For some reason, socks keep going missing. Then mysteriously reappearing again sometime later. These humans were the talk of the town because of their absurd weapons technology, but something about them seemed off. We carefully docked to the local starbase, operating a bit slower than usual, owing to the odd occurrences happening around our ship. We gently thudded as we docked, then scrambled to do a full systems check. Everything seemed fine, though. Strangely enough, I got up out of my seat and walked towards the docking port for my job. Diplomacy, only to stop in my tracks when the door got caught and failed to cycle properly. Oh, for the Emperor's sake, maintenance! The airlock door is stuck, I yelled and banged to release it. My percussive maintenance, as the humans called it, worked. Surprisingly, again, the door closed, cycled normally, and opened again. My engineers, already overworked as it was, quickly surrounded the door, only to find nothing wrong with it. We'd been suffering these odd annoyances every now and then since we entered human space. The priests and seers were going insane, claiming they were seeing shadows, rodents, maybe, vermin. I shook my head and left the ship, meeting with the human diplomatic corps around the station. My God, what a long trip, I idly said to myself.
Trouble, Master Gagaris,
the human diplomat Todd said as he held out his hand in greeting. No, just odd occurrences. No issue during transit, just strangeness. I shook his hand in greeting.
Care to explain? He asked.
It's not important. Probably poor construction at the dockyard that wasn't inspected properly. We'll sort it out again, I said. Oh, Thagathran, came a noise from the airlock, followed by an angered slam.
Uh-oh, your dudes seem a bit preoccupied. Think you need reinforcements at all? Well, we got a few engineers to spare. Maybe they can help, he asked.
Before I could voice my opinion, he let out a shrill noise from his lips, what the humans called a whistle, and a dozen human engineers and service technicians immediately swarmed into the ship. Well, thank you. I think it may allow my own men to rest. We haven't had any time to relax since we entered your space. I walked with him to the office we would share for the next week.
So, to business first. Or would you like some tea?
He asked as I sat in my seat. Tea, obviously, I replied with a smile. a half an hour, and a lovely cup of tea later, we had finalized some service contracts for fuel stations on our outer rim when a human engineer walked in carrying something. He had it hidden in the palm of his hand, covered by an odd cloth or something. "Found the problem," he gleefully said to the oddest, cheeky smile that I'd ever seen. "Problem? Those mechanical issues. What was it? Faulty circuitry?" I asked. "Angus," he said. I remained quiet for what seemed like an eternity. What?" "Angus," he said, and lifted the cloth off the object in his hand. There, standing tall, was a small creature around 1.5 inches tall. It appeared to be wearing an ancient-looking mechanic's uniform, skin tight and dyed yellow. It had no feet, just 2 tiny little stubs. It appeared to be wearing a pair of bright and red leather gloves, a tiny red nose, a row of sharp wolf-like teeth, and bright blue eyes that were covered in some kind of odd mask. Its helmet, made of a similar material to its uniform, was dyed a bright blue color. The oddest thing about it, though, was its tail and its horns. The horns jutted out from aside its head, looking like a set of airplane wings, and its tail looked like an airplane tail. "Angus, the gremlin," the engineer said. "What the actual feck is that?" I squealed and hid behind my desk. "It's a gremlin. Never seen a gremlin before?" he asked. "Well, obviously I never have. This thing is what is responsible for all the damage?" I asked, shivering behind my desk. "Yeah, go on, Angus. You know what to do," the engineer said. The creature in his hand, its tiny squeaky voice punctuated with the old gruff tone of a grizzled veteran, babbled some incoherent words at me. I sat there unable to process any of it, and my translator nearly short-circuited trying to understand it. A few seconds of silence passed. The engineer finally spoke. "I take it your translator doesn't understand Scots Gaelic at all, do they?" he asked. "Is that another one of your absurdly numbered dialects?" I asked, finally coming up from under my desk. "Yeah, I speak it. I'll translate. He says, 'Dear sir, we apologize for the sabotage we caused to you and your vessel,' the engineer said, mocking an accent similar to the creature. I sat there, bewildered. The creature babbled again. The engineer, once again copying the accent, translated, 'We have repaired all the damage we caused and optimized your systems as an apology.' I stood up and looked at the creature, still bewildered as it babbled another set of incoherent guttural noises and half-phrases. 'We were not aware of your connection with the Terran Federation, and our operatives have been informed as such. Sorry for the inconvenience,' the engineer said. Then both stood there with smiles on their faces. I approached the creature cautiously and studied him for a while. I presented a hand to him. Apology accepted?" The engineer spoke with that same guttural pronunciation, and the creature responded by grabbing one of my fingers, shaking it vigorously, hopping off the hand and vanishing into the shadow in the corner as it said another thing. I looked at the engineer for clarification. He said, "Cheers, mate, tipping time," and said another sorry about the door. What an absolute oblivion is a Kremlin. And, more importantly, why are they working for you? Why did they sabotage my ship? I asked. A gremlin is a supposedly mythical creature of Gaelic or Scottish origin, which is a subspecies of the creature known as a brunad, or brownie, or house elf. Turns out they ain't mythological creatures, just anomalous entities sharing the same plane of existence. And yes, they do work for us, mostly, the engineer replied. I blinked. I didn't even know I could blink. Okay, so that's a gremlin and a brownie, anomalous entities that, what?
A gremlin is a creature that is a distant cousin of a brownie, a so-called house elf, and is basically the opposite of a house elf. Gremlins are mechanically inclined creatures that mess with mechanical or electronic devices in an abnormal manner, disassembling engines and removing components. Sometimes it's malicious, sometimes it's playful, sometimes it's just to see what the thing is, Todd said.
Well, that explains that, I suppose. Wait, what?
What? I couldn't really formulate the words.
Here's the short story. Years ago, talking about pre-FTL here, one of the United States aircraft carriers was on patrol. They kept having weird mechanical faults on the ship.
Random failures, odd short circuits, peculiar failures. Then one day, one of our Spec Ops boys, you know them, the Legionnaires, the engineer said. I shuddered and nearly jumped out of my seat. Oh yes, I do remember them. The terrifying super soldiers you blasphemed into existence that tore an entire Dractharian regiment to pieces in 2 hours. Yes, I do remember them, I said with a shudder. Well, one of them. He went into one of the engine rooms for an inspection and came back with one of these guys in his hands. Turns out the blasphemous nature of the Legionnaires disables the creature's ability to teleport and stuff. So yeah, we captured one of them, the engineer said with a smile. I see. What happened? What do you usually do with anomalous entities? I asked.
The only logical thing we knew to do. Try and see if it was searching for stable employment, and introduce it to the concept of medical aid and labor unions,
Todd replied with a laugh. Okay, I said.
And, as it turns out, it was. Gremlins don't really have good dental care, you see. Same with Brownies. Soon as this dude got hit with his first dental appointment he didn't have to pay for, we got 24 of them signing up for service within a week. 5 years later, Gremlins and Brownies were serving in the U.S. Army as we started sending rockets to Mars. Brownies keep the equipment clean, Gremlins keep it operational. They sabotage the vessels of our enemies too. Within reason, of course, Todd said.
Sabotage within reason? How do you do that? I asked. Small things, jamming doors, broken consoles, a cable here, a pipe there. Just a rattle and a rave to keep the engineers occupied, exhausting them mentally and physically. We have strict orders and agreements with them to never mess with ship reactors or any kind of life support systems. We made that perfectly clear when we started this whole thing, the engineer said in turn. Okay, wait. Firstly, you humans encounter some odd creatures that slip between universes and stuff. Then you offer them dental care and suddenly they work for you. And then these creatures can teleport out into the void of space and sabotage any vessels they encounter. And they work for you? I asked, my voice creaking and breaking from the surprise. The two men stared at each other for a bit, shrugged and said, well, yeah. I thought for a moment and then shrugged. Meh, that's all you got, they both said. Well, the Legionnaires, the giant planet cannon you made, then the huge starfleet you guys have that outnumbers us 10-1, then the massive arsenal of nuclear weapons, then the whole finished off the Galvanians in 1 month thing you did. All things considered, taming of anomalous multi-dimensional entity that screws with machinery and cleans floors, this is pretty tame in comparison, I replied with a shrug. That's fair. I have one question, however. Where can we get a gremlin or two? I asked. Be nice, be polite, and offer dental care and freshly laundered socks. Gremlins are why socks go missing after you put them in the dryer. They liked it for some reason, Todd said. I knew it, the engineer yelled and charged out the door. Angus, give me back my ugly Christmas socks. They were a gift from my grandma, he screamed angrily as he charged out into the warehouse. I heard a series of incoherent rumblings coming from a very gruff-sounding tiny voice. Well, that happened, Todd said. Still not the craziest thing that you lot have done. Can you give me a translation matrix data for the Scots Gaelic, please? I asked, returning to my desk. Sure, ancient or modern, he replied. End of story.
Bricks, Bridges and Bonds, written by Shane Watson. Nita unpacked her belongings in a remarkably unremarkable room. Dorm rooms are the same, even here, she thought. Her name was affixed to the top bunk, a small chest of drawers, and the empty half of the closet. With the strict weight limits on how much she could take with her, unpacking took almost no time. 9 hangers took care of her shirts and trousers, while her undergarments, socks and short trousers and t-shirts barely filled the top drawer. She decided to leave the middle drawer empty for the time being, and she could put the bag in the bottom drawer. As she turned the bag over to roll it up, the sound of something hitting the floor got her attention. She looked down to see an interlocking plastic brick.
not of any use by itself except as a cull trap for bare feet. She picked it up and examined it. A common 2x4 brick. The blue plastic still looked new. She remembered her first set. She'd never been one to play with the other children in the neighborhood, building things with the interlocking bricks, even when shooed into the front garden to play, had caught the attention of some of the other children. Too shy to say no when they asked if they could join in, the other children began to hang out with her, building things in the garden. Over the course of that summer, she made friends with half the neighborhood, and soon all of them had multiple sets as well. How that brick wound up in her bag, she didn't know. But she'd ended up a gram overweight, a chicken for the gate, and had to discard a pair of socks. One would have brought her to weight, but a single sock was little use, so the pair was left behind. She'd been assured that the campus gift store would be able to order in things she might need, like socks. As she placed the blue brick on top of the dresser, she wondered if the store would be able to get a set or sets of the bricks that had made her locally popular and ignited her interest in engineering. The door creaked open. Her roommate, a tall, torrid woman with polished black horns and hooves, came in by timid, slow measures. Given her bulk, Nita found the contrast hilarious, but did her best not to laugh, trying to keep her expression neutral and non-threatening. If she's that shy, she thought, I would do my best to make her comfortable. Hello, my name is Zuna. You must be Nita. I'll do my best not to frighten you. That was the breaking point. Nita broke down, laughing. Damn girl. You may be big, but you don't scare me. I thought you were just super shy. I was trying to be cool, then let you get comfortable. Oh, cool? Zuna stepped into the room, her hooves clanking on the hardwood floor, which creaked in some spots as she walked towards the bunks. Well, still, if I come crashing in here sometimes, it's not your fault. I just get like that sometimes. Don't we all? It's mostly elves around here, so I wouldn't know. Everyone seems scared of me, so I tried to stay quiet and out of their way, she said, stopping to look at the plastic brick. What is this? It's a plastic brick that ended up in my bag somehow. Just don't let it end up on the floor. They really hurt to step on. Zuna picked it up and examined it. I thought it might be a magical totem or something, since you spent the weight to bring it here. Although it is night, she put it gingerly back down on the dresser and flopped onto the bottom bunk, with a thud that Nita felt through the floor. Would you have time to show me around campus? Nita asked. I've been through the VR walkthrough, but it's not the same. Sure. What's your major? Engineering. Then you'll be spending a lot of time in the science building. We'll start from there and finish up in the cafeteria. Dinner starts in an hour. Nita picked up the brick and put it in her pocket as she followed Zuna out of the room. As they walked through the campus, Nita saw what Zuna meant. Most of the students were elves, though a few dwarves and a halfling or two, a group of gnomes that stayed clumped together, and even a goblin passed them. It was obvious to Nita that the other students gave Zuna a wide berth. Well, she won't have to stick out on her own, Nita thought. I'll stick out with her. Over there is the library, Zuna said, pointing. Behind us is the campus store. Bookstore on one side, gift store on the other. And now the important stop, the cafeteria. Wait a minute, Nita said. I need to check on something in the store. Do you already know which books you need? No, something else. Nita left Zuna waiting outside the store while she went in and spoke with the gnome behind the counter. It took several minutes and the exchange of a larger amount of cash than she'd expected before she returned to the waiting Torrid. They sat eating, others in the cafeteria avoiding their table and suddenly looking away whenever Nita turned in their direction. What's up with ignore them? I do. Zuna put down her fork after having cleared her third plate. Why did you come here for engineering? Man, you could have studied that in your home for a lot less. Ever since the gates opened and magic started seeping into the world, my version of the world, I wanted to know how it could be used in materials for engineering. Here I can get that information and get my hands on magical materials. Nita shook her fork. made of a magical alloy that would hold food when desired, but cleaned it and sterilized itself when placed down. "What's your major?" Nita asked. "I know there's lots of elf, dwarf, human, and halfling mages, and even some goblin, but I didn't know that there were Taurid mages too." "There are," Zuna said. "Mostly raw shamanistic types, but I'm not one. I'm here because I switched from theoretical physics to theoretical magics. Very similar, but the maths are a lot more complicated." They walked back to their room without detours, and Zuna asked, "What are you ordering from the store?" "A surprise," she said. "Something that helped me make friends when I was a shy kid. I think you might enjoy it, and I suspect I already got at least one other group of students interested." "I'm not one to stress over surprises," Zuna said, bending down to bring her eye to eye with Nita. "But it better not be a surprise party. I hate those." "It's not, I promise," Nita began to snicker. "But now I know what to do for your birthday." Zuna snorted and began to laugh as well. "You really aren't the least scared of me, are you?" "Why should I be? You can't even keep a straight face when you're trying to be intimidating. Your little smirk gave you away." Over the following week, classes started and Nita and Zuna found themselves busy, but always made time to meet for dinner in the cafeteria. It was there that the gnome Nita had spoken to in the store came rushing in with a large box on a pushcart. Behind him, following the group of gnomes she'd seen traveling together her first day on campus. The gnome pushing the cart was out of breath.
"Your box came, and your neighbors in the dorm said you were here."
"You could have left it there," Nita said with a wink. She noticed that the group of gnomes still hung back, all eyes in the cafeteria on her and Zuna.
"Yeah, but we wanted to see it."
Nita cleared a space on the table and began removing the contents of the large box. 2 sets of standard bricks, a set of motors, actuators, gears, belts, axles, wheels, hinges, and assorted parts for building working machines, and beneath that, an architectural set of blocks. "Come on, Zuna, let's build something." At first, Zuna watched as Nita began putting together a working drawbridge spanning the table. Zuna began fiddling with the pieces, opening the architectural set after Nita gave her the go-ahead, and started adding design elements to the structure. The gnomes gathered in close, and with a nod from Nita, began chiming in and helping.
"If you use an actuator to move the section like that, we could increase the clearance by putting a swing arm. If we cantilever the section and span, we can." During the build, Harold, the gnome from the shop, wrote down orders for dozens of kits, including 2 for himself, as they all played with the bricks. When the lights dimmed, letting them know the cafeteria was closing, a collective groan went around the table. Everyone that had been playing with the bricks, and even a few of the elves and the others that had stood around watching, began to put all them back in their respective boxes. Nita stood and raised a hand to stop everyone. "I know people who like to keep their kits in the original boxes and separate, but I'm not one of those." With that, she swept all the bricks on the table into a large shipping box. She noticed winces from those watching and thought, yep, those are the ones that'll keep them in the original boxes. As she picked up the large box and Zuna picked up and smashed the kit boxes for recycling, Nita smiled and watched Zuna saying her goodbyes to the same students who had been too scared of her to even walk on the same side of the hallway. "Bye, Harold, Rin, Lily, Violet, Tansy." "No, the rest," Tansy interrupted. "We can do this again."
"No, these are Nita's blocks. You'd have to ask." "I already did. I just meant,
will you be there too?"
"Yeah, I think I'd like that." The little gnome leaned forward and grabbed Zuna's leg for a hug, her face barely reaching the Taurid's hip. Zuna gave Tansy an awkward pat on the head. Tansy let go and stepped back.
"I'm sorry that we were afraid of you. You were a lot of fun."
Zuna smiled. "Thank you, Tansy. See you around." Nita winked. "See you later, short stuff. Let's go, Zuna. We've got to figure out what you're going to wear when we go clubbing with the girls this weekend, and what kind of makeup to do." Zuna's smile dropped as confusion crossed her face.
"Which girls?"
"Tansy, Violet, Lily, April, and Yen and Tan, the twin elf girls that were watching. They said that they all wanted to hang out with you, and I said that I'd make that happen." Zuna looked at the boxes she was about to drop into the recycler. "To think all of that from some children's blocks." "Bricks," Nita corrected her, and not just for children. It says ages 4 to 3,999 right in the box.
End of story. I Volunteer, written by Teller of Tall Tales. Commander Leandra gazed out of the main viewport of the Retaliation. Twinkling lights in the void of space were her only visual indication of the forces they were up against. And, judging by the fact it looked like the night sky back on Earth, there were far too many for her ship to handle alone. But alone they were, and if she didn't get these refugees home, she could hardly call herself a commander. Her sensor technician let out a long, deep sigh.
"They're between us and the slipgate, Commander. What are your orders?"
Leandra felt the oppressive silence fall like a gavel of a judge, all eyes fixed on her. Her eyes wandered up to the genuine wood sign, hung from the ceiling by 2 lengths of paracord. The oath engraved upon it was one she held near and dear to her heart. "By gun, by sword, or by bare claws, I give my life so others may live. I'll go unmourned and forgotten in their stead, for this is my purpose, and thus." She hadn't realized she'd been reading it out loud until the bridge crew burst out in unison, "I volunteer." To say the unanimous shout vibrated the deck plates would have been an understatement. It felt as if the entire ship shuddered in response to the will of its crew. The shout was carried up and down the ship, carried on by voices of young and old, frail and strong. From the bridge to the brig, the shout could be heard at cacophonous volumes. Commander Leandra took a deep breath and asked, "Simeon, estimated hostiles?" "Ma'am, scanners indicate a ballpark in the tens of thousands. Most are border/fighter craft, but the rest are hulks." Leandra's mouth turned down in a frown. Hulks, a colloquial term for any ship larger than an orbital station and capable of hyperliminal travel. Nodding sharply, Commander Leandra glanced to Hilda, who was manning the point defense systems, then at Renan, who stood guard by the door. Her eyes fell on each and every one of the flushed and pale faces that surrounded her. She knew her men were scared. Death scared even her. But she was a volunteer, and she had a job to do.
"Laura, compress the shield around the refugee quarters, turn it to max power, and polarize it. Reroute power from engines 5 and 7 if you have to. Carter, I want all weapon systems operating at 75% power or more. Reroute power from the hydroponics bay and cafeteria. Hilda," Leandra's wife looked up with a sharp, focused look. "I'm giving you full authority over all point defense systems. If anything comes within 100 kilometers of the ship, I want it turned to space dust."
Hilda nodded and jacked a port into the base of her skull, syncing with the ship's systems. Spare monitors extended from her battle station. Leandra then looked at her throttle man and gave the order, "Full steam ahead. Put us right in the middle of them." Leandra slowly clasped her hands behind her back. Waist-length crimson and red hair pressed against her back as she peered out from beneath the brim of her tricorn hat. Then she slowly hit the comms button as the ship began to accelerate forwards.
"This is Commander Leandra. Man your battle stations and strap in. We either win or we die trying.
Nos prolapses, pugibimus et pro vivis morimor." The ship began to vibrate as all 300,000 of her crew rushed to their battle stations. Old hymns were being sung like war cries as all cannons came online at the same time, 1,000 in total. Leandra picked up a few of the more passionate lyrics and recognized their respective hymns. From the halls of Montezuma, the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Union Dixie, and countless others were sung side by side, making the very ship itself seem as though it was singing. The first of the Geknosian laser pulses slammed into the Retaliation, heat sensors chirping, as the sensor arrays was heated to an uncomfortable temperature by the pulses. A burst of kinetic flechettes slammed into the viewport, and Leandra hit the shutters. Big metal plates slamming down and sealing off the transparent steel viewport against damage. The ship would shudder every time the cannon battery fired. 100 guns going off at once. Temprifs opening up just outside the muzzle of then collapsing behind the slug to accelerate it even farther. She glanced at Hilda's screens, watching as her wife expertly lays down 2 Gegnosian boarding craft as they enter the 300-meter kill range of the point defense systems. A missile impacted against the hull somewhere along the main body of the ship, almost throwing Leandra to the ground as she stabilized herself against the console. Her throttle man had sweat beading on his forehead as he held the throttle at its maximum. The ship's auto-stabilization fighting him every step of the way. "Damage report," she called out urgently. "All systems functioning, Commander. They were aiming for the refugees. The shield took it, but we can't take another missile in that spot until the section's generator restarts." "ETA," she commanded, her throttle man crying out, "T-minus 10 minutes until gateway crossing." Leandra slammed a few buttons, initiating a manual restart of the powered-down shield generator. Activating the sensor array's supercooling, she shouted into the intercom, "All guns focus on the hulks. Hilda, aim for the fighters and missiles." "Aye, aye, Lee." The ship was rocked yet again by another missile, but this time an alarm began to bear. "Status." Her engineer surfed through the diagrams, locating the affected area and pailing. "They got the main shield generator. All shields are down and not responding. They're aiming for the goddamn refugees on purpose." Leandra's blood went cold as Hilda let out a scream of rage and elation as she lays down dozens of fighters. But a glance at the sensor tech screen showed that they were surrounded. 3 sharp pulses of light and another alarm blared as her sensor tech exclaimed, Fuck, shit! They got the main array, switching to tertiary systems, but we're practically goddamn blind." Leandra cursed as she was forced to open the shutters for visual acquisition. Silver and purple knife-like ships flashed across the viewport, some detonating as bright pulses of light focused on their engines. A ringing filled Leandra's ears as she watched the ship purposely slam into a point defense turret, ripping it completely off the teeth of the spinal gun. Slowly, she closed her eyes, folded her hands in prayer for the first time since she was but a little girl. "I do not know if you can hear me, but please, if you can, Lady Liberty, take pity on the souls that we watch over, and see that they are guided to safe pastures, whether or not we shepherds make it. Amen." Leandra opened her eyes, letting out a slow breath as the supernatural calm fell over her. An alarm stopped blaring, and her engineer shout, "Shields are back up and working at 110% efficiency, Captain. It's a miracle." Leandra pointed at him and shouted, "Keep the refugees safe. That is mission priority number 1. Aye, aye, Captain." Leandra turned her head to look at the viewport. Just as Hilda was jumping from her chair, Leandra froze as she saw the Gegnosian boarding craft spearing right towards the compromised transparent steel viewport. It happened so fast. Hilda screamed something and leapt over the console, shoving Leandra back where Rannon grabbed the back of her uniform. The pointed tip of a Gegnosian fighter crumpled the transparent steel, only making it roughly a quarter of its length in before the pressurized air in the bridge shoved it back out into space alongside with anything not strapped down, which included Hilda. The last thing Leandra saw of her beloved was the tears in her eyes, boiling in the vacuum of space as she smiled softly, mouthing, "I volunteer." And then the shutters slammed down, sealing the bridge from any further suicide attacks. Alarms blared, but to Leandra, they were all silent, her heart having been ripped out from a broken viewport. Mom! Mom! Mom, please!" She looked up into Rannon's grief-contorted face as he shook her shoulders. Something inside of her slowly withered away as she forced herself to stand. Despite the chaos around her, a cool calm settled over her being as she listened to the shouted reports. Batteries 10 through 18 have been disabled. Hull rupture, compartment Z80. Repressurizing and seating. Her hands danced across the console before she slowly removed a key tied at the string around her neck. The key slot popped out from the console and she inserted the key, twisting it a quarter turn to the right and then back around to the left and then back to the start. The entire ship thrummed and began to slowly rotate in a spherical motion, slamming its bulky mass into the fighters surrounding it like a colossal battering ram. The bridge had gone silent as the lights dimmed and a smooth mechanical voice inquired, "Voice authorization." Leandra's voice was colder than liquid oxygen as she stated, "Icarus Protocol, engage." "Icarus Protocol engaging. Stand by for total non-essential system shutdown." The ship's lights went out as a deep hum could be heard from below their feet. She didn't need to see it to know what that roar meant. Not 20 kilometers from her position, magnetically stabilized by the teeth in the spinal gun, a small white star had formed in front of and behind the retaliation, the twin stars devouring and slagging every ship that dared come too close to the ship. Began slowly advancing on the largest targets. The hulks. The Icarus star generator thrummed loudly each time it came into contact with metal. The small sun slagged and instantly decommissioned any vessels they passed within 100 kilometers. The only reason it didn't affect the retaliation was that all the shield power was being focused on repelling the heat away from the main vessel. For 12 minutes they spun around the battlefield, demolishing everything in their path, and when no hostiles remained, the system auto-powered down, reabsorbing the energy used to create the stars as the lights flickered back on. She waited, letting her sensor tech double and triple check his readings before relievedly calling all clear. Leandra slowly nodded and walked out of the bridge, intending to make it to her room, but the pain in her chest was too much, and she fell to her knees in the middle of the hallway, crying out in anguish and slamming her fist into the floor as she bawled her eyes out, hoping to fill the painful empty space in her chest with tears, and over time, eventually, something did replace the grief in her heart. A feeling of utter emptiness weighed her down as she slowly got to her feet and shuffled to her room with blotchy red-rimmed eyes, unsure if she'd ever feel again. End of story. The Vow of Favor, written by Slow AD 2584. The High Archivist tapped his stylus on his beak and obviously displayed distaste, both at the current droll errand that he was assigned to perform, but also to the company he was with. "Oi, Beaky!" the mercenary captain called in his gruff, abrasive bark. The mercenary crew were rough, crude, and only barely legitimate. "What are we trudging out in the strange system for again? There ain't never any of the good spoils that get got in places like that." The High Archivist rolled its entire head like an eyeball that his central grid of crystalline lattice segmented eye was incapable of displaying. He hated being with these brutish, rather porcine thugs. They were gruff, brash, greedy, and were shown to be rather foolishly impulsive. But the High Council thought them an armed security detail was prudent on the uncertain assignment. "Once again, Block, my name is Clickety-Pickety Boom Bum, and I already told you 3 times now that we..." "Aye, it's Captain Block, you stalky admin types, and there ain't no way I can ever say that name with a straight face. So Pikey it is. Now, remind me again, if you will. I need to know what kind of fighting we might expect." Beaky ruffled his 12 layers of finely layered and woven beaks at the insult of his perfectly normal name, and began again, struggling to remain professional in spite of the insults. "This system has obfuscated its trade logs and hasn't paid its betterment for all tariff in several cycles. We are to assess their situation, determine their reasons for hiding their logs, and calculate and collect on their back tariffs." "Oh, so you're saying they may have gone rogue, and we get to bash some heads? Oh, you hear that, boys?" Yips and growls of excited crewmates sounded from behind the command flag bridge. "Well, possibly. It depends greatly on what we find when we get there." The mercenary ship was a perpetual gray zone of permitted civilian regulations in practically every aspect that was observed. Its far too many anti-asteroid navigation cannons were far too large in caliber and widespread in firing arcs. Its stocking clamps were oversized and overpowered, capable of grabbing onto a ship, thrusting and moving under power. Its field repair drones were far too well equipped and were themselves capable of cutting ships in half. Its sensors were far too powerful and brutal to be justified. Without having to look too hard past the many squeaked-by certification licenses, the ship could clearly appear to be a pirate raider. In short time, the ship hyper-jumped into system. Everyone could tell right away there was something unusual here. "Oi, look at the size of that thing," Rock said, with clear avarice in his eyes. It was a ship in far orbit around the populated system world. A gigantic ship, clearly heavily damaged, with pits and jagged holes through its structure visible even at the current distance. It appeared to be derelict, no power or heat coming from the hulk. Now, Beaky said nervously, starting to think his mercenary contingent may go mutiny on this mission at the sight of this admittedly interesting prize. We are not here to investigate salvage. We are here to speak with the governor about salvage. Look at that thing. That thing in there is a warship. Just look at all the gun blister things. Oh, that ain't no bloody salvage, Beaky. That's a gold mine. Maybe even a new base of operations. Oh, we are putting things aside for a bit and going to have a look. And there it was, a mutiny. Already. Truth to be told, Beaky was greatly intrigued by the derelict hulk himself, and allowed himself a little excitement to catalogue just what it was about, so guiltily went along for now. As the mercenary ship approached the derelict and deployed its field repair drones that began to spread out and encircle the hulk, the system arose in alert. Broadcast blasted from the surface of the moods.
Halt! Do not board the Grendel. We will prevent any action towards that ship with false BP.
Rock scoffed at first, then quieted down when he detected the many police cutters racing to cut their approach off. He wisely stood down and awaited instructions. The system governor himself would be up shortly to meet them at an orbital platform sharing the orbit near the Grendel, where they could speak. Beaky beamed excitedly. Well, this worked out just perfectly. As they docked to the orbital platform and walked out, they had a wonderful view of the hulk through the atmospheric shielding, making the platform an ideal observation place to, do whatever they do with the Grendel. The governor shortly arrived, and the introductions were met, with the system police force holding the perimeter around the platform for a time, before returning to base once everything was calm. The mercenary team stood arrayed out in the airlock as a sort of security for Beaky, but all of them were staring at the giant, slowly tumbling ship with greed. I apologize for my impropriety. My mercenary security team were a little over-curious is all. I am High Archivist Clickety-Bickety Boom Bum, and we, why this strange face? Did I say something inappropriate? As I was saying, we have initially come to discuss matters of state, but this strange hulk has rather caught our attention.
Yes, about that. I am Governor Marshall King. Why the face? Oh, yeah. That is unfortunate that I have to deal with my entire service. In any case, I expect the matters of state and the, hulk, as you call it, are in fact closely related. We find our tariffs are more adequately suited tending to old Grendel here, as are part of our vow of favor with the old girl and her kin. Beaky held back his excitement, trying to act professional and not about to jump and hoot around excitedly. So, does she speak? How did this vow come to fruition? Oh, no, she doesn't speak. She's quite dead. But there are ghosts in there, that's for sure. Grendel is old enough to have a few tricks to be had. Beaky leaned forward intently, scanning the derelict hull as it slowly tumbled and rolled a quarter of a mile away. Very old indeed. By cosmic ray pitting of its armor, such weathering would need a billion years to get that bad? 1.2 billion by our estimate.
Do we know the race?
Unknown.
But don't they?
Long since dust.
What does she want?
To rest for now. The ghost of Grendel is very tired, but her kin spirits made clear the meaning of the vow, and we swore its favor immediately.
Brock snorted in derision. Beaky motioned for him to be silent. It didn't work.
Backworld stupid station, lousy folk tales, bored petty lord daydreams.
He suddenly raised his rifle and racked around.
That's it. I'm taking over this whole operation. He radioed his ship. Get the salvages and scanners powered up.
Cap.
Don't you interrupt me. I'm in the middle of giving orders here. Now that I'm the boss around you, things are going to be...
No, look seriously, Cap. Yeah, look behind you. Rock spun, expecting an attack or something, and flinched so hard he nearly dropped his rifle, because the Grendel, that had been slowly rolling and spinning, was now stopped, pointing straight at the captain. the gaping maw of its front end looming over him like an amphitheater with its sheer scale. The massive barrel of its spinal mounted gun pointed straight at his chest. A faint dark purple sort of unlight flickered like embers from the jagged tears in the hull, and from the far bottom end, the massive gun barrel. "What the hell? You mangy fool, you couldn't tell by sooner."
Sorry, Cap, it was spinning so slowly, so naturally. It caught us by surprise. We didn't really notice anything either until we were suddenly looking straight down the barrels of the side blisters. All of them. What are the orders, Captain?
Governor Marshall cleared his throat. "I think it's pretty clear that you should leave the system immediately." Beaky looked from the governor to his mercenary captain.
"Oh, and you're fired. Breach of contract, mutiny, and attempted piracy by my count. Get out of my sight. I'll find my own way home."
Brock blustered as he herded his confused soldiers to the airlock, glancing up at the Grendel, unnervingly still keeping the main gun barrel on his chest as he moved around. "But it's dead ghost ship. Ain't no such thing."
"You fool," Beaky said, with a mix of excitement and vindication. "Wrong kind of dead. Grendel isn't a ghost ship, she's a zombie ship. The vow of favor was to the zombie fleet itself."
Brock shook his head in denial.
"Children's stories,"
he said, as he slammed the airlock shut and his ship rocketed away. As the governor flew the High Archivist down to the world, they chatted.
"So, is our system secret and bookkeeping errors safe?"
"I should think so. You are providing a valued service. Most should never know what's truly going on. But tell me, I must know. What is this vow of favor about?"
"It's an old human Viking thing. As far as we can tell from the interactions, our vow of favor is to them is that they can show up and are welcome in to dock and resupply, to take without full permission."
"Take? What would they ever, want?"
"It's hard to tell with them. Sometimes it's very expensive refined reactor fuel. Sometimes it's gravel they want. Sometimes they just want to feel pitter-patter of little feet running amongst their passageways. They especially value the spontaneous laughter of children, especially the most warlike ones. They mostly just crave the vibrancy of life from time to time."
Beaky was logging this info as quickly as he could to his private encrypted datapad.
"How very interesting. Is Grendel one of the warlike ones?"
"One of the worst. Poor girl is haunted. That gun she aimed at the captain, that was a blooded cracker. Grendel wasn't a warfighter. She was a conflict ender."
"Oh, my. So you show them favor that way. I think I get it. That seems kind of like a steep price, however."
"Oh, it's not so bad. The vow of favor has two sides of it, after all."
Now I get it again. What favor can the zombie fleet do for you?"
"You saw a bit of it today. What do you think happens to those who threaten their favorite port of call?"
Yes, of course. Well, certainly nothing to report on here. Thank you so much for this rare and incredible insight."
"You're very welcome. We would be happy to pay for your return. Let's see, I have to give it a shot here while we were alone. Clickety, bickety, wickety, pickety, boom, boom."
Close enough. Aren't you worried about my former associate spilling the secret?"
"Oh, those buffoons won't last long. They are being tracked as we speak. Zombie Fleet has a policy for people that point guns at people and take by force what is never theirs, as you may be aware."
"Oh, indeed. I certainly am glad we parted ways. I didn't think of that."
End of story. Blood and Snow, written by Yellow Clad. It had been 5 years since humanity recovered fully from the societal collapse brought on by a man-made virus. 5 years since a certain clandestine agency had been called to stand down from active duty, their purpose fulfilled. 5 years. That's how long it took for some semblance of order to survive and begin to thrive. 5 years. 5 years till they arrived. Humanity was still rebuilding, but world governments had been restored. Hostile factions no longer roamed the streets, killing and looting just to stay alive, and nobody had to fear the green poison anymore. Things were looking brighter, till the Ilgri Imperium appeared in our solar system's doorstep. Humanity was focused inwards at the time. It takes a lot of time, focus, and resources to rebuild a civilization, and considering the damage caused across the entire world, there was a lot of rebuilding to do. So nobody could be blamed for keeping their gazes firmly focused on the ground rather than the sky. And it wasn't like anyone was using Hubble or the James Webb to keep an eye out for aliens. So when the Ilgri, in all their tentacled horror, descended upon the planet, it took everyone by complete surprise. They had long ago detected Earth and its abundant resources, long before humanity had left the Stone Age and decided that it was theirs. However, due to the limitations of their near FTL jump drives, they were forced to take the long journey over the many thousands of years before only just arriving. But it was worth it. The resources would ensure their species' dominance over the galaxy would continue for another 10,000 years. Of course, time moved on while they slept. Humanity grew and evolved, propagating across the entire planet, till nearly every inch was ours. And for the Ilgri, their own society grew and evolved. The mission to Earth not quite forgotten, but put out of mind for the time being. They would check in when they could, but for now they had other things to worry about. When the Ilgri finally descended upon the beautiful jewel of humanity, they were most displeased to find us already there, as it meant they'd have to expend precious resources and manpower just to subjugate the primitive peoples of the planet. But this planet was theirs, and they would use any means to reclaim it from the barbarians. The first any human knew of this was when an electronic device with a speaker began to broadcast, alerting everyone to the fact that they were not alone in the universe.
Primitive creatures, your word belongs to the Ilgri Imperium. Submit, and you shall be shown mercy.
It was a generous offer, they felt, one that would, if accepted, ensure that these barbarians became enlightened beings, perhaps even equals rather than servants and slaves. After all, they would surely recognize the complete superiority of the Ilgri and fall in line without question. Needless to say, they were a bit surprised when humanity went straight to the nuclear option. Every nuclear-capable country and several of those that supposedly weren't launched their stockpiles of ICBMs straight at the Ilgri Armada. The sudden and ferocious first strike from humanity was enough to shock the Ilgri into inaction, allowing several of their larger ships to be destroyed in a nuclear inferno before they wiped out the rest of the missiles. Anger rose amongst those that survived, and they decided that perhaps humanity deserved forceful subjugation over peaceful assimilation. Their first strikes hit targets of clear military importance, crippling many recently rebuilt bases and manufacturing installations. From there, it was a rather bog-standard orbital insertion and ground forces encountering the last of the military resistance. Several of the smaller and more impoverished nations fell immediately, surrendering without complaint. Other places, such as Africa, were a bit tougher to crack, but considering the fractured state of the people there, it didn't take that long. But it was places like Europe, Asia, and the Americas that would be the hardest nuts to break. Each played to their own strengths. China with their massive population, Russia with their reinstitution of the not one step back tactics, the rest of Europe uniting as one entity and combining their strengths as a diverse fighting force. America, though. America was hit the hardest, it seemed. It took a week for the enemy to invade DC, and when they did, there was no way to get the president out. The designated survivors already in hiding. It was as the alien forces began to assault the White House that a general broadcast was made. The grizzled face of the president appeared on any television and phone that still functioned. He looked somber, but with a burning anger and defiance behind his eyes.
My fellow Americans, I am saddened to say that DC is on the verge of collapse. Our nation once again falling down around us. As this is the case, I am reinstituting Directive 51. To whomever takes my place, use the power I'm giving you wisely. Make these invaders pay for every inch of ground they take with gallons of their blood.
He looked up, his gaze hardening as the sound of alien speech filtered over the airwaves. The Secret Service rushed to his side. Nobody heard his last words as he pulled a pistol and began firing at alien soldiers off camera, before the feed went dead. The Ilgri knew not what Directive 51 was, nor did they really care. Whatever it was wouldn't stop their rightful appropriation of the planet. The White House burned once more, the president lay dead, and the occupying forces began to round up civilians for processing. They were confident in their assured victory. They weren't expecting further resistance. A week after the final broadcast of the American president, and after many camps had been erected to handle the influx of prisoners who were to be rehabilitated, attacks began as first snow fell. Many soldiers reported strange human tech being used, small drones with ballistic weaponry attached to the underside, or ones that dropped explosives from the sky. A patrol would turn the corner only to find a small motorized ball rolling towards them, only to explode amidst their ranks. Skirmishes ended quickly, and the commanders expected a massive force to be conducting these attacks. But when the first real surveillance footage appeared, it was quite shocking to find that the attacks were conducted either by lone humans or very small groups, each of them bearing all manner of gear and wearing some sort of respirator masks, as the Ilgri had resorted to using a choking but non-lethal gas weapon to incapacitate targets. Ilgri blood turned the pristine white snow black. It was maddening that such small forces could cause such immense destruction. As checkpoint after checkpoint started to fall to these humans, word soon reached the prisoners, and the guards began hearing one word repeated over and over again with whispered conversations: division. Things escalated when a group of these humans infiltrated a command base under the cover of night, their weapons silenced and more lethal than the Ilgri would have liked. Room by room they moved, dispatching anyone in their way with cold efficiency. They had nearly made it to the command bunker when they were finally spotted and the base came alive. Gunfire lit up the night. Orders were barked and losses were taken heavily. For all of the martial and technological strengths of the Ilgri, they could not seem to kill these particularly troublesome humans. Inside the command bunker sat an aged Ilgri, the leader of this particular expedition, and he was growing increasingly worried. He was worried because the sounds of fighting had stopped, and someone was doing something to the door. There was a heavy thunk when the middle of the thick door bulged, melting before his very eyes. His security detail prepared themselves as a neat hole was burned into the door. Thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. That was the last thing any of them heard, as whatever was attached to the door shot objects the size of tennis balls through the hole it had just made, before they detonated in a flash of light and the sound that left their eyes watering and ears bleeding. A ringing filled the commander's mind, and he stumbled backwards, falling over his chair, just as his vision began to come back. The door was now wide open, and he saw a human arm swing into view, tossing a large half-sphere into the room. It landed on the flat side, and he could see what looked like a glowing orange dots on it. Whatever it wasn't good, and it was suddenly rather hostile as it shot small clouds of tiny machines into the air, each grouping of machines seeking out its security troopers and setting them ablaze. As they screamed and patted themselves down, the humans finally entered, their weapons puffing and putting the troopers down, out of their misery, one might say. The base commander reached for his own weaponry, only for a bullet to shatter his hand, another two taking out his legs, leaving him immobile on the ground. It gave him time to study the humans. They wore what was clearly civilian clothing, but over that was military gear, minimal in some cases, more extreme in others, especially when it was a human carrying a very large gun. But the one thing that bound them all together was a device on their wrist, a device with an orange circle. The humans conversed in a non-vocal manner before something else, something clearly artificial, spoke loud enough for him to hear. Active terminal located. Databases accessible. Hostile VIP nearby. It made him shiver to hear that voice, though he didn't know why. The humans split up, one of them moving towards his personal computer, the others heading for the door to keep out unwanted guests. But the one that seemed to be the leader of the group moved over to him and crouched before him, looking over his injuries. I hope you know what sunlight feels like, pal, because where you're going, you won't ever be experiencing it again, the human said, just as the commander passed out. The following week saw more coordinated and larger assaults on Ilgri installations, freeing prisoners, disrupting convoys, the work of a well-organized group of combatants. Within a month, the Armada went silent as well, their ships boarded en masse by these fearsome agents of humanity. 2 months later, the Imperium decided it was time to check in on their expedition, and a trio of ships they sent using their relatively new FTL systems soon dropped out of warp to investigate. One of those older ships that now drifted through space towards the home system. They found it torn to shreds, empty, save for the heads of every command officer that had been sent to Earth arrayed on the bridge. The sigil of the Imperium had been defaced, replaced with a bird on fire, and surrounded by an orange circle. Beneath it were 4 words that they couldn't make sense of at the time, but later it would become a phrase that all in the galaxy would associate with humanity. Extremis Malis, Extrema Remedia. End of story. The creature watches. The creature remembers. Humanity has a question that needs answering. Written by Erebos Yeet. The vastness of space doesn't feel empty these days. It had for a while in the beginning. Without life, all and naught were one. So it waited, alone, covering 1/3 of a planet as its throne. Then suddenly, life came to be. Joy followed shortly after. When the creature found these living beings, it watched from afar, from atop its home, and it remembered them fondly when their light of existence extinguished once more. But the dam had burst, popping up sometimes alone, sometimes in clusters. Forms of life popped up like mushrooms in fall, although mushrooms didn't come to be until quite recently. The creature on the planet watched. The creature on the planet remembered. Every species, every love, every war, and, although it didn't have one itself, every name. Upon its throne, the creature watched civilizations grow, learn, expand. Then suddenly, with a flash as bright as the farewell of a star, space travel came into being. Anger followed shortly after. The first civilization to lay its eyes upon the creature had been terribly rude in its behavior. Following societies were careful not to repeat the mistake. The creature on the planet would like you to know that the stories surrounding this event have been grossly overstated. It is safe to say, however, that the creature did not like this new emotion. In order to foster a pleasant tranquility, it started answering any questions societies might have, returning any of their knowledge that had been lost. Life seemed pleased with this arrangement. By the time humans came to be, the universe had flourished. Everywhere the creature looked, there was someone looking back. New species, new civilizations, all as unique and joyous to watch as the others. Here, however, a problem arose. Life was bountiful, life was plentiful, and although time and space had never been a barrier up to this point, there was a limit. The creature reached it, and for the first time ever, it wept. From its tears, seas formed in the world below. Sadness came to be. Nonetheless, the creature watched as much as it could. Humanity came into its own. Humans started creating tools. They started developing languages, and in the process started telling stories. The creature approved of this. Stories are information. To be storied, it is to be remembered. Life should be watched, and when it fades, the memories of it should be kept safe. For life is joy, and joy is all. Watch, remember, know. Good humans. Alas, bad humans all the same. For stories were not equal to facts. As soon as these Terrans started to share their knowledge around the warm glow of their campfires, so did they share fictions, lies. Many species did, but none were quite as quick, quite as adept as humans were. The creature should know. It spent quite some of its precious energy on looking for frivolous inventions. Winged horses, evil spirits, gods more powerful than even the creature itself. It had spent most of its energy looking for this horror described as eldritch, because the description quite resembled itself. The creature looked everywhere, literally every single place. It didn't dwell on this. It had many other civilizations to watch. Terribly many. Very exciting. a little exhausting at times. In order to still obtain it all, the creature had no choice but to limit its spread of knowledge. Every civilization now had a right to one question, and one question only. Some of them spent eons debating on what to ask. Their delegations were pompous and large. Others were represented by a single captain who had lost their way. The creature helped them find their planet again, with great pleasure, but warned of what their countrymen would do if they found out the question had been wasted. Some asked for certain technology. Smart choice, although the creature was sure they would have figured it out eventually. Some asked for enemies' weaknesses. Some asked questions that even the creature could not answer, for the answer had never been found, and the creature didn't do finding. Life ends. The creature watched. He watched as humanity shot arrows, slung quite large stones actually, over impressive distances. 300 Terran meters. A kilometer, 20 kilometers. Soon it invented rockets and mistakenly fired them at each other. When they got bored with that, they finally reached a better target. The moon, Mars, Pluto, surprisingly, another galaxy. Soon they spread out far enough to reach one of the larger intergalactic communities. Humanity was popular at first. Every species has a niche, something they are good at compared to others. Humans were fine data collectors, good scientists, and extraordinary entertainers. The popularity decreased quite a bit once these first humans realized how easy it was to con their way to riches. It nosedived when a young Terran called Parser entered a space station of Chintus with not a credit to his name and left it a few hours later in command of some 74 vessels. Parser ordered commands and the crew complied, believing him to be a relieving admiral. He wasn't, and he didn't have the foggiest idea of what he was doing. This is not unusual for humans. Most spend their entire lifetime in that state. Most aren't in control of the crown jewel of the 13th quadrant, the edges of the black hole, a silent vanishing into eternity. 4 ships were left to tell the tale. It was only one event, and definitely not the first of its kind. The Commission decided that it would be the last. Humanity didn't stand a chance. They were simply not yet advanced enough. Pluto fell. Mars fell. Just about all of the inhabitants fell as well, but delayed the fleets enough for a large portion of Earth to be evacuated. The following years were hell. Everywhere they turned, they were either chased out, shot at, or quite rudely told that they were not welcome. Many died on the road leading to nowhere in particular. Eventually, a ship reached the creature on the planet. It was smaller than it once was, but it covered still about a fifth of the planet underneath. Out of the ship stepped not a fanfare or celebration, but one woman, and one woman only. She faced the towering creature, not quite knowing if she was even in the right side of the planet, if she was looking at its face. She greeted, and it greeted her back. Her name was Gaia. She was not that old, even for a Terran. She wanted to cry, but didn't. Admirable, thought the creature. If she had come to ask where her people could go settle, the creature would be pleased to share that knowledge. It just hoped that she chose the right question. "Can I ask it now?" she asked, and immediately felt in her heart that she could.
"Ask the right question," the creature thought to himself. "Please."
I thank you for your graciousness. Humanity has had a rough time. We lost everything, our homes, our loved ones, our safety. What I've come to ask you, dear
"Creature," the creature interjected.
What I've come to ask you, dear creature, could we stay with you for a while?
Strange. The creature did not recall asking for favors being part of the deal. It also didn't recall it not being part of the deal. It scraped its memory for an answer, but couldn't really find one there.
It's just,
the girl continued when she didn't get an answer.
This world has a perfect climate. The oceans are salty, the trees are green, and no one would dare attack us here. I promise we'll get out of here as soon as we get on our feet again.
For the first time in a long time, the creature set its mind on the ground beneath it. Gaia was right.
The life it loved so dearly had flourished into colorful symphonies and spectacles, right under its long, unmoving tentacles. Its tears had revitalized, and so it came to be that humanity lived between its limbs, resting, rebuilding. They lived of the nature it had so inadvertently created. They warmed themselves with the heat it emitted. They slept on millions of suckers that covered its body, and apparently made for excellent beds. The creature didn't ask for much in return, just not to cause too much of a ruckus, so it could keep watching, so it could remember. After a few generations, most of humanity had left again. Only a small amount still lingered around. The creature didn't quite get why at first, but when these Terrans started building these welcome halls and beautiful gardens, it realized it was being thanked. It accepted. Life is joy. Life is all. Many more years passed. Life kept expanding. The creature that watched only covered about a ninth of the planet by this point. It knew it would be gone soon. Everything goes at some point. Only a handful of humans were still with it. Humanity had moved on. It was glad for them. It still watched them sometimes, but not often. It couldn't anymore. There was just so much life. The creature was so old, it only saw a fraction of what there was to see. But it remembered. It remembered still. It hoped humanity did too. It worried, sometimes, about the humans that still lived between its tentacles. If the planet was attacked, the creature wasn't sure if it would see it in time. It wasn't sure if it was safe anymore. One day, its greatest fear came to be. It felt the ships late, too late for evacuations. Damn it! How dare these creatures? How dare they attack? Life is joy. Joy is all. How dared they? For the first time it could remember, and it remembered, the creature moved. Power coursing through its body, it leapt into the air. Like solar flares, enormous tentacles swept through hundreds of thousands of miles of open space, ready to fight, ready to protect this life it had watched since the beginning of all. The first ship appeared, a behemoth, bigger than any ship the creature had ever seen. It sailed through the dark, but not towards it. Around it, perfect orbit, a respectfully distance, but close enough for the creature to see the words written so elegantly on its hull. Humanity, it read. A second ship appeared, a third, more and more, growing exponentially in size, until the vastness of space didn't feel empty anymore. It was filled. It was perfect. It looked deeper inside the ships. First, it watched humans loosening crates of building materials. It didn't understand. The creature looked again. The next ships appeared. On the hulls stood the word life. They were filled with healthy plants, looked after fungi, and the most magnificent creatures it had ever seen. It didn't understand. And again the creature looked. Then came the other ships, even more, even bigger. It saw written on their hulls the word joy. It saw humans celebrating inside. It saw crates filled with books. So many books and so many topics, stories, knowledge, remembrance. Life is joy, the creature thought. And when its body would shrink even more, when its flesh would crack and crumble, joy would continue to exist. Life would be watched. Life would be remembered. Pride came to be that day. It felt good, thought the creature. Maybe even better than joy. End of story.
Max Masters Mechanic Shop, written by AC1308. Max Masters, owner and proprietor of Masters Mechanic Shop, vehicular mechanic and repairman to the cape and spandex set, raised his eyebrows. "Say that again," he requested. Getting up from his comfortable office chair, he gave it a fond pat. Repairing custom-built vigilante mobiles paid the big dollars, making him wonder just how many were secretly philanthropic billionaires behind those brooding cowls. "We've got a big day today," Vera repeated crisply,
At 22, Vera was blonde, good-looking, and the best secretary he'd ever had. She also had the perfect appearance to be kidnapped by less scrupulous villains to force Max to repair their vehicles for free. Everyone is coming in. It had only happened once. Mac had simply made it known that he would be suspending operations until Vera was returned safe and sound. Within 2 hours, a somewhat ruffled Vera had been dropped off by Baron von Blutrosch, whose V-24 engine had then revved to a thunderous roar as he accelerated away. There had been blood on his fenders. Max never quite dared ask what had happened to that idiot sideswipe, the one who'd kidnapped Vera for the first time. He suspected he would not enjoy the answer. Everyone, Max suspected he had some Italian ancestry, given the amount he liked to talk with his hands. Now he gestured aimlessly, trying to gauge the import of her words. What do you mean, everyone? She held up a tablet. I mean everyone. Every hero, vigilante, secret masked racer, costume courier, cowled anti-hero, and actual villain who has an account with us is bringing their vehicle in to get fixed today. On the table, as she extended it to him, he saw line after line after line, each with a unique bright red flag that screamed masked driver. His heart sank, and today was going so well too. Making a beeline for the coffee machine, he started to pour himself a brew. What happened? Die Fledermaus and von Blutbruch encountered each other doing drive-bys on the West Side Demons, and Scalding taunted von Bluschreich into a race. Max took a drink of coffee, then closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Die Fledermaus and Baron von Blutrosch, Flying Fox and Baron von Bloodrage, when translated to English, were no more German than Max himself was, but they liked the sound of their names in another language. And of course, Shuddling sounded much better than a teen apprentice in crime to Fledermaus than Vermin would. And the rest of them he didn't want to know, even though he had to. Due to a catastrophic series of events, they encountered a lawmaker on his rounds, so he went after them, trying to get them in to cease then desist. Johnny Wheels saw the race and joined in, trying to beat Blutrosch and Fledermaus both. By then, word had gotten out, and the others kind of flocked to the situation. They decimated traffic on Main Street West, went through the Hillside Mall at well over the speed limit, raced jets and won at the Challenger Memorial Airport, and finally converged at the docks, where they started obstacle course racing amongst the shipping containers. Speed Freak hit the nitro at the wrong moment, spun out and crashed. Everyone else piled up with him, wrecking their rides to a greater or lesser degree. Nobody seriously hurt, thank goodness. How long do we have before the first ones get here? Max eyed the big red button that was there for emergencies. Drop everything, all hands on deck. He didn't think he'd have to use it this time, but Vera grimaced. 15 minutes. Max hit the alarm button. The first one through the doors was one of the initiators of the race, Fledermaus. His Fledermobile, Max actually felt physical pain at mashing of words, had a bent axle and was running on a temporary tire. One fender was gone, and there were dents and bullet holes all over one side. As the vehicle limped to a halt, Shuddling leapt out of the passenger side and swaggered over to Max. Master, my man, he crowed, you see before you the victors of a race you had to see to believe. Max cleared his throat. That's Mr. Masters to you, young man, and I suspect I wouldn't have believed it, even if I had seen it. What the hell are you saying to me? The teenage villain's face darkened, and he flicked the ratarang in his belt. You know who I am? Shut it, Shuddling, growled Fledermaus, taking his psychic shoulder in hand and shoving him back towards the Fledermobile. Sorry about that, Mr. Masters. Won't happen again. How fast can you get it done? Masters pursed his lips as he walked slowly around the vehicle, ignoring Shuddling sulking in the background. The Fledermobile had suffered greatly in the race, but the basic chassis seems to be intact. Assuming no emergencies or undetected damage, it shouldn't be more than an hour or two. Turning towards Fledermaus, he lowered his eyebrow. No biotoxins, mutagens, or radiation leaks this time. The cowed villain looked suitably abashed. No, I've got everything locked down. Should be clean for you guys to work on. Excellent. Max clapped his hands twice, and members of his crew ran forward. Swiftly and efficiently, they hooked up cable to attachment point on the Fledermobile. A winch started up far back in the workshop, and the unwieldy vehicle was dragged into the darkness. "You know where the waiting area is?" "Sure thing, we should be fine." Mouse led the way, with Shardling trailing behind. Less than 30 seconds later, Johnny Wheels showed up. He was in a regular car with the bright red and white technomorphic motorcycle that he used for his highly illegal cross-city race challenges on the trailer behind. As Mac's mechanics used a forklift to unload it, he explained that someone, he wasn't sure who, but he had his suspicions, had hit it with a high-end virus, causing the frame to morph into something that looked more like a modern art than a motorcycle. "We can deal with that," Max assured him. His workshop had every iteration of Johnny Wheels' firmware on file. If need be, they'd purge the system and reboot from scratch. "You know where the waiting room is?" Sure. Johnny took one last lingering look at his stricken bike, then headed off in that direction. The next arrivals were Baron von Blutrosch, Lawmaker, and Speed Freak. Lawmaker was another bike user. His mount, though functional, was barely so. Blutrosch's monstrous black-painted vehicle was missing on most of its cylinders and had a huge dent in the side, and Speed Freak's car was being towed on a flatbed, given that all 4 computer-controlled wheels had come off. When Max got there, Lawmaker was continuing an argument that was surely going on from the previous night, threatening Blutrosch and Speed Freak with arrest for vehicular mayhem, leaving tire tracks on the side of skyscrapers, destroying traffic lights, and numerous other offenses. "You do nothing of the sort," Max reminded him firmly. "This is a place of business, and I offer everyone my business equally, and, in any case, neither of them is capable of leaving tire marks on vertical surfaces. Speak to Fledermaus or maybe Car Acnid about that after you leave here. Now I have bays prepared for your vehicles. You know where the waiting room is."
"Yeah, okay, sure thing, Mr. Masters. Ja, mein Herr."
All 3 slunk off to the waiting room, and Max sighed. He had a suspicion it would only get worse. He received and in-processed 4 more cars. 2 motorcycles, a turbocharged Sedgway, and a skateboard of doom broken in half with a Baron von Blutrosch tire mark across the deck, before his phone rang. As he answered, he saw it was Vera. "What's the problem?" Because, of course, there was a problem. "It's the waiting room," she said worriedly. I've tried to calm them down, but they keep flaring up again."
"Okay, I'm on it."
He took a deep breath and saw another flatbed truck pulling onto the forecourt.
"You're going to need to come out here and process them in, though."
"I can do that."
"I know you can."
He ended the call and started for the waiting room, lips pressed into a thin line. Just think of the money. Just think of the money. The waiting room was somewhat misnamed. It was a large, spacious, and had several very comfortable sofas placed around it. There was a fridge with complimentary snacks, he'd given up on the honor system for obvious reasons, a pinball machine, and a huge screen TV. Right now, there was also more than a dozen superheroes, villains, and rogues of every stripe rubbing elbows with each other. Some would normally have been willing to kick back and wait for their ride to be repaired, but others were naturally prickly, and some were willing to prod them and see what happened. And so, when he opened the door, it was as to a scene of mayhem. Nobody had pulled weapons yet, which was a minor miracle in itself. But Speed Freak and Speedway were arguing ferociously about who had rights to the Speed name. Von Blutrosch and Fledermaus were yelling at each other over who'd actually won the race. Shardling was taunting Lawmaker over the damage to his bike. Apparently the team had had a hand in that. And Johnny Wheels looked ready to go blows with Car Acnid for some reason Max had yet to determine. This didn't mean the others in the room were in any way quieter. Tempers were flaring and could explode at any moment. Drawing in a deep breath, Max Masters expelled it in a shout that shook dust from the ceilings. "Shut up!" Stunned into silence, everyone turned to him. He knew he had to talk fast. His power allowed him temporary ascendance over people, the influence lasting longer than how loud he shouted, but it never went for more than a few minutes. Still, he would get his point across. "Thank you," he said, into a newly created silence. "Now I will tell you that if anyone starts violence on my premises, they will be blackballed from my shop for 1 year." The stunned silence was swapped out for a horrified one. Nobody wanted to go there. After a moment during which he let it sink in, he went on. "The waiting room is for waiting, not for arguing. Fleet of Mouse, control your protege. Lawmaker, stay away from shuttling. Speedway, Speed Freak, you can share the name. Johnny Wheels, car acted, don't even think about it. Everyone, settle down and watch some TV. He went to leave and turned back. Oh, and the race was judged a draw. As the groans rose within, he let the door shut as he hurried back to work. Not every day was like this at Master's mechanic shop, but there was more than a fair share of excitement. At least, it wasn't boring. End of story. The Humans and the Horror of the Fulcrum, written by Slow AD 2584. The pirate lurker ship sat quietly, scanning passing cargo ships near a galactic jump gate, but effectively cloaked.
Scan complete, Captain. Major Krieger freighter design, registry name Big Yellow. Always megatons of goods and colony stores on those, boss. My venom fangs are watering. Are we a go?
The pirate captain scratched his dreadlocks, an uneasy feeling creeping up his endoscales.
Big Yellow, you say? Well, that's a rather informal, rather earthly name. Scan for crew bioscience, looking for human classification. I believe that freight megacore classifies them as value deckhands.
The cobra-headed centipede gave a side-dictating glance at his captain's uncharacteristic uneasiness and ran the scan.
Looks to be 2 humans on the crew cap, a deckhand Cole and a deckhand Bob, on the life raft emergency master roster. Only 2 out of a crew of 30,000. That should be no problem. We are a no-go on this one. It goes in peace, no doubt about it.
The snake engineer hissed as it smacked its impaled forearms on the console.
Hey, why, Cap? Why do you always pass when there are one of these humans on board? Even it's only a few. What could they possibly be like or do to warrant such avoidance? Now I just need to know. In a word, kid, it would be fulcrum. And that in their tool mastery eye, everything can be one. Come on, let's go cool off in the cantina, and we can talk about the time I was a prisoner with a human, back in the Mantaloid invasion. Whoa, bosh, I had no idea you were ancient. Man, that just made the first round on you. Let's go. We were in the skirmish back then. I don't even recall the battle, or the reasons behind it, but I was a merc for one side. The human was a merc for the other side. We had shot each other's ships to scrap, each of us sputtering on no fuel, left to throw nasty jokes and insults at each other over the comms as we slowly lost power. The human was actually quite witty and funny, and looking back at it. But then all of a sudden, we were both tractor beamed into what we later knew to be a scrapper grinder pit scavenger for the Mantaloid leading edge of the invasion fleet. Our ships were grabbed, stripped for parts, and we were both thrown into chains and tossed into a flaying fun room those fracking monsters have. I knew that we were doomed in for a horrific, bloody, drawn-out death. The human, who was rather chunky, broad-shouldered and densely muscled, with a scruffy braided yellow beard, didn't look too concerned for some reason, and was looking around sharply, as if taking in every object in the room.
The captain paused, as if to gather his thoughts, taking a huge drink.
So, you actually spent some time in the room with one. Wow. Did he attack you right away? Kid asked, already deeply enraptured in the captain's story. Nah. We were cool with each other at that time. Some sort of common brotherhood in battle thing that I can only admire. He also saw that I seemed to know more about our situation than he did. So he nodded with that little up-chin nod they do to equals and asked, So, how bad is this? I nervously explained that this was very, very bad. How the Mantaloids were cruel, alien, sadistic. How their version of fun was to cut and peel and spread apart prisoners' insides to watch the insides wriggle as we scream in agony. And their art is to make such horrors last for weeks,
months before the prisoner dies. Kid paused, frozen in his species body language of horror. By the Dark Star, I had heard of those monsters. Whatever happened to all of them? He asked as the captain tilted towards him in a knowing look. Oh, of course, you and the human escaped somehow, and word spread, so, hey, you were actually part of that legend. Incredibly cool, Cap. The captain nodded. Yep. So, after I explained what we were in for, the human never got really alarmed or scared. Just nodded and said to himself, okay, so it's that bad, as he made little nods with his thick neck. But just then a mantaloid flew open the cell door, and they shoved in aggressively to inspect their new toys. As they stretched the prisoner limbs out, tearing at their clothes, removing pocket items and jewelry from us. The human stood there, his eyes taking close, intense stares at the mantle's alien form, the elbow joints, the hip joints, the head attachments to the thorax. The gaze was intense and oddly, coldly critical, as if studying their bodies for the test they didn't really care for. It was very off-putting, making the mantaloid stripping him pause and back away in unspecified alarm. It was so creepy, that studious look, that it alarmed even me as well. I would dearly not want to ever be under the gaze myself. Never ever, Kid, especially after what happened later. Kid sat quietly, enraptured by his captain's every word. After they left, backing away from the human's intense stare, the human stood up and started tugging on his chains. How many on board, do you think? He asked me quietly. I informed him it was typical, just 3 that we saw, but couldn't be certain. He nodded and then grabbed the chain that ran from his neck to the loop from the deck plate. He threaded his elbows around the chain in front of him, and then spun to have the chain wrapper over his hip, and he pulled tight, with his legs still slightly in a squat. As he took a few deep breaths, I asked him what he was doing, or hoped to accomplish. He said, "Gotta line the whole chain up," as he said, and made a face as he strained to stand up fully. There was a ting as he sharply hopped on his feet, holding up the broken chain with that grimace smile. "To find the weakest link." Kid slapped a talon on the table. "No, is that why you line everyone up to always find the thief?" The drunken captain nodded wisely. "Oh, damn right. I learned a ton of important lessons that day." So he moved around the cell, picking up a pipe and a block of ferro resin. He came over to me to break my chain. I shook my head, stating that I'm not quite as strong as he apparently was. He shook his head and said, "You don't need to be very strong if you've got the angle," as he jammed a pipe under the chain floor ring. "And leverage," as he pulled on the pipe, but my anchor held strong. The human shook his head and grinned, or feeding that, a handy fulcrum, where he put a ferro resin block under the bar. By this time, Seesaw pushed the pipe to lever the angle up. It tore smoothly out. The human looked at me and actually grinned, as if he was having fun or something. Kid blinked in surprise. "But you were still locked in its cell. How were you going to get out?" he asked with a bated breath as his alien form could muster. "That's exactly what I asked him, well, now what are we going to do? And Kid, I can say this with a clear conscience. I felt shivers down my spines when the grin left his eyes, and he said honestly, flatly, well, when they came back in, I could just kill them all. Yeah, yikes, I couldn't yet see how, but I tell you, I believed him. He then asked me, killing is bad in galactic citizenship, but I feel under the circumstances that I assured him that it was all well within galactic law. He then asked me, if we got free, could I fly the ship to Galactic Hub Station? I nodded. And with that he nodded, and stood back in his chained-up spot when he stared at the cell gate jangling. As the mantaloids entered, with a wicked glee in their eyes, holding many sharp and jagged torture devices, The human just surged into the three with his entire bulk, not a care at all for the sharp blades and spikes that inevitably stabbed him in the process. He shoved the central alien hard to the cell gate, as his two arms whipped out to the sides almost too fast to see, and grabbed the other two bugs just under their chins and a solid closed fist around their narrow throats. As their torture implements flailed around in their panicked alarm all over the human's arms, chest, and face, he grimly lowered his chin to protect his throat. Then, with each closed fist, began to tilt his thumb forward, and with a sickening, creaking pop, both of the edges flew completely off, and they fell instantly dead. The third Mantaloid, keening in terror, was scrambling to pull his sidearm out to aim it at the wild man going berserk on them, while the bloody human surged in and full body pressed the bug against the gate, as he grimly held the bug's weapon off to the side, while his other hand hooked behind the necks, apparently. Red Bull can diameter, stupid bugs, it's never the monster you know, as his hand closed tight, fully encircling and tilting backwards, the bug already going into shock. It's the monster you didn't know that gets you, and as a wise man once said, all it takes is just one bad day. Honestly, kid, I've never seen anything so terrifying and simultaneously metal in my entire life. When it was all over, the human, badly cut up, began ripping rags to make bandages for his many cuts and punctures. I was amazed he was still functional, and stated as such. But, see, he grinned and shook his head. See, not so bad, as many of his fine cuts had already scabbed over and stopped bleeding. As we searched the bodies for the key to the cell door, it appeared to be bio-locked, needing a living crewmate to unlock. The sidearm, too. Oops. The human didn't mind and began explaining angles and fulcrums, how everything has a best-worst angle of incidence, and everything, literally everything, is a fulcrum. As he tore the cell door off by inches, the blast door securing the command deck, the console cabinet securing the flight controls, I got a first-hand view of the human's rightly deserved masterful tool use. Give a human a sturdy strut, spar, and a fulcrum to place it on, and a human can indeed disassemble the world. By this point, the captain was done for the day and promptly passed out right there on his favorite cantina stool. As crewmate Kid returned to his cabin, he was researching humans on the Galactic Pirate and Anti-Pirate Metanet. He was equally impressed, amazed, and horrified. They certainly didn't look to be all of this at first glance, that was for sure. He then looked up the Mantaloid extinction with its typically unclear cause, but obviously it was the humans, and raised his eyebrow ridges in surprise. Even less time than the Dragon Cat extinction. End of story. You Don't Get to Know, written by Stroimatron Mark 8. Sergeant Tarrant was going to die. The shunted boiled before him, screaming towards his position in a mass of limbs and weapons and terrible shapes. Some flew, some slithered, some were even vaguely humanoid. All were a mix of red and black and silver, with circuits and blades and guns mixed and merged with their bodies. They did not shout or scream as they charged. The only sounds they made were the scrabblings of limbs upon the ground, the discharge of energy weapons, and the omnipresent hum that Tarrant could feel in his teeth. As he watched, another ship slammed into the planet's surface a few kilometers away. Its hull burst, and another mass of techno-organic horror burst forth, shifting and sliding as they made their way towards his position. The planet, which Command had named Finalis, had been heavily defended. Had been. The entire 3rd and 7th fleets had come here, along with every ship the Durians and the Pyrig could muster. The threat of the shunted had united the great powers in a way that had never been seen, but their combined might hadn't amounted to much in the end. Those fleets were gone now. Only the shunted remained above him. Finalis had its own defenses, was in fact a defense itself. The planet wasn't really a planet at all, but an ancient machine. Its weapons destroyed the shunted vessels by the millions, but 1 or 2 an hour were managing to break through to the surface. 1 or 2 an hour was more than enough. Auto turrets spun up, a torrent of plasma scything into the monsters. Sergeant Tarrant reveled in the extra firepower while he could. They would only be operational for another hour at most. Their mech suits had already run out of power. Most of the combat drones had been destroyed. He shared a look with Parker. The Lance Corporal had lost her helmet, the only trace of its former existence being the mess it had made of her carefully braided hair. During one of the lulls in the combat, she'd applied green and black makeup in stripes across her skin, called it her war face. The others had been taken so much with the idea that they'd done the same. No one would see it under their helmets, but they knew it was there. Camouflage was useless against the shunted, but it was a tradition as old as the Marine Corps itself. Lance Corporal Parker was going to die. The thought sent a cold shiver down the sergeant's legs. Sergeant Tarrant didn't want to die. No one did. While he was nominally a Christian, he'd never really been sure there was a heaven, or that he'd be allowed in if there was. No, death was the same unknown it always had been, a one-way trip with no telling what was on the other side. He'd found himself praying anyways, silently, under his breath. He'd always done that when things got rough. He guessed he'd keep doing it if he somehow made it out of here alive, which he wouldn't. Sergeant Tarrant was going to die. With the turrets active, the Marines focused their fire on the flyers. The shunted couldn't fly very high, or rather they could, but anything that went over 8 meters above the surface would be atomized by the planet's defenses. The shunted had learned quickly. The eggheads at command said that they were smart, smarter than humans even. They just didn't think like people did. No creativity and very little self-preservation. They preferred speed, numbers, and overwhelming force over strategy. It had worked for them so far. The flyers were dispatched with ease. The Stellar Marines were the best, had been since they were United States Marines, a tradition of excellence in warfare that had persisted for hundreds of years. The other species believed it was because of their technology, auto-targeting mechanized warfare. They were wrong. Technology was a tool. It was a hard heart that kills. The Marines were the best because they were trained to be. The Marines were the best because they were the Marines. The auto turrets were still mopping up the ground forces, but it looked like none of the shunted would be able to reach their position. The sergeant's surge of pride and relief didn't last long. The wave from the most recent ship would be on them in another minute or two. He wondered how the others were doing. Another 20 Marines were escorting an alien, an orphan, and a pair of eggheads down the only working elevator they'd found on this planet. Apparently, Phenalis was some kind of ancient safeguard against dimensional invaders that had been left behind by some long-dead civilization. The shunted weren't from this reality, and while they could be fought by conventional means, a whole galaxy's worth of adapto-techno-organic locus put the war firmly in their favor. The fact that they could turn dead people and tech into more of themselves didn't help. This was their last chance, the final hope for humanity, and the universe as a whole. Either Phenalis would destroy the shunted, or the shunted would kill them all. The shunted knew it too. They were coming to stop it with everything they had. Sergeant Tarrant took a moment once again to curse whatever mechanism prevented their alien pal from authorizing more forces to land on the planet. One dropship with 30 Marines wasn't much to stand against the full might of an extra-dimensional army. 10 Marines to guard the entrance was even less. Tarrant and his squad would buy as much time as they could, and he didn't know if it would be enough. Reaching the core of the planet would take a long time, and the shunted would move awfully fast once his people weren't blocking the way. Hell, it could be this whole last stand was worthless. Maybe the bastards had found another way down. It was a big planet. There had to be more than one way in. Comms had cut off as soon as the others entered the elevator. They could all be dead, and the sergeant would never know. Time passed. The Marines fought. After the turret stopped working, the next wave reached their position. Leonard and Paulson died. Parker got infected. as the circuits traced their way over her skin. Sergeant Tarrant told her that she'd done her duty. He ordered her to close her eyes. He didn't think she heard him. He covered her eyes with his armored hand and whispered, "I'm sorry." When the deed was done, he pulled the pin on the grenades in her belt and tossed her over the barricade. He couldn't risk another shunted building itself out of her corpse. Tarrant turned back to his squad. There were only 5 of them left, 6 counting the sergeant.
Where's Nelson?
Private First Class Hayes shook his head. They breached his armor. He got infected. He pointed over the barricade, pulled the pin, and threw himself over.
Sergeant Tarrant nodded. He was a good Marine.
Yeah, the others agreed. Sergeant Tarrant steeled himself. His legs wanted to shake, but he refused to let them. His squad couldn't seem scared. They deserved better.
Well, boys and girls,
he tried to keep his tone light.
Looks like this is the end of the line.
He swept an arm towards the battlefield. Thousands upon thousands of corpses littered the ground in front of them.
We're out of toys, and we're out of ammo. The next wave of cockroaches will be our last.
Do you think we bought enough time, Sarge? Baker was the shortest person in his squad. She was also his favorite. Hard-edged and squared away, but she was soft on the others. She mothered everybody she could get away with, and had even dared to hug Tarrant himself once, when he'd lost his boy. She told bad jokes and baked good cookies. Tarrant would kill to have one of those cookies now.
I know we did. The sergeant knew no such thing. The lieutenant wanted us to hold this position for 6 hours. We've kept the bastards at bay for 23. If our people haven't hit the core yet, they'll hit it soon.
He took off his helmet, wiping the sweat from his brow for the first and last time of the day.
There's only one thing left to do.
We won't get to see it, will we?
Private Snow was the most philosophical of the squad that was left. Paulson had held the title before, but he was dead now. If we win or not, we'll never know. Another shunted ship slammed into the surface. Sergeant Tarrant felt the vibrations through his boots. A second ship crashed a second later, further away. The closure ship was 20 clicks from their position. They had 10 minutes at most.
That's the hell of being a hero, Snow.
Tarrant took a deep breath through his nose. The air smelled of blood and ozone and the strangely sweet musk of dead shunted.
You don't get to know for sure. All we can do is follow orders and hope for the best.
Ha! Backer snickered. Tarrant couldn't see her face, but he knew she was grinning. He thinks we're heroes.
He's wrong,
PFC Nightwalker rumbled. He was the biggest man in the squad and usually the quietest.
You want to rephrase that, Nightwalker? Sergeant Tarrant frowned at the man. Well, you still have your health. Heroes are chumps. The private first class shrugged. Amateurs. The rest of the platoon's babysitting some of them, and they could be dead without us.
He drew himself up to his full height, puffing out his chest.
We're Marines! We get the job done, no matter what. That's better than heroes.
Fair enough, Sergeant Tarrant gave him a nod. He spared a glance for the mass of shunted racing for their position.
You lot are the best damned men and women I've ever served with. I'm proud of you all.
His leg twitched. Tarrant forced himself to keep still. He would allow no tears, no weakness, no hint of fear. His squad would see him as he always been, stone-faced and unflappable. They deserved all the courage he could muster. It was the last thing he'd be able to do for them.
Is our going-away present still primed?
Private Snow checked the device. A low-yield nuclear warhead. It would vaporize everything within 2 kilometers and ruin the day of any shunted that were further out. It would also damage the elevator, and there was a risk the EMP might mess with the planet's defenses, somehow. Primed and ready, Sergeant. Snow unstrapped the detonator from his arm. Each of the Marines had one, but Tarrant's had been smashed during the last fight. Snow handed over his. The sergeant took the detonator. It was a small thing. He flipped the switch, and the button on top blinked red. One push, and it would be done. Sergeant Tarrant was going to die. His Marines were going to die. There would be no miracles, no reinforcements, no last-minute rescue. Another 10 minutes, maybe less, and it would be over. They wouldn't be around to see if the mission was accomplished. They would never know if humanity was saved. all they would know is that they did what they could. Sergeant Tarrant could only hope it was enough.
All right, Marines. The sergeant donned his helmet one last time. Let's give these bastards one last surprise.
End of story. Living Bullets, written by Hamster 4. Legionary Aronofsky follows his comrades down the long corridor in what has become known as the magazine. Red strobe lights warn Aronofsky that his ship was in fact active combat situation. But what other reason would the 7th Legion, 2nd Cohort, 4th Maniple be walking down this hall in full combat harness? The man in front of Aronofsky stopped, and so did he. A heartbeat later, Aronofsky pivoted and stepped into his boarding pod. In truth, it was little more than a metal shell with some xenospace magic that allowed him to survive what came next by removing him from the time stream. It was not a Legionnary's job to think too hard on what was going on outside the ship, but that did not stop him. Frozen in time, his pod would be accelerated along a magnetic rail in the direction of a hostile ship. The targeting computers were good but not infallible. There was always a decent chance his pod would miss and fly off into space. Then it was up to the pod's transponder and the tactical situation of the overall battle to determine if his pod got picked up before its orbit fell into a sun or a gas giant. Even if it was on target, there was no guarantee his pod wouldn't bounce off the sloped armor or come to rest in a part of the ship without atmosphere. All those possibilities were an academic abstraction and completely out of his hands. What was in his hands was a Boss script carbon fiber scutum, the modern version of the Roman heavy infantry shield, 22 inches of hardened steel gladius, also following the Roman pattern, and a penchant for aggression that was several orders of magnitude above galactic norm. The launch countdown ticked down. 0130, 0129, 0128. He started his deep breathing routine. 058, 57, 56. His ground his stance into a runner's block that would allow him to spring forward even in a zero-gravity environment. 15, 14, 13. Shield up, the business end of the gladius hovering just above its upper rim, ready to ruin the day of the first Xeno he encounters coming out of the pod. 4, 3, 2. Muscles tense and relax, ready for war, for glory, for death. 0. The lights outside flicks to a pale green and the explosive bolts trigger, launching the pod's doors into the new environment. Legionary Aronofsky surges forward into the confusion created by the flying slabs of metal. 3 Xenos await him in the room which now houses his pod. One is on the ground, wounded by the pod door's impact. Another is cowering in terror, limbs covering its sensory organs. A third is raising some sort of device in his direction. Plink, plink, plink. The device is some sort of pellet shooter. Aronofsky doubts that the projectiles were rated for human, but even if they were, the bubble shield was doing its job deflecting the low-velocity projectiles away from the charging legionary. Probably low-level security meant to keep the crew in line, Aronofsky muses as he closes the distance. The bubble shield envelops the Xeno security guard, and Aronofsky takes special care to pin his opponent's weapon's arm to the bulkhead before going to work with his gladius. It doesn't take long. Legionary Aronofsky is a professional with a job to do. Wasting time dispatching a lowly security guard is not what he was here for. The other 2 Xenos offer no resistance as Aronofsky shoves them into a corner of the room and activates a portable stasis projector. They are now locked in a time until the end of the battle. Given what was about to happen, they probably prefer it that way. Scooting forward, gladius at the ready, Aronofsky stalks towards the door. He needs to link up with his fellow legionaries and make their way to the engine room or bridge. Every second it takes increases the odds of encountering a proper Xeno response team. Remember your training. Look for the power conduits, he says to himself as he emerges into an empty hallway. There is a panel set into the wall. It doesn't come loose easily, but the gladius has other uses aside from murder. The 2 power conduits run left to right. This must be an ancillary part of the ship. Pick a direction and get moving, Aronofsky recites. He picks left and starts down the hall. 35 feet further down there is another panel. A quick stab and pry motion, and its innards are revealed. It is a T-junction with a feeder conduit going up. Excellent. Probably on a lower deck under something important, Aronofsky thinks. In the distance, he hears more Xeno shrieking and the sound of chitin on carbon fiber. Aronofsky takes off at a full sprint towards the noise. Others will be attracted by the commotion, both friend and foe. He reaches the end of the hallway and turns to see Legionary Marcusio inside a shield bubble of a mantid. Marcusio is at a disadvantage in height, reach, and number of weapons. He wields his scutum well, turning aside strike after strike while lashing out with his gladius to keep the mantid on the defense. Aronofsky barrels into the joint bubble shield, pushing the disruptor circuit in his scrutin boss against the shimmering field. 2 seconds of pressure, and the fields merge to let him in. His entry does not go unnoticed, and the mantid turns around to lash at him. This is the opening Mercutio has been waiting for, and he jabs the tip of his gladius into the elbow joint of an arm that he had purposely allowed to get lodged in his scrutin. Mercutio's blow cripples one scythe arm, but there were 3 more to worry about. 2 lash out at Aronofsky, turning aside a blow that would have pierced the mantid's dorsal nerve cluster. Overextended, Aronofsky catches a follow-up blow to the upper arm. With a claw to land on exposed flesh, Aronofsky would have likely have been put into a disabled roster until a new arm could be regrown. Fortunately, the 7th Legion has Mark IV Lurica pattern armor, and the claw only manages up to partially buckle the pauldron plate. Injured and outnumbered, the mantid started falling back, throwing conservative attacks and keeping its crippled arm close as its static defense. The legionary, sensing the advantage was theirs, pressed the attack. Aronofsky pushed hard to allow Mercutio to regain his breath. The mantid knows it is running out of corridor to retreat. In desperation, it lunges with all 3 of its remaining arms at Aronofsky, who is crouching low behind the safety of his scutum to weather the attacks. Mercutio was there in an instant, plunging his gladius deep into the mantid's arm joint and putting it to the ground. "Pinned!" Mercutio yelled. With a grace earned through years of training, Aronofsky pirouetted out from under his shield, leapt towards the nearby wall, and rebounds down towards the temporarily immobilized mantid. If Legionary Aronofsky had been an expert in mantid body language, he would have recognized the fear and resignation in his opponent's face. A few seconds later, the mantid's head falls to the floor, separated from the rest of its body. Marcusio braced against the dead weight of the mantid's arm and wrenched his gladius free. Aronofsky, being in a slightly more showy mood, stomped on the rim of his scutum, causing it to fly into the air where he deftly caught it. "Find any conduits?" Mercutio asks. 2 in halls running parallel with the floor, 1 T-junction going up. How about you?" Aaron asked. "Negative. I've been fighting ugly here since my pod opened," said Mercutio, gesturing towards the decapitated mantid. "I think I saw a transport tube back that way." Aronofsky gestures and the 2 humans set off. It wasn't long until they found what they were looking for. Xeno architecture seemed to eschew the concept of elevators, preferring zero-G tubes to connect floors. As far as Aronofsky was concerned, it worked in their favor. There was no machinery to activate, alerting security to their presence. Also, the enclosed box would deny them the ability to maneuver. He still would have preferred human stairs, but the Xeno ship designers were rarely so accommodating. They had to stow their gear to make use of their handholds, but no hostiles were visible, and zero-G brawls tend to devolve into wrestling matches, which were best resolved with a short dagger strapped to the legionary's hip. The sounds of a fight echoed down the tube from the upper level. Mercutio and Aronofsky flung themselves upwards, hoping that they would arrive in time. Along the way, they picked up fellow legionary Samson, who had a couple of buckled armor sections and was bleeding from a wound in his leg. He seemed to be in a good mood, either from besting a mantid in single combat or a healthy dose of painkillers he soon took after. It was agreed that Aronofsky and Mercutio would make the dynamic entry and Samson would bring up the rear. They bunched up around the tube exit where the sounds of fighting were the strongest. Samson held up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. then started pumping his fist in the universal symbol for "get your ass moving." Mercutio and Aronofsky flung themselves through the door and back into normal gravity. The scene that greeted them was out of a psychotic painting. Several legionaries were down and the rest were paired off with one, sometimes two mantids in conjoining shield bubbles, fighting for their lives. The non-mantid Xeno crew had retreated to the periphery of the room and activated stasis fields of their own accord. They wisely had no interest in participating in the carnage unfolding at the center. The trio charged into the fray, hacking and stabbing to thin the mantid ranks and give their fellow legionaries a chance. From time to time, new groups of mantids and legionary reinforcements arrived from different parts of the ship. All could sense that this desperate melee would decide the outcome of this part of the war. For a time, the legionnaires were able to establish numerical superiority on the bridge under the protection of Marcos and Samson. Aronofsky was able to identify the master circuit and slam the standard-issue datastick into the matching port. A computer virus concocted by Fleet Intel immediately went to work. The lights went low and the ship went into lockdown mode, preventing further Xeno attempts to retake the bridge. The transponder codes were changed, signaling to the rest of the fleet that the fourth maniple had claimed its prize. In the after-action report, it was noted that Legionaries Aronofsky, Mercutio, and Samson fought for 20 straight minutes before the bridge was secure. But in the thick of combat, it took both eternity and no time at all. Whatever xenoscience magic was used to conjure stasis fields had nothing on the human mind in full flight or fight mode. It would be another 4 hours until Navy personnel could properly secure the ship, another 8 days before the missed shots could be collected to make the 7th Legion whole again. But for now, the weary men of the 4th Maniple were heroes. End of story. A Rocky Start, written by Heathbourne. One might say that we got off to a rocky start. When the decidedly artificial radio signals were first registered, first contact protocols snapped into effect at once. Degradation levels indicated a time span since they were first emitted, ranging from several decades to a few centuries. Nothing surprising there, so we went ahead with normal process. As per protocol, a full contingent of scientific, diplomatic, and military personnel was assembled in that order. Maybe the civilization behind the signals was already gone by the time we heard their call, burned away by their own new toys. In our experience, this was not uncommon. Civilians rise and fall, but by the time a civilization discovers radio, nuclear fission is usually not far off. After that, apocalyptic warfare often follows. But if the newcomers were gone, we would at least make sure to document what remained. Several whole library habitats, in fact, were set aside to host the results of past such missions, the memories of the species long gone. Maybe they had developed peacefully. On occasion, the civilization would advance their technology gradually, gently, carefully working their way forward until they hit radio. These, the more pragmatic civilizations, made up the backbone of the galactic community. Theirs was the path that we ourselves chose before we arose from the dirt, before we set forth to stride between the stars. And if this new civilization was the same persuasion, our diplomats would be there to allay any concerns, to bring them into the fold and welcome them as equals. But then again, maybe not. There have been some rare few occasions in recorded history of civilizations going down a third route. After the first, we always made sure to pack soldiers on the welcome wagon. So according to protocol, we had our best and brightest scientists, our kindest and most understanding diplomats, and the fiercest warriors we could get to work together, all mustered together on a cruiser-sized government ship, which promptly exploded upon exiting warp above the radio-emitting planet. They literally never knew what hit them. There was no time for evasive maneuvers, nor did emergency kinetic shields have a chance to power up before disaster struck. Even the tertiary sensor readings went dark milliseconds after entering real space, so at least our people died quickly. As I said, a rocky start. Everyone was caught by surprise. Some of our people at first believed that we might have found an exceedingly aggressive species, someone who would react to a large unknown ship by immediately blowing it away, unconcerned with who might have sent it or why. But such a level of xenophobic aggression, we thought, made no sense. First, it would indicate a mindset where you believe yourself superior to everything outside yourself, even when you have no knowledge of the proverbial facts on the ground. This attitude, in and of itself, would not only be detrimental to developing advanced technology, it would be detrimental to basic survival. Across all known worlds, even apex predators in their habitat know better than to attack something new and unknown at literal first sight. Second, from a sociological point of view, even if they could survive, such aggression was entirely antithetical to developing technology more advanced than stone tools. Across all of the galaxy's combined libraries, we checked. There were many references to super hostile civilizations. Exactly 0 of them had advanced beyond the Paleolithic stage. We spent months deliberating what might have been behind the event, but in the end, we decided it must have been an enormous misunderstanding. Perhaps this new civilization had somehow gone interplanetary, and our ship, purely by chance, had dropped in the midst of some savage intersanine battle. Or maybe for some insane reason, these people had mined their own heavens. So we decided to try again. The loss of our first craft was felt across known space, so we decided to try a safer approach, outrageously outside of protocol, on our second run. There would be no scientists, and a small diplomatic contingent was comprised of a decidedly hawkish group. The military complement, on the other hand, was significantly larger. And rather than a single cruiser, we opted for an unmistakable show of force, whoever these idiots were, and regardless of it all possibly being a misunderstanding, we would put them thoroughly in their place. The troops were distributed across 3 cruisers, which alone would be more than enough to intimidate any galactic player, to say nothing of its impact on some backwater interplanetary civilization. But we wanted to be sure, so we threw in an escort of 6 grand cruisers, 2 battleships, and a carrier as well. It was a battle group sufficient to take on a small empire, and we jumped it into orbit around the 4th orbital of their sun, one out of their home planet, just to be sure they had time to see what they were up against. But I did note that everyone was caught by surprise. That includes our new friends down at the planet, and as it turned out, they had never attacked our vessel. They were simply living in a garbage dump, and our welcome wagon jumped straight into their trash compactor. We had known that there was a theoretical possibility of a civilization like theirs arising, a 4th road, someone advancing quickly enough to get to both fusion and spaceflight within the time it took us to learn of their existence, but still peaceful enough that they would do so without blowing themselves into oblivion before we could reach them. What we had not anticipated was the amount of litter such a civilization might create. Our ship had jumped straight into a patch of 2nd and 3rd stage booster rockets and other trash, discarded in orbit like it was no big deal. 8 billion metal fragments, the remnants of older chemical rocket launchers, and a string of commercial communication satellites were all launched in the midst of the debris. The sheer volume of clutter meant our first crew of people never stood a chance. So when our reinforced battle group jumped into orbit around the place called Mars, the natives were already in a frenzy. Our ill-fated cruiser, we later found out, had appeared in a flash of light in the night sky over a place called Europe. The panicking natives, suddenly awake to the fact that they were not alone in the universe, had gone right up to haul as much wreckage as they could back to their planet-side research labs. And so, what had previously been a ragtag band of some 10 billion savages, with a few extraplanetary expeditions and a single lunar habitat under their belt, were now somehow a shielded, warp-capable civilization with long-range artillery under their command, courtesy of us. Great. We had to hand it to them. Their reverse engineering skills were most impressive. Our choice of diplomats for the second mission, on the other hand, turned out to be less so. The thing is, these humans, as they called themselves, had been on the verge of total collective self-immolation on numerous occasions in the past. In 3 separate instances, just in the 1st century after discovering radio, their world had come within literal seconds of joining the multitudes of civilizations across the galaxy, which had played with fire and gotten terminally burnt. There was even warfare taking place on the ground right up to the moment when our ship blew up in their sky. In short, They were a far cry from the peace-loving pacifists that we had theorized a fourth road civilization would necessarily be. And now they had skipped several generations of technological development. Worse yet, they had found common cause in defending themselves against an alien. Against us. Ridiculous, of course. We were entirely peaceful, although in hindsight, that might not have been made entirely obvious to them by the appearance of our empire-destroying battle group in their solar system. The fact that our carefully selected diplomats then went on to broadcast what in essence translated into submit or die did not help matters. The rocky start immediately got a whole lot rockier. To their credit, they did not immediately open fire. This, as it turned out, was lucky for all parties. Here I must emphasize that the humans turned out to not only be remarkably adept at reverse engineering our technology, they were also a rather impressively industrious sort. I briefly mentioned long-range artillery. In the time it took us to decide upon a course of action, assemble the right team, gather a fleet, and deploy it to their system, they had been quite busy indeed. Unbeknownst to us, and quite incomprehensibly, they had assembled an enormous mass driver on the surface of their moon. The beginnings of an orbital defense ring was in place around their planet, already bristling with weapons. Later simulations conclude that our forces would have won the day in the event of a battle, but at the likely cost of all 9 capital ships. Militarily, such a loss would have sent us reeling. Politically, it might have fractured the galactic community. The humans, naturally given their nature, even have terms for this. In their words, we would have suffered a Pyrrhic victory. But battle was not joined. Instead, they sent out a reply. It was a single word: no. Such brazen defiance was enough to give the military leadership of our expedition pause. Ignoring the protests of the hawkish diplomats, they held the fleet's position around Mars long enough to bring word of the situation to leadership back home. The rest, as they say, is history. It took time, of course, to smooth out the creases from our rocky start. Months were spent simply convincing the humans that we really came in peace, all while they kept expanding their armaments on their orbital ring. Their hesitancy to believe us, especially in light of our first actual message to them, was of course no surprise. But we put in the hours and eventually they came to believe us. And yet, years went by before we had built enough trust to actually integrate them into the wider galactic community. But they were years well spent. In the end, they were on board, contributing actively to the sciences and to the manufacturing processes of the whole galaxy. We soon learned that their speed in understanding our technology, then manufacturing it on a grand scale, had been no fluke. Unique amongst the various known species, humans had a natural impulse towards always forging ahead, heedless of protocol, with a kind of dogged determination to just get stuff done. Combined with their preference for violence, we should not have been surprised to see them pick apart our cruisers' weapons and reproduce them on a larger scale. All of this took place centuries ago, and in the time that has followed, the galaxy has become a wealthier, healthier, and more peaceful place. Adding the ingenuity and productivity of humanity to our shared community has turned out to be the single best thing that ever happened to us. As for their militaristic nature, they seem to be happy enough in getting an outlet for that by sending out occasional peacekeeping force whenever unrest starts to brew. More often than not, having a human supercarrier appear in the sky is enough to remind troublemakers that peace is a preferable solution. First contact protocols have also been revised, of course. Not that anyone would believe that we'd run into similar circumstances a second time, but protocols are important to us, even if the humans tend to snicker as we discuss the topic. End of story. Something. Written by Royal Hyacinthus. In the beginning, there was nothing. At the end, there is nothing. Nothing had never been, but then nothing had never been before. As nothing continued to not be, however, it slowly discovered something it was. Completely and utterly bored. Not only was there nothing to do, there was nothing to see, nothing to play with, and nothing to entertain itself. So, the part that was bored decided to become something again. Just to liven up the place a bit. At first, something was almost as bored as when it was nothing. The only change was there was now something to become.
Might as well do that,
it would have grumbled to itself. Unfortunately, it hadn't yet created the idea of speaking or complaining, as it wandered towards the ultimate goal of being not quite so devastatingly bored. The first concepts popped into existence.
Oh sure, cut in line. It wasn't like I was here first or anything.
Aware of each other, but of something. These concepts quickly got to their own business and became things. Time, gravity, space, matter. Each aspect came together and decided what the place really needed was more. It didn't matter what, just more of it, and pronto. But even at the very beginning, group work was rigged. Gravity and matter worked together to make the elements, planets, galaxies, weaving the fabric of reality itself. Time and space just kind of stood around and poked them until they were done. Yeah, I mean, space made the void, but there's just a rip-off version of nothing, isn't it? And don't get me started on time. I made seconds and hours. What's that? The units of time? Well, whoop-de-doo. Maybe I should cut off some hair and call it squeak fork. It would be about the same amount of effort. I mean, really. You're a founding tenet of the universe. Put some elbow grease into it. Where was I? Oh yes, the creation of the universe. Oh man, just wait until I get into the Twaniverse. Shit gets wild. These new things started interacting and building off of each other, just as the predecessors had. However, they saw the place was getting quite full of things and decided some nice stuff would be a welcome addition instead. This was a completely arbitrary distinction, but they felt it would help pad out their resume whenever they got around to creating whatever the hell that was. Arbitrary distinction in mind, oceans, earth, energy, and every other thing started in on their new idea. There was just one problem. While stuff could and certainly would interact with each other, joining wasn't the only thing they did. Some stuff were more happy being nothing. Some hated other stuff with a passion, and yet most decided the whole combining nonsense was beneath them. They would complain to their creators about the awful, horrible stuff other things had made, causing debates over who needed to change what. Some of these were cordial enough. Others caused primordial soup to be launched at the faces with the primordial spoons. But as their fights continued and grew ever more intense, a new thing was created, so quietly that only nothing noticed. Conflict, change, competition, evolution, all in one being, an aspect of something that had no name for the moment, but would later be known by their most famous moniker, war. War quickly set to work, inflaming arguments and prodding sides until things and stuff were beating each other back into nothing. War told matter that energy said their ass looked fat. Matter was deeply offended and hurt, despite having no idea what either of those words meant. War told oceans that Earth thought liquids were tacky. The first tears in the universe appeared in their eyes, created purely out of spite. War even went so far as to tell space that time said that it was vapid and empty. Huffing and fuming, space exploded at time with a moderate pop. However, this set off all the other stuff and things who jumped at the opportunity to just start beating the crap out of each other. This quickly got something's attention, who was not pleased that the only form of entertainment around was busy tearing itself apart. "Oi!" it said. The fighting continued. "Oi!" It tried again, a bit louder this time. Time stopped, but when this froze everything into place, it did the conceptual equivalent of a shrug, then got back to beating space over the head with a very anachronistic folding chair. Something sighed, then pulled out the big guns. "Nothing. Can you get in here and help me? I need you to scare them for a second," replied Nothing. "No, I don't need a hard reset. Just a concept only you can create," said Nothing, rather reluctantly. "Look, I'm not going to use him unless they keep fighting. And then they're nothing anyway. Come on, he's probably bored in there," proclaimed Nothing. And for a second, the place froze in its entirety. Everything and all the stuff they had created was suddenly reminded that, at their core, they were nothing and would one day return to it. Thus, the first universal constant was formed. If it exists, it'll feel existential dread, Always. It never stops. Not for a single moment, even for puppies. Especially for puppies. Looking out, everything saw what nothing had created. The concept was physical, dressed all in black, somehow seeming to watch in every direction, unperturbed by the attention. The figure waved his skeletal hand. A booming voice rang out from everywhere and nowhere, all at the same time. Hello, my name is something, and I'd like to introduce you to your new cousin. Say hello to Death. Everything said a polite greeting, followed by their individual stuff. Time pulled out a sand hourglass and tossed it over, which Death caught, nodding an acknowledgement. They had been, would be the best of partners, after all. It has come to my attention that you are in fact infants. While I can quite literally only blame myself for this, I'm still not letting you destroy yourselves in a universal temper tantrum. Therefore, I've done two things. The first is that I've gotten you a babysitter. Death flipped the hourglass over, pointing at the falling sand. He tapped it in a way that seemed to say, your bedtime will come someday. The second is that I've added a new rule. Only Death can destroy things. You are limited to transforming stuff. Any attempts to break this rule will be met with a reality-shattering spanking by me, then a timeout with Uncle Nothing. Forget a moderate pop. I'll make a large but still moderately sized kaboom. Understand? Everything did the conceptual equivalent of rapid nodding. Death looked over at Time with his version of an exasperated sigh, while Time winked back. They both knew what was coming. Good. Now play nice and handle your toys with a bit more respect. I've got something to do. And with that, their creator popped out of the place. Everything stared at Death pensively, waiting to see if the first action this alien concept would take. Death silently rolled his shoulders, pulled out his scythe, and went over to some stuff that had been begging to go back into nothing. With a single tap, it became a glowing orb, kaleidoscoped by whirling display of colors and shapes. This he handed back to Energy with a tilt of his head that seemed to say, creating stuff outside the bounds of reality rarely ends well. What's reality? Good question. Go figure it out. He then went over to some other stuff. Its name was Noble Gas, and it had been a non-stop whinging about having to combine since the moment it was created. He bonked it on the head with the heft of his scythe as to say, good news! You can be by yourself. In fact, please do that. Thus the second universal constant was formed. Nothing, not even nothing, likes a whiny little baby, especially when they're pretentious enough to call themselves noble or something just as equally dumb. Like naming a small unit of time a second instead of a squig fork, just for example. And with that, the spell was broken. Things got back to altering and experimenting with their stuff, creating wilder and more expressive versions that better demonstrated their own personality. Some of the more active ones would call out to Death, asking for his guidance on how a viable new creation would be. Some stuff would get an approving nod, others would receive a long, slow shake for no, and still others would have him scratch his head with a skeletal digit. These he stuck around for, always watching to make sure everything in the place was content with what it was to be. Some experiments would turn out fine, others would fail and be instantly removed, but there was a constant for everything Death was unsure of. War would appear right alongside him. Eventually, this made Death curious. He extended a hand in a way that seemed to say, well, one of these is going to be an issue, said War. Something will change, and I want to be right in the middle of it. Death patted his scythe in a way that seemed to say, every problem has a solution. And if it keeps making problems, then I'm sure you'll be entertained. It's not like I'm going anywhere. Years passed, and Death eventually grew quite close with some things. Time was obviously a top contender, but War, Oceans, and Energy slowly won him over with the flexible nature of their creations. Oceans in particular he adored. When asked about it after a dive in the very bottom of their deepest sea, he hugged himself as to say, it reminds me of home. The other things grew more and more distant from him. They were simply more independent or preferred the input of their fellow things over an outsider. Matter was the oldest member of this group, so it was to Death's surprise when they called him over alongside Oceans and Energy. We have an idea, began Oceans. I'd like to take some of my most basic building blocks and put them into an environment where they can combine," continued Matter. "Really simple stuff, make it almost impossible for them not to latch onto each other. And then I'll give them a push they need to keep growing together. It'll be self-replicating stuff." Energy finished brightly. At this, Death went stock still. He looked over with his version of a sorrowful gaze at Time, who pointed at the hourglass on his hip. There was something just as inevitable as both of them. Death slowly nodded. As the three began their work, he did something he had never done before. He directly involved himself with the creation of new stuff. He altered it, shaped its form, gave it limitations and flaws invisible to anyone but himself. And then he elevated it. Not mere stuff, not quite a thing, but something in between. As it watched, something nodded approvingly. It was finally time to liven up the place. Death, energy, matter, oceans all stood and waited to see what results their experiment would have. War appeared silently behind Death, just as he always has. But nothing happened. Death knocked himself on the head, waving Time over to add a final ingredient. As his friend finished, Death heard a pop as life sprang into being next to him. Death looked down as if to say, "Hello, old friend." Life waved microscopically as if to say, "Morning already." End of story. A Species Most Vile, written by Intellectual Gulf. Noah Graxel stepped onto the stage and slowly looked across the thousands of gathered learners. Members of many species were present, and he felt justifiably proud of his status as the most renowned Ancients scholar. He walked to the podium in the center of the stage and found a comfortable position to stand as he prepared to speak. He did not have to wait for the crowd to quiet. These were learners, after all, and silent respect of a Noah was the norm. All who can think and know of their own existence must know of the scourge that was the Ancients. Remnants of the Ancients are scattered across the cosmos, and life across the universe continues to struggle even now, 1,000 years after their ultimate defeat. The Federated Worlds did not wish to erase a species from existence, yet the Ancients would not accept any rule except their own. They crafted weapons capable of destruction beyond comprehension, shattered planets, and swallowed stars. The dominion of the Ancients was vast, and their enigmatic technological creations are still being found underground, orbiting stars and tumbling aimlessly through the void. He waved one of his three-fingered hands, and an image was projected onto the large blank area of the wall behind him. A soft gasping sound rushed through the audience, and Noah Graxel was not perturbed by the interruption. The image was terrifying indeed. On the wall behind Noah Graxel was an image of a damaged ancient battleship surrounded by the detritus of battle. Clouds of gas and ice, massive pieces of shattered metal hull and support structures, random debris, and, if one looked very closely, thousands upon thousands of corpses. The Ancients were an implacable force, turning every world that they conquered into a new piece of their war machine. Only through what some have called nefarious means were the Federated Worlds able to finally turn the tide and defeat the Ancients. Their immune systems were discovered to have a fatal flaw, which was exploited through genetically manufactured viruses. The Ancients' immune system, like all other life, attacked and consumed viral contagions. The genetic information of normal viruses is made a part of the immune system's arsenal, incorporating the genetic information into their own cells to create correctly configured immune response cells in the future. The Ancients, however, developed on an extremely harsh world, and so they lived very rapid and aggressively energetic lives. Their physiology reflected this in many ways, but the focus I'll take today is their immune system. Unlike most other forms of life, the Ancients developed in an incredibly aggressive environment, which meant that life on their planet that could reproduce faster than it does was the most successful. Elsewhere in the universe, most species develop symbiotic relationships with the environment and other life forms, allowing for a much slower and more careful development. The ancients' immune system was a single-layer system, meaning it did not have any means to confirm that the immune system itself had not been compromised. All other living beings have a multi-layered immune system that should and does inspect the larger system overall and respond to compromised cells. Noah Graxel made a turning motion with his hand, and the projection changed to a picture of a pod of missiles being loaded into a Starship missile bay. The virus our scientists created turned the ancients' immune system against them and spread like a plasma reaction into zero gravity. Within weeks of delivering the virus, the ancients' entire battle fleet was infected, but from the logs recovered from their ships, they did not expect anything out of the ordinary. The initial systems reflected those of a common illness amongst the ancients, exactly as designed, and the more deadly symptoms did not present for months or years after infection. Graxel made a rotating gesture again with his hand, and the projection changed to a zone of influence map of the galactic neighborhood. 3/4 of the map was washed in red, but then, over the next several minutes, the red tide receded, and other colors blossomed into some, but not nearly all, of the lost ground. The plague we inflicted the ancients with crippled their military over several solar cycles, and we expected that we could simply wait for them to all die. The virus did not end the war as expected. In one last terribly destructive act, the ancients destroyed hundreds of inhabited worlds. This behavior still remains the key tenet in the argument for their eradication. They would not cede ground, they would not give up a single system, and if they were pushed back, they would destroy everything in their path of measured retreat. The ancients must have known they were dying, and that the Federated Worlds were responsible. Because within 6 solar cycles of the first casualties from the plague, they became incredibly aggressive. The Federated Worlds were still very confident, however, that careful herding of the ancients would see their malevolent, malicious form of life die alone. The red map shrunk down to approximately 30% of its original size, with other colors representing factions of the Federated Worlds tentatively following. Then the red circles shattered, and thousands of red lines shot across the map. The red lines sliced through every occupied system controlled by Federated Worlds. The ancients had not been retreating as they moved back from the front lines and razed system after system. They had been converting their entire species into soldiers. It is thought that quite literally the entire ancient species was involved in the effort to create a fleet that had not and never would be seen again. Every single spacefaring vessel, and many which were not created for the purpose, was converted into a troop carrier and fitted with blind jump faster than light drive. When they launched their assault, the Federated Worlds were completely unprepared, because no other species had ever made itself in entirety into a weapon, and then launched that weapon against all other life in the universe. An ancient ship of some kind was launched at every single star system. Some carried thousands, while others carried only a few. But every ship carried ancients and one or more of their terrible bombs. Thousands of worlds were damaged in the assault, and those that survived did so mainly out of luck. The ship that was meant for the Jancretal system, our system, hit an asteroid after the blind FTL jump. The projection changed again, this time showing a massive asteroid cracked in half with a rather large hole through the middle. The ancient death spasm almost completely destroyed the Federated Worlds, but their rage-induced attempt to completely kill all life failed. They did not target our infrastructure well enough. They did not take out our emergency reserves. They did not burn all of our food-producing planets. The ancients were considered to be a terrifying enemy from a militaristic standpoint, but their strange and futile last effort failed. One of the learners stood up, and the entire crowd gasped at the impertinent interruption.
"Excuse me, Noah Graxel. One, I feel it is incorrect not to share the knowledge of the other reason for their final act.
Noah Grexel made a slashing motion with his right hand and stared pure contempt at the learner. There is no other knowledge of a reason for that final murderous act, learner, and I question that you were raised from listener status if you believe that such words without foundation are true knowledge. The learner wilted slightly, then looked behind Graxel at the projection and found some courage. I do know that they may have had another reason for their final act. The ancients did not only target inhabited worlds, many of their ships jumped to unknown coordinates across the stars. There is knowledge that they were most likely trying to buy time, to flee so far that no one would find them and they might survive. The learner raised his own hand and pointed at the projection, and Graxel was forced to turn his head slightly to see what the impertinent learner was indicating. That is the enemy our ancestors could not win against. That is the enemy that never tired. That marched across the stars with implacable force. That is the enemy that the Federated Worlds collapsed stars to try and destroy. That is the enemy that offered peace at the cost of kneeling. That is the enemy that we are taught had to be defeated through a crime against life itself. And that thing is what we should not forget. The fact the knowledge is unpalatable does not make it less true. Silence, learner! Those words have no foundation and are meaningless besides. No ancients survived the plague, so it matters not if they chose to die in the void or in battle. The plague killed them all, without a single exception. That species that you say we should remember is gone and will be forgotten. Nothing could have survived the cancer. Raxel finished his point by also gesturing at the image on the projector. The image of a dead ancient riddled with tumors. The creature was laying on a surgery table, its false armor removed and its strange features visible to all, nearly devoid of hair, with front-facing eyes, a deceptively thin and small-looking mouth, and only 2 arms and 2 legs. The body was awfully warped by the tumors everywhere on its body, and Graxel felt reassured by the image that nothing alive could have survived something so vile as cancer. 2,000 years earlier, ancient empire, core world. God damn it, Evelyn. We shouldn't be running. Those bastards offered us a treaty and poisoned our entire race. Evelyn turned to look at Adamentus and smiled slightly. I know you wish to die in battle, my love. You're still the foolhardily stubborn mate I captured all those years ago. Adamentus frowned momentarily, and then saw a coy smile peeking past the sad expression on Evelyn's face. Her capricious nature could always pull him away from the dark fires of his rage. Gods be damned, I hate this. They won't even tell us where we're going. For all we know, we could be jumping into the heart of a star. Evelyn's heart sang in grief, and she had to turn away from Adamentus. She had resolved to tell him after the jump that they were not jumping blind. They were one of 5 targeted delivery ships, and she was the only crew member allowed to know their true purpose. The rulers of the ancients had made the battle plans, but the scientists had made the contingency survival plans, many thousands of years before the ancients had left their home world barren and lifeless. They had murdered their own planet in an act of contrition in the last days of the Exodus. They had begun to seed another habitable planet within the system with the seeds of life. Now Evelyn and the unknowing Adamentus were bound for that long-forgotten blue planet with several hundred ancient children carefully selected as diverse breeding stock. It pained Evelyn that Adamentus was being led to see only the dark, but it could not be helped. He was a soldier. If he were allowed to know the real details of their mission, he would try to raise a new army, a new species of ancients that would inherit the sins of their fathers. It was better for the universe to forget the ancients, and so she would give her people a new start. It just meant betraying everything that she loved. End of story. Little Campfires, written by Royal Hyacinthus. There's something elegant about watching a steel wrench fly, head over handle in 0G. It shines, catching the light of stars and lumens, reflecting them in a mirror of a grand interstellar dance. Yes, such quiet dignity as it spins and glides, freed from the twin chains of gravity and duty. Much better than one is left in the air, floating and motionless. It makes a simple tool look like a grave omen. Our ancient guardian, progress, seems to hold it in vigil, A staff of office that shifts and changes and yet somehow remains oh so similar through the years. Here, it seems to stay, you dropped this. It would never be so impolite as to voice the final part of its warning, but even the unsaid can be heard if you listen carefully. Don't do it again. Despite this, I see engineers and workers abandon their charges as a matter of convenience. Perhaps they don't see progress as a modern deity like I do. Maybe it knows they will return, stalwart champions and worthy heroes, instead of itinerant supplicants like me. It might even be that these logical, practical men are less rational than they would care to admit, and simply trust an old companion to safeguard their tools. I would not know. I am a watcher, and so that is not my duty. It is mine to observe and listen, and to pick through the interplay of a universe and the beings that writhe within it. There are those who would argue that these days the universe is the one writhing. Watch us, they say. Observe as we turn potential into the kinetic, the chemical, the driving force of our dreams. Listen to the ringing of our factories, the hissing in our labs, the minds of our people as they cry out for the future. We command mighty talk, bound within the steel jaws and crow handles of a wrench, and that's when we're playing nice. I would not know. I am not an engineer, thankfully. Manipulating the rules of the universe is not my duty. I simply observe. I see the rules we use to bind these forces, the limits we place upon ourselves, the 1,001 tenets of safety. Thou shalt stay alert. Thou shalt wear thy protective gear. Yeah, and tightly. Thou shalt use the right tools for the job, unless the word chief be in front of engineer in thy title. Then thou can use whatever bloody tools thou damn well please. And finally, the rule that stands as king, thou shalt never take an unnecessary risk. And here is where I, the humble observer, must ask, what risk? If the universe is our playground, a set of mechanisms to exploit for our benefit, then surely there are none. There are no rules, because there is nothing we can do wrong. There are no precautions, because post-caution is good enough. There are no levers of the world we must lock into place, because there are never fools who leverage expedient tragedy into personal gain. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in the communion of these views. We stand on the shoulders of giants, yes, but we ascend on a staircase of bones. This I do know. I see echoes of forefathers, stretching back to the time when mighty progress was banging one rock against another to create sparks. There are throwbacks and holdouts in all niches of modern day. Some are more obvious than others, but only if you know which stones to peer under. I've watched the Lane, graceful, nocturnal gliders that they are. Their sun burns without discrimination or pity. It burns them, it burns their earth, and one day it'll burn itself into a supernova. Some things are just born angry, and worse, they teach everything they touch to be just as full of rage. Winds, taught by the solar father to hate, regularly ripped Lane ancestors from the red sky. So they adapted. They burrowed deep and waited patiently at the mouth of their tunnels for twilight. As the sun began to set and defiantly give way to cool night sky, they would emerge. A vista full of rainbow lights and brilliant stars greeted them, and they would navigate the skies of a world determined to burn and bury them. Today, they are mostly known by their long, formless veils. Most suns would be the last thing their sensitive eyes ever saw, and so they must protect themselves from every layer of foreign ultraviolet. They achieve this with black clothing that covers them head to toe in a cloak of native night. If you were to casually watch them, you might wonder how they navigate their own ships, let alone a foreign world. If you were to carefully observe them, you might see how miraculously aware they are of everything around them, not just in front, but behind, below, above, always above. That's where their predators lived. If you were to professionally listen to them, and befriend them, and be invited to their home, they might even show you the wonders of the Borealis cloak. Borealis, of course, is a mangling of the native word. A more accurate translation would be guiding tears of those who cannot return from the heavens. But the gulf between more accurate and truly accurate is always as wide as an ocean. As it slipped over your head, you would see the stationary world as a series of static constellations. Any and all movement would be turned into a stunning array of rainbow lines, different shades indicating different speeds in an elegant continuity. You might have wept at the sheer beauty of it and begged your new friends for one all your own. It might even now be hanging in your ship, well worn and better loved. The Lelian have a saying, dance around the moon and the sun will still be smiling. I've observed the Ursh, proud and lithe, sprinters over the endless steppe. The grasslands encompass their planet like a skin, broken only by thin pockets of marsh and sickly lines of turgid rivers. They were hunters, apex predators, but there was so very little to chase in the empty wastes that are their home. And when truly alone, even the mightiest hunter will seek companionship. The Ursh found it in bugs, more specifically colonies of lightning bugs attracted to spoor of the creatures they hunted. But that wasn't all they did. Oh no. Some bugs would fly around sources of water. Some would start making small dens a month before the Grand Wind arrived in its yearly journey across the world. Some would secrete a delicious, sugary substance that has since become a staple food. And of course, some bugs ate corpses. The Earth saw these tiny, diverse communities and began asking that question so prevalent to sapient conditions. Why? Why do they live this way, and we so differently? Why do they chase water and make food and eat the dead? Why can't I understand? How do I understand? And so progress raises its standard over yet another species. The Earths of today are masters in both nanotechnology and biology, because it is simply part of who they are. They and their lightning bugs are truly symbiotic, in ways that even a practiced observer have no hope of truly understanding. For example, a casual look will tell you that their bugs often bring them food. We all need to eat, after all, and there are worse ways to achieve that in a legion of tiny butlers. But that casual glance will not tell you is that those bugs are also probing for toxins, potential poisons, allergens, and anything that has the slightest chance of being a vegetable. More professional look, perhaps by a colleague in biology, will see these bugs are definitely derived from the native species. They would probably fail to see the tiny augments and wire-thin ligaments in each Ursh painstakingly crafts for their personal swarm. A fellow worker in nanotechnology might wonder why they went to such effort. But a lifelong listener would be able to tell them. They would say that if you looked even closer, you would see the equivalent of spot or Rex engraved on certain augments, and the way favored bugs get an extra portion of leftover scraps. When I lived with my host, I asked him for the Ursh name of their symbiote. The closest I could understand is 800 faces for each of their traditional uses. I decided to repay my host by sharing what I thought their tiny companions would call them. When I said, big friendly thing that gives me a lot of food, they smiled. They said I was almost right. The Ursh, too, have a saying. The wind carries dust, carries rain, carries dust. I have listened to the humans, the stubborn, the upright. Theirs is a world dominated by extremes, and so is forced to meet itself in the middle. There are crackling tundras and shifting deserts, dense forests and blank plateaus, and everything in between. And, as is so often the case, the inhabitants mirror their world in the extremes they go to avoid its deprivations. They were neither hunter nor hunted, predator nor prey. They lived in the middle, and perhaps that is why their planet took pity on them. Perhaps that is why progress appeared before them in the form of a roaring flame. They had to carry it, oh yes, and in their own hands, no less. I could tell you how many times they stumbled in those first steps, how many ways they devised to carry fire, how many of those brought them only sorrow. in a hearth, on an arrow, as a wild, hungering beast, spreading and burning everything it touched. I could tell you about the days they thought they mastered it, in iron and coal, how it showed them who truly held the reins, and gave them gifts faster than they could find wisdom. I could tell you about bullets, mortars. I could tell you about 2 atomic bombs and how they mourned. But instead, I will tell you what I have seen. Humans, just like every other species, carry their past with them wherever they go. They carry it instead of wearing it or taming it. A fresh observer, wet behind the ears and straight from university, might assume it is their clothes. This would be a valid guess, except for the fact that it is extremely wrong. An aspect of progress will develop alongside the host species, and clothes are fairly static in the grand scheme of things. There are only so many ways to put on pants before you see ass. A more experienced observer might say it's in each other. This is also a valid guess, and has the benefit of being partially correct. They are social creatures, by any stretch of the imagination. There are too many stories about unlikely friendships and tears and desperate last stands. There are too many stories about hate and us and them. But no, I believe humans keep their past in the same place they have always kept it, their hands. The watchman once held a torch to light the darkness and protect them and theirs. An engineer once held a shovel to feed their hungry train and push the world into the future. The modern human carries a wondrous light so that they might see the world and have the world see them. The same way their ancestors once did, as they lit their faces and screamed into the world that they were here, and that they would live, and that they would make the world theirs, and that they would love and die and create and destroy and be. The humans, of course, also have a saying. Wherever you go, there you are. End of story. A Mother's Moment, written by Dark Prince 010.
Miss Sang, were you aware of the effects of the drug administration device you were using on the morning of November 11th, 2144?
Li Zhang, still a little bit tired from the hectic morning before being called in for questioning, was sitting on a small chair and doing her best to keep herself calm. It's just one of those multi-farmer bracelets. I'm not really sure. Until that morning, I hadn't thought that it was anything different than what all my friends and family had. Maybe a different manufacturer, but that was about it. Investigator Trey Hicks put both sets of hands on the table, his claws scratching the metal quietly in annoyance. But he could see that Miss Zhang wasn't the type to jailbreak one of these farmer bracelets for something like manufacturing an artificial and dangerous high. There were those out there, of course, who would do their best to break the systems, making them deliver whatever cocktail they pleased. And those were the ones he tended to be worried about. You never knew what combination someone would stumble across that would hype them up out of their mind, then send them into a violent rage, or just straight up kill someone. The medical investigation group at this precinct was usually fairly uneventful, but every once in a while there were snippets of excitement, such as what happened the morning of November 11th, 2144.
Do you recall the settings you were using on your bracelet at the time, Miss Sang?
She cocked her head, thinking and murmuring, I think it was just normal stuff. A low dose of aspirin, some citalopram for my depression, an estradiol finasteride cocktail, and I think maybe there was a trace of melatonin for trying to get some sleep earlier. Nothing exotic, nothing off-world.
He nodded. He already knew all of this, having pulled the diagnostics off her farmer bracelet on the morning of the incident.
It was still good to confirm that she wasn't being dosed with something unexpected.
Well, we think that we have a pretty good idea of where the issue may be coming from. These bracelets operate on a very thin margins and can be very sensitive to artificial fluctuations. If you inject yourself with something extra through a manual syringe, it can often throw off the sensors and result in a feedback loop.
No, nothing like that. I'm really not a huge fan of shots, so no way I would want to take anything extra. Hell, she said, the farmer bracelet was supposed to help reduce the amount of shots I needed. It was one of the reasons why I was so eager to get one. The inspector pulled up a notification he had received a few days ago, fully a week after the morning of the incident. I'm assuming that you had not received this alert either, he asked. Lee leaned forward and shook her head and murmuring, I wonder if that's why it happened. The alert was for a recall for that particular brand of pharma bracelet manufacturer. Apparently, it had been linked to a number of overdose deaths several systems over. Although, of course, the recall notice had been sent through normal subspace rather than a much more expensive hypermail. As a result, the recall took months instead of hours to reach them. It was very unfortunate about the people who had died from the overdoses. But you not only didn't die, but have appeared to have suffered no long-term ill effects. The inspector's face had disbelief written across it. Lee shrugged. I mean, I felt crummy the next day, and I had a headache for a couple of days, but, yeah, other than that, nothing. Trix pulled out the readout from the details of the recall. It says here that the problems arose from the default settings from the pharma bracelet being applied to all drugs in inventory. Unfortunately, it was originally used for a human condition called beatus. Lee piped in, probably diabetes. It is, or at least it was, a relatively common acquired or inherited human condition. Now it's less so, but I can still imagine there's quite a market demand for it. He wrote that down as a note on the margins before continuing. Well, in any case, it looks like the problem arose from the fact that the default setting for this diabetes is to release a hormone in question, but it appears the body is already releasing that same hormone. Unfortunately, for other species, we don't really overproduce much of anything. And so it looks like there were multiple vital organ failures and hyperproduction and saturation of the chemicals when their bodies just couldn't handle it. She shrugged and just chalked up another weird thing that humans were an outlier on. The pharma bracelet, I see, was collision protected as well, right? It seemed like it was going to be a small cost to upgrade, and I thought it was worth it. I know cars are safe nowadays, but you never know. I see, said the inspector. The product information says that this particular type puts out a hardened layer over the skin to protect it from abrasions and blunt false trauma, rather than the older quick inflate versions. Some kind of chemical compound using one of the delivery microchannels to provide the hardened coating microseconds after impact. Only lasts a few seconds, but I suppose that's all you really need for that sort of scenario. Lee winced, feeling the ache in the scabs over her knuckles, where the coating hadn't managed to fully prevent all of the damage. So, would you like to tell me what happened that morning? Well, as I said in the initial report, I was taking my son to school. We had been crossing the street when we saw his bus was coming. That was an arterial street, and it looks like here the record shows you were jaywalking rather than using a crosswalk. Lee nodded guiltily. Yes, we were in a hurry, and I didn't think that we would have time to make it to the crosswalk. Well, normally this wouldn't be that big of a problem, except for the vehicle that was coming crosswise at you. She nodded. That's true. The truck came out of nowhere. I thought we looked both ways, but it came out of nowhere. Yes, an armored hover truck belonging to the Empire of the Sweeping Arm Bank. So I'm guessing at that point you had a split second where you were quite frightened. Oh, for sure, Lee said. But the main thing I was worried about was my kid. In that split second, all I wanted was to protect him. Well, the inspector said, drawing out the word as he pulled open the portfolio of pictures taken at the incident. A significant dent had been made in the front of the vehicle, and there was clearly visible cracks in the armored plating fully all the way up the vehicle's roof and partway down the back adjacent to the doors. Well, at that point, the drug administration softwares had kicked in, matching what looks like you humans call adrenaline, and produced a dose far in excess of what humans would normally produce. Mostly, the thing I'm not understanding is that it already says that the reason why it gave you such a high degree of dosage was that it was matching your blood levels, and your levels were far in excess of the average human adrenaline response. Lee nodded, but her eyes drifted up through the windows of the conference room and out to her son, who was sitting idly, kicking his feet on a chair in the lobby and playing on his communicator. Well, mothers respond a little differently when our kids are in danger. Inspector Tix nodded slowly, as if he understood. He had been born from an egg and had never met the Queen in person, so he couldn't really relate. Still, he could understand that for many species there was a much stronger maternal drive than his own. So yes, it looks like your father bracelet system provided not only a high drug dosage, but also the protective coating to your hands as you struck the vehicle.
Lee nodded again. I just remember pushing out, hoping to protect us. I didn't really expect it to work, and I was pleasantly surprised when it did. But I was still so freaked out and stressed that... The inspector cut in.
That's when you punched forward again, striking the vehicle. I hope you're aware that it had totaled the vehicle, cracking both the vehicle's outer body, as well as denting a number of core parts within the anti-gravity generator of the truck. The bank has agreed to not press charges for your jaywalking.
And as an aside, he added,
probably because they were also caught doing double the speed limit in that particular zone.
This caused Lee to gasp in realization, and then slowly consider the new information before shrugging. Well, I'm not injured in any significant way. Nothing that I think I'll have to worry about, so I suppose that's fair. The inspector nodded, bracing himself.
So I think that just leaves us with the question of what we want to do with that father bracelet.
Oh, that silly old thing, yeah. I think I just threw it away after the incident, she spoke quickly, and the inspector narrowed his lit eyes. For a moment, she refused to meet his gaze.
Miss Zhang, I have to remind you that this is a dangerous device, and could pose a risk to everyone nearby if we don't have it in our possession so that we can safely disable it and destroy it.
Lee nodded, half listening to the inspector's words, as her gaze came back again to her son. I don't think, she paused, then began again. I must say that in my particular case, it protected me and my child. I just happened to take advantage of the fact that some engineer somewhere did a math problem wrong, and that math problem complements human physiology pretty damn well. I'll keep your request in mind, Inspector. But until then, is there anything else?
The inspector sighed. That is all. I'll be in touch if anything else comes up. But until then, you're clear to leave.
Thank you, sir, said Lee. And she stepped out to greet her excited child, tossing him in the air with a swirl as they discussed going to consume frozen dairy refreshments. The inspector sat in the room for some time after, going over the paperwork. The one thing that had startled him was seeing just how quickly Lee had been able to respond, and how quickly the drugs had saturated her system before she struck that blow at the truck. The readout from the farmer bracelet device was saying that her pulse rate was at 210 beats per minute on average for the entire incident. That already had him in disbelief, as most creatures going above 180 on their primary circulatory organ would result in cramping, catastrophic failure, and typically death. But his eyes drifted again away from the average BPM and towards the spike. In the moments before she had struck, the readout was saying, if these could be believed, 440 beats per minute. At that point, her heart would have been less of a pump and more of a hum, something flooding her entire system almost instantaneously with an illicit combat drug that humans managed to skirt around regulations by virtue of the fact they produced it naturally. He closed the report with a single line.
I do not believe Miss Zhang was acting inappropriately or in any sort of illegal fashion, but I would request that this be added to the records, that in case he was already not painfully aware, under no circumstances get between a human mother and their child.
End of story. Humans on Board, written by Going Over That Cliff. Mandate of God was considered the mightiest ship within the Zlane theocracy, and among the contenders for the most capable dreadnought operated by the Concordat. Superior engineering and protection compared to her peers allowed her to prevail in numerous engagements, even against formidable foes or overwhelming odds. But these were not her peers. The Concordat's most brilliant strategists planned this operation thoroughly, with commendable zeal and religious discipline. But even if caught by complete surprise, the defending force unleashed a devastating barrage that crippled or outright destroyed most of the warships unfortunate enough to form the attacking vanguard. As Sergeant Zylo was gearing up, he wasn't aware of the finer details regarding the unfolding battle. But listening to the reports over the ship's intercom, he figured it wasn't going as hoped. Even without hearing the desperate voices of damage control or ignoring the constant tremors and impacts the ship was subjected to, it was evident that the Mandate of God was not in good shape. The sudden lurch forward and the loud boom echoing through the ship indicated the complete loss of power to the main thrusters.
Meanwhile, the flickering lights before the general blackout and the humming of the emergency LED bulbs confirmed the incapacitation of the reactor. He wasn't surprised when his superiors ordered him and his men to the armory. Yet the mental preparation could not distract him from the unnerving conclusion everyone had reached once the command was given. There could only be one reason for a detachment of infantry aboard a starship to ready themselves. The arsenal room was quiet, even if sprawling with soldiers. No one uttered a word as they loaded their rifles and wore their gear. Not much was said by the lieutenant as he briefed the troopers. There was not much to be said. Still, the old saying that no plan survives contact was true, even more so in dealing with a relatively new race to the galaxy. But the possibility of the enemy foot soldiers being as fierce as their warships was a constant torment in everyone's minds. The sergeant, even if worried about the safety of his men and that of himself, did not question his orders. As the platoon formed a long column, they hurried towards the main hangar, with Xylo's squad at the rear of the formation. The corridors of the ship, engulfed by an eerie darkness, appeared more hostile and claustrophobic than usual, as debris, sparks, and fumes from electrical fires impeded most of their movement. As they arrived, numerous squads already occupied makeshift fighting positions. Some were behind damaged starcrafts, while others positioned themselves on catwalks and other elevated positions. The lieutenant trusted Xylo and his judgment as one of the most experienced troopers of the platoon. He ordered the sergeant and his group to stand by at the blast doors, with instructions to shut it closed if the situation demanded it. Unending minutes went by as nothing but the black void of space presented itself on the other side of the magnetic gate, keeping the precious breathing gases within the ship while allowing objects to pass freely. Then Xylo noticed something out there, steadily approaching. Others might have been first to spot those objects, but he was the first to point them out. A dozen or so, maybe more, maybe less starcrafts, roughly the size of a heavy fighter, flying in an orderly formation behind a larger one, seemingly leading the way. After steadily slowing in, the smaller craft halted a few dozen meters from the mouth of the hangar as the first kept moving unchallenged. The soldiers took aim, holding their breath, eyes locked on the target, waiting for the starcraft to step through the magnetic field. Breaking the silence, a hailstorm of bolts raged towards the impudent vehicle that dared to cross the threshold. But simple rifles and subpar quality could not hope to dent what was intended for a human battlefield. Smoke grenade launchers discharged the thick grey wall before the attack craft, concealing it from the defender's naked sight. The Terran gunner then acquired targets using thermal cameras and infrared sensors. As the Zlanians kept blindly firing in the general direction, the machine kept hovering, unbothered, as the projectiles were ineffective and only managed to scratch off the paint. The squeaking of their guns was suddenly hushed by a roar of 40mm autocannon mounted underneath the gunship's nose, tearing everything it pointed at to shred at 500 rounds per minute from a dual-purpose HET/API belt. As the rounds whizzed by, they displaced the smoke from the trajectory, creating a deadly show of light as a grey cloud of particles was illuminated by the flashes of gunpowder explosions. Evidently not satisfied with the results, a storm of rockets disintegrated most of the soldiers and their cover that they were shielded behind. Xylo would have suffered the same fate if not for someone pulling him by the collar behind safety. Just as he fell on his back, a burst of automatic fire caused a chain of impacts and explosions just where the sergeant was standing. Struggling to stand back up, as the concussive force was significantly more than his eardrums could tolerate, Xylo was relieved to know that his team was still in one piece, something that could not be said for the rest of the platoon. Calling over one of his men, he instructed him to peek into the hangar using the corner camera he was issued. They then huddled behind the bright screen. Besides the smoldering debris and the carnage, the Zlanians could hardly see anything else due to the smoke. They kept quiet, listening to the distinctive high-pitched noise of the human gunship. They noticed that several other machines with similar noise profiles had just passed through the magnetic field, as the sound of their propulsion systems could now freely propagate through the artificial atmosphere. They realized these were most likely the starcrafts that had held back, possibly troop transports. First, they heard the unique sounds of hydraulics, then a clang of heavy metal objects impacting the steel deck of the docking bay. Xylo attempted to close the blast door, but the control panel was too damaged to offer a readable interface. Without attempting a physical override, the small group retreated deeper inside the ship as they heard several footsteps moving towards them. Even if fast, the Zlanians could not outrun the assaulters, outfitted with space-rated armored power suits. Before they could reach the momentary relief of a secondary walkway, a stream of bullets gunned down one of the soldiers. Xylo took point just behind the corner. He briefly exposed himself to locate the enemies. Regrettably, he could not see much before backing behind cover, as the emergency lights did not provide much illumination. Nevertheless, he managed to spot numerous dark shapes and shadows silently moving around along the walls of the long corridor. Just as he was about to peek again, this time to open fire, a hail of lead impacted a few centimeters from his head. Stunned and under suppressive fire, the sergeant was forced to relocate with his team as he heard several enemies rushing his position. Another burst from one of the Terrans, another Zilanian soldier motionless on the ground. Enraged, Xylo fired blindly from behind the relative protection of the nearest pillar. Caught in a panic, the youngest of the team gave away his position in an attempt to contribute to the fight. He was taken down by a single loud boom that echoed with a terrifying tune in the lightless corridors. Looking at the lifeless body, Xylo noticed how the uniform was sparsed with several punctures of relatively small diameter. He loudly cursed for the humans using pellet launchers, calling them barbaric and uncivilized. With no hope of achieving fire superiority, the sergeant ordered his remaining troops back, even deeper within the ship. After costly exchanges with no sign of success, the team reached a barricade position that served as a checkpoint prepared by other Zlanian soldiers. These appeared to be better prepared, as they managed to take down two of the pursuing enemies. A quick shuffle ensued. It seemed to end quickly, as the humans stayed behind cover and tended to their casualties. Meanwhile, Xylo regretted not doing the same for the fallen comrades. Regardless, he felt safer, knowing there were over 50 steps of unobstructed line of fire between them, as well as a repeater bolter gun operated by his allies pointed straight at the assaulters. Hoping to have a moment of respite, the sergeant turned towards his fellow Zlanian troopers. He could not even begin to plan their course of action when a small metallic cylinder container landed a few arms lengths from him. He did not know what it was, but his instinct and prior experiences highly recommended him to move. He didn't think fast enough, as after a flash and a loud bang, his sight and hearing were severely debilitated. In a blind panic, he swiftly crawled away, opposite from where the humans were known to be. He was about to get up and run when, as if under suggestion by a higher entity, he turned around to look at his comrades. While they were rolling painfully on the ground, their hands on their eyes and ears respectively, he saw a figure silently walking up to them. Xylo could not see it clearly, but it was obviously from Earth, distinct in the arrogant step and the weightier presence. He was sure that it was a human, a dirty Terran. What caught his attention was a little, feeble flame stuck at the end of what he thought was the tip of a rifle. For a moment, he was mesmerized by it, a little light in the endless sea of darkness. He was almost drawn to it, needing the certainty that only eyesight can provide when there's enough light. Only for a moment, though, as a wall of fire was spewed against them. Fortunately for Xylo, he was not the intended target, but unfortunately for his conscience, his companions were. He watched in terror as the flames stuck to them, how the heat melted their uniforms, fusing them to their skins. The screams were etched within his soul, undeletable from his memories, along with the terrible stench, the smell of burnt flesh and chemical compounds, the scent of guilt and despair. He turned around and ran. In a blinding dread, he ran as fast as he could. He thought of many places to hide or seek help, but all around him, the echoes of fierce fights and the silent aftermath of deadly encounters guided him to the only place he felt could keep him safe. When he reached the bridge, he pleaded with the officers to shut the doors, to seal them close. Once they did, he explained his tragic struggles and the ferocity of the attackers. He had just finished talking when faint, distant noises could be heard behind the reinforced wall where the main corridor would be. Xylo got close, shivering all the way down. He heard muffled and indistinct sounds. He heard no voices, but one thing was clear. Something was being placed on the door. Even if a thick layer of composite armor was between him and the humans, he felt no more secure than if he were behind a thin glass panel. As he stepped back, he heard a distinctive sound, a byproduct of thermite burning at over 2,500 degrees Celsius. On the door, a red-hot incandescent shape was taking place. 2 vertical and 2 horizontal lines seemed to form a rectangle of just under 2 meters high and 1.5 wide. 2 lines connected the opposing angles, dividing the geometrical figure into 4 triangles. Had Xylo known of his misfortunes, he would have never come to Sol. This lane theocracy wasn't aware of the human naval infantry's design for surprise parties, let alone their policy of warm welcomes. But then, the broader galaxy was unfamiliar with humans. Yet, they were very familiar with war. He gulped and stepped back as the door exploded. End of story. This particular story is called Drainage Problems, written by Dark Prince 010. When the crew of the Met-4 capital ship first inspected my vessel, they'd assumed I was dead. Technically speaking, they weren't wrong, but it was still a rude shock to them when they found there was still a survivor aboard, holding up their hands in surrender as the insectoid alien stormed aboard and put me into wrist and ankle restraints. I could sense their life essence, certainly different than it felt for humans, but something my body still recognized as a life form I could feed off of. Almost unconsciously, I began to feed, draining the energy from the pair of guards that were escorting me for my medical examination. They both shivered, as if caught by a sudden breeze as the degree of warmth left their body, invisibly flowing into me. The examiner that brought me to, though, was far more canny, and I knew was suspicious as the vital monitors we're checking showed a flat line when they looked for a pulse. They made a slow, suspicious pace around the table I was sitting on, the one guard that I'd been left with at the entrance tightening their grip on their rifle, unsure if the examiner was viewing me with curiosity or apprehension. But finally, their examiner spoke, and I was surprised to hear them do so in understandable English, albeit thickly accented. The mandibles of their species were not conducive to the more guttural sounds of the human language, and I'd actually taken up as a hobby of my own to learn metaphor in my spare time. It was still pretty rusty, beyond basic questions and statements like, "Hello, what's your name, and where's the bathroom?" which I personally felt was a bit silly, considering I had not needed to use the bathroom for close on 400 years.
You are or were human, correct?
Asked the examiner, poking in my mouth again with a probing finger. I nodded, saying as clearly as I could around his finger.
Yes, I was born in the city on Earth called Prague.
The examiner nodded slowly, and I could see that they were still shooting glances over to Vital's monitor.
And yet you have no pulse, and I have not seen you breathe the entire time you've been in this room,
they said, again peering at me. They said,
Then how do you draw sustenance? Are you equipped with the nutritional and atmospheric implants?
I chuckled, grinning and allowing the length of my pronounced canines to be more visible, although it appeared the examiner was unfamiliar enough with the nuances of human anatomy that they did not pick up on this being anomalous.
No implants. I have a human cursor, sort of an infection, if you will.
Infection?
The examiner asked, standing up sharply, then peering closely at me again.
I see no traces of illness, other than you apparently being dead.
Their eyes widened.
Wait, are you affected by what the humans call, vampirism? I've only read about it in medical log translations.
I shrugged, smiling again and saying, You got me.
I am indeed a vampire, and have been so for nearly 10 times longer than I was a living human.
The examiner snorted, the insectoid alien clearly feeling triumphant at the deduction.
Well, in that case, I fear you'll find no sustenance here.
Oh, I said, allowing my curiosity to color my tone.
Yes, we Medfor do not have the same blood like you seek. Our ichor is highly acidic and contains no cellular material, only nutritional molecules.
Well, that is indeed a pickle, I said, and noticed the alien's confused expression at the naming of a human food. I clarified. That would be a problem.
Would be,
the alien said again, ego fading and suspicion returning to the tone.
But you are a vampire, is this not correct?
I nodded, but internally I was focusing. I had been searching, feeling for a response nearby as soon as I came aboard, and finally I detected. Deep below our feet was the thrumming heart of the ship, an engine core emitting a high-refined fission reactor. The energy, something I normally did not feast on, but was accessible nonetheless. After all, energy vampires like myself could feed on almost any type of energy in the electromagnetic spectrum, with there of course being different nutritional values and flavors to each. I'd even known some pretentious and stuck-up vampires who claimed that they could feed on human brainwaves, stealing the very thoughts from their victims. But when I tried it, I'd found almost nothing of discernible flavor or value there. The human equivalent, I believe, would be an old earth drink called a LaCroix. I and most other energy vampires preferred infrared, and I had been dutifully absorbing bits of warmth and heat here and there within the ship, absorbing from any metaphor as I passed, careful to not do too much. I only would just sample a bit here and there, lest they realize something was amiss other than the unexpected and unfelt chill breeze blowing past. My focus again returned to the thrumming power far, far below me in the ship, distant but so much larger in scope than the mere life forms around me that it was palpable nonetheless. I craned my neck as I responded to the examiner, who was peering at me to determine why I had fallen silent. Well, I said slowly, most vampires do indeed drink blood, and would be stymied by their species biology. I believe the accounts from the few who have tried have said that it's like drinking battery acid flavored with raspberries. But I'm a different, rare kind of vampire, and I consume something slightly different to slake my lust. With that, I allowed my internal organs to shift and move, stretching and thinning in places, like a snake unhinging its jaw for larger prey, as I prepared to consume the energy of raw gamma radiation and fissile particles themselves. At the edge of a nearby nebula, a technician looked up from the hibernating ship's diagnostics. They had been running infrequent stochastic scans to disguise themselves as mere background cosmic radiation, rather than the targeted monitoring. But finally, the results came back that they were waiting for.
Admiral, the Met-4 capital ship is showing as disabled. Core power readout is null. Their shields are down and vulnerable.
Tapping their hands together in anticipation,
the Admiral said, Right. Took them long enough to bring that derelict on board. More hands, restore power, and bring our weapons to bear. I want railguns firing within the minute.
There was a series of acknowledged triumphs, and the battle of readiness klaxon began sounding. The comms technician looked confused for a moment.
Sir, I'm getting a message request to us from the capital ship.
Is it the Met-4?
He asked sharply.
No, sir. It looks like it's using Terran security codes, although they are definitely outdated ones, she said, eyeing the readout.
The Admiral's brow furrowed.
Forward to my office. I'll take it straight away. Captain, you have the bridge,
he said to the officer staying beside him, who seamlessly began barking out orders as the ship prepared to fire. Striding quickly into his adjoining office, the Admiral keyed up the message as he sat roughly in his chair. The face of a vampire popped onto screen saying,
About damn time.
He squinted. The blue hue of the message marks some of the more ghoulish exaggerations of the facial characteristics of the vampire. The Admiral wasn't sure if it was thanks to the poor reception of the signal, but it looked like the vampire was glowing from within as he spoke.
Admiral, the ship is down, but I haven't received notification of when my extraction shuttle will be here. No shuttle is coming, said the Admiral shortly. We have a limited time before the Met-4 reboot and regenerate their energy core and associated shielding. We have to strike while the iron is hot. Well, that's all fine and good, but I am in the damn iron,
said the vampire angrily. "We had a deal. You leave me as bait for them to pick up, and I disable their ship in exchange for you not leaving me alone for another fucking century or two." The Admiral steepled his fingers. "That was then, this is now. Fleet Command and the United Space Agency have determined that you are a potential liability. How do we know that the Metaphor or another species won't capture you and reverse engineer your trading abilities? Or that some human cult might try to use you and turn their members into walking EMP bombs?" The Admiral shook his head as the vampire's expression narrowed into a cold fury. "No, I'm afraid that's a risk we can't take at this critical juncture. But I do thank you for your service and wish you peace in the afterlife to come," he said as the lights of his office flickered and the room shuddered with a dull roar as a trio of bus-sized metal slugs rocketed forwards at nearly a full percent of the speed of light. The vampire's gaze flickered over to the disturbance in the Admiral's office, quickly deducing its source as he said, "So that means I've only got a minute or two, maybe less. I would advise you, Admiral, one last time to reconsider." The Admiral gave a dismissive ways. "Even if I were to change my mind, which I am not, the first body is away, and there is nothing anyone nor anything in the galaxy can do to stop that much momentum and mass." The Admiral looked the vampire in the eye and gave him a salute. "Godspeed, you cursed bastard." The Admiral reached to dismiss the call, but the vampire held up a finger, waggling it at the officer. "Admiral, when you first asked if I would be able to perform this mission, do you remember what I said?" The Admiral snorted. "No, not sure why that matters given that your ship is about to be reduced to space trash." "It was that our power is linked to how much we feed, and I must say, while the taste of a fusion reactor is unpleasant, it has unlocked something far beyond what can be gleaned by siphoning the energy of mere people." "And that gives you what, just a light show?" asked the Admiral, but he nervously glanced at his display, showing the projectiles rapidly closing on the enemy capitalist ship and winning them to race even faster to their target. "Oh, the lights are just a side effect," said the vampire with a smile. "But do you want to see an actual trick I learned thanks to all this power?" The vampire held up his arms, and the light suddenly suffused the view screen. Then it faded, and after the static bled back into a visible signal, it showed the room was empty. Almost immediately afterwards, the screen flickered back into fire and static, as the display showed that the railgun slugs had destroyed the Metaphor ship. But the Admiral was hardly paying attention. He was staring at a glowing ball of energy that happened to appear in his office, before it crackled into static streamers that shivered across every surface in the room, revealing the vampire, arms still upraised. The undead gave him a toothy smile and said, "Abracadabra," before reaching out his claws towards the Admiral. The officer dove for his desk, scrambling at the drawer to try and pull out his service sidearm, but it was far too late, as he felt the heat leave his body and the immeasurable cold overtaking his senses, as he felt darkness overtake him. He slumped to the ground, withered and ashen, as the vampire licked his lips. "That's a little more palatable." Turning towards the door to the bridge, the vampire smiled to himself. "And now for the main course." End of story. Contraband, written by L.G. Father Androsite. Bill sat in the cafeteria, looking down at the plastic tray that held the remnants of his lunch. A half-eaten pile of lettuce, a few bread crusts, a core of a meaty apple, a dry, dull, uninspiring meal. Like most aspects of life on board the ship, it left him feeling vaguely dissatisfied. He wasn't hungry, but he hadn't enjoyed it either. He was glad they were finally going to make orbit in a Terran system. He needed to get some supplies.
"Billy, my man, where are you headed, bro?" Bill's shoulders hunched slightly at the sound of the voice.
"Hey, Sherm, I'm heading to the concourse to do some shopping."
"Man, Shapir's got everything you need,"
replied Sherma. "I'm looking for some personal items," Bill said, starting to edge away.
"Oh, cool, bro, cool. Well, have fun. Hey, do me a favor and snag me a candy bar if you see one, will you?"
Sherma took the hint and let Bill make his escape without much more fuss. Bill couldn't help notice the smile drop a little on his face, though. "Sure thing, Sherm. Nougat or Carbo?" Bill said, glad that he'd gotten out of the tag-along. Surprise me, Sherma waved and headed off. Is there anything else I can get you? Asked the girl behind the counter as she started to ring up a pile of stuff Bill had dumped on the counter. I think this is everything, Bill replied. After ringing up half a dozen items, she grabbed a small compad and contacted a co-worker. Rachel, can you bring a number 12 special to aisle 3? Thanks. She continued ringing up the items and bagging them. As she was finishing, another older woman dropped a small box on the counter. As she turned to go, she smiled and winked at Bill. The girl rang up the last of the items Bill had selected, and then the box Rachel had dropped off. This is a dehumidifier. Wherever you set it up, use this to keep it from getting too moist. Is that everything? Bill was suddenly very embarrassed and shifted his gaze away from her towards the rack of candy next to the register. He grabbed a handful of candy bars and passed them to her, along with a handful of credits. Just this, thanks. She handed him his change. Have a nice day, she said. Bill grabbed his bags and hurried back to the ship. Dude, what the hell have you been up to? Sherma asked at the lunch one day. Huh? What? Bill asked. Ever since we hit port 2 months ago, you've been acting weird. You scarf your food and bolt, and you're never in the berth unless it's lights out. You hooking up with Chavez? Chavez? What? No, man, what? Chavez? No. Why? Did she say something? Bill asked, suddenly very flustered. It's pretty obvious, dude. You've been after her since a week out of home base, Sherma said. Bill looked down at his barely eaten meal, another uninspiring protein-paste sandwich and bland salad. Chavez was another crew member who worked in admin. Bill was smitten after meeting her while dealing with some issues on her terminal. He took every opportunity to work with her he could. There were a few chances to socialize on ship, but occasionally they would see one another on shore leave. She was always surrounded by a group of other female friends, and Bill never got to do more than wave to her across the bar. Nah, not Chavez, I wish, he said glumly. He stood up and grabbed his tray. He started towards the trash chute near the door and never responded to Sherma as the other man called to him from the table. Bill was walking towards one of the least used areas of the ship. He rounded a corner, and there, standing in front of his secret locker, was Sherma. Bill stopped dead in his tracks. Dude, what the fuck are you up to? Sherma asked. What? Nothing. What are you talking about? You're a terrible fucking liar. Open this thing up right now and tell me what you're doing, or I will call security. Dude, come on, Bill protested. I'm not taking a hint from my roommate if you're getting into some questionable crap. I need to know what is going on now, Sherma said. Fine, just calm down. It's not a big deal. Bill pulled the key out and unlocked the storage locker. He opened the door and moved back so Sherma could see inside. Sweet mother of Christ, man, how long have you been doing this? Look at the size of this thing. Is that a dehumidifier? What the fuck? You're fucking mad genius. Sherma's head bubbled around, taking in all the details. No one finds out about this, and I'll hook you up, bro, Bill said. Fucking deal, Sherma replied, as Bill swung the door shut. Billy, how are you? Chavez asked as Bill came into the small cubicle. I am awesome. Things are going good, Bill said as Chavez stood up from her terminal. Nice, Chavez said with a smile. Bill sat at the terminal and after a few questions back and forth started to resolve the problem Chavez had encountered. As he was digging into system menus and settings, he bantered back and forth with the pretty, olive-skinned, dark-haired woman. She was petite, so even though they were in a tight spot, it wasn't crowded. So what's got you in such a good mood? Chavez asked. New girlfriend? What? No girlfriend. Just in a good mood. You reap what you sow, right? He looked a little panicked and returned his attention to the screen. Is this the error you were getting? He asked. She leaned in, one hand on his shoulder. The tannic, herbal smell of her shampoo washed over him, and he tensed up just a little. Yep, that's what I was doing, she said, turning to look at him for a moment. They looked into each other's eyes, just inches away. Bill held his breath, thinking what a deep shade of green her eyes were. He felt the immense weight of her small hand on his shoulder. After an intense and terrible internal struggle, he turned away slowly. I can fix this in just a minute, he began, clicking and typing, as the weight of her hand moved slowly from his shoulder to the base of his neck, and then to his far shoulder. He felt the whole right side of his body catch fire as she slowly leaned sideways against him. Everywhere she made contact, he could feel her warmth. She looked at the screen, watching as he resolved the issue that she had encountered. He felt the weight of her, pulling him like a neutron star, as he struggled not to look up from his work. Finally, mercifully, he finished. He looked up at her and said, "You should be good to go." She smiled down at him. His heart felt like it might jump out of his mouth at any moment. "Thanks so much, I owe you one." The weight of her hand, the only thing keeping him from floating off, lifted from his shoulder. He rose slowly from the chair. He stood back and swung it around and offered it to her to sit in. "It's no big deal," he said as she sat on the chair. He looked down into the deep forest green eyes that enchanted him and said, "If you need anything else, just let me know." She smiled at him, and he backed a step away, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. "Anything?"
"I can't make any promises, but I'll do whatever I can,"
he said. "I bet you say that to all the girls," she said with a slight pout, wheeling her chair back into position in front of the terminal. He had moved to the doorway, and he stopped, took one last into those eyes. "Only you," he said softly, and then started off down the hall, not able to stand there any more for fear that she might notice how he blushed. "Is this seat taken?" said a familiar feminine voice. Bill looked up from his lackluster lunch yesterday into deep green pools. Chavez stood opposite him at the table holding a tray. "It is now," he said, motioning for her to sit. She smiled and set a tray down and sat facing him. She looked at the food on her tray and said, "I would kill for some real food. First thing I do whenever I hit port, I find the nearest taqueria and get some tacos. This stuff is, meh." She poked at the iceberg lettuce with a fork. Bill looked at her slumped shoulders and stood up. "Come with me." He picked up his tray and started for the door. She looked up, a little confused. He turned back and waved for her to follow. Intrigued, she stood up, taking her tray as well. He dumped his food into the trash and set the tray on top of the cabinet. This stood to the side, holding the swinging door of the trash receptacle open so that she could do the same. He led her to the lower deck in a disused part of the ship, mostly just maintenance access. In a small room was a storage locker. Bill pulled out a key and opened the locker. On the shelves were row after row of plants. The underside of each shelf was coated with LED strips giving off a purplish light. "I have tomatoes, zucchini, bell peppers, and microgreens. That bottom shelf is my roommate's, so it's off limits. But you can have anything else you want." Her mouth hung open. The smell of fresh veggies and naturally recycled air hit her like a truck. She looked at the red tomatoes, the orange and red peppers, the greens. She started to salivate. "Oh my God, are you serious?"
"Yes."
"Oh, I could kiss you."
"I wish you would," he replied.
She swiveled her head to face him. "Is that the cost here?" she asked, suddenly chilly.
"What? No, oh God, no," Bill said, backing up. "No, I just, oh no, you can eat whatever you want. I was hoping you might actually kiss me." His brow wrinkled and he frowned. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it that way."
"Really?" she asked.
"I thought after the thing in your cubicle, and then you sat at my table at lunch and everything, I was wrong, clearly. But that's not why. I just was trying to make you happy. It wasn't, oh, God damn it."
He slid down the wall to the floor, his head bowed down. He heard her moving things around and cutting free some small veggies. The locker door closed. He waited for the footsteps to fade away as she left, but instead they got closer, right next to him. He heard her slide down the wall next to him. "Hey, look at me, please," she said. He looked up slowly. The deep-sea green eyes shone in the reddish light. He felt his breath catch in his throat again. "You, weren't wrong," she whispered, and she leaned in and kissed him, softly, on the cheek. They walked slowly back to the mess hall, pinky fingers joined. They had sat quietly for a while, leaning against one another, and then silently shared the fresh food that she had gathered. They locked up the mini farm. He smiled broadly, and she grinned as well. As they headed to the mess, they started to talk, make plans to meet, and by the time they had arrived back, their time was nearly up. Just before they parted ways, she said, "Why is it all the way down there?"
He grinned and said, "You aren't supposed to have any unauthorized food production facilities on board. It's a rule they put in place to keep people from making moonshine. Technically, it's contraband." End
of story. To Finding Out, written by Perilous Platypus. Jura La Tessa had heard of humans. Everyone had. There was a whole section devoted to them in the 8th year curriculum about the end of the Gatekeeper Dominion. It was very exciting stuff, at least to Jaru, which made him the exception. Most everyone was bored, largely on account of it all being ancient history. The humans had broke through the gates, gotten rid of the gatekeepers, dropped off the compendium, and then had immediately disappeared. Everyone else did the section, learned about the most important thing that had ever happened to Ruxian, and then promptly moved on without a care. Not Jaru. Humanity stuck with him, ate at him, consumed him. It was all too crazy when you really thought about it, and Jaru did a lot of thinking about it. For example, why go to all of the trouble of kicking the gatekeepers out if you weren't going to control the gates yourself? Why not stick around and take everything over and become new gods? Why give so many gifts and knowledge and understanding and stuff to the people here? Why hide the gates that led to where they were from? That last question was one that really bothered him. It was infuriating. Why not just leave a map in the compendium? It made no sense. But he was still really happy they had come, even if they had left so many questions behind. Everything had changed because of the humans. People in Ruxian didn't even have electricity when the humans had come, and then boom, there it was. And things kept building on other things, all as this laid out within the compendium. There was so much progress so quickly. Ruxian historians called it the Bright Era, mostly on account of all the light Jaru supposed. Of course, it caused a lot of problems too, which Jaru didn't blame the humans for, but it still messed everything up for a while. The mages were not big fans of the compendium or technology in general. They saw it as a violation of natural order and profane. At one point, the Supreme Magicae had even called for the return of the old gods to banish the compendium and the heresy of technology along with it. That was the start of the Dark Wars. Totally crazy time there. Jaru always appreciated the light and dark stories, but he was pretty glad he hadn't lived during all of that. It sounded pretty awful. He was also pretty glad that the mages hadn't won, even though he had the spark of magic himself. Everything seemed to be a lot better with technology, particularly because, unlike magic, it was something everybody could use. All the statistics backed it up. People lived longer and healthier lives because of the knowledge in the compendium. The mages were just sour that they didn't get to lord over everyone all of the time. They wanted to keep everyone in the dark. Dark Walls, good name. Every switch day, Jaru gave a prayer thanking the humans, even though there weren't any gods anymore. It still felt like the right thing to do. He owed his whole life to those peculiar visitors, and he didn't want it to seem like he was taking them for granted. Without them, he'd probably be a house wizard somewhere, indentured until he was almost dead to pay off the cost of his schooling. It sounded horrible, and he was happy he didn't have to do it. All because of the humans. He'd find them, and he'd tell them how much they'd helped. But first, he had to finish Farcaster School, and then get a commission, and then... An elbow jabbed into his side, disturbing his very important plans for the future. Annoyed, he turned in his chair, prepared to let them know as much. He stopped, the cutting remark dying in his mouth as he watched Lorcia LaRussa settling into the chair beside him. Loreka was cool. She was also very much his best friend and was afforded certain privileges as a result. This included the occasional plan-destroying elbow ribbing. "The gates have opened," Loreka chirped at him, arcing a finger of both of her hands together to form a circle. "And we shall go," Jaru replied, punching the fist through the circle. Her fingers broke apart, and she splayed her fingers outwards, wriggling them. It was wildly inappropriate and also their very favorite thing to do. "You chasing your dreams again?" she asked, as she began to pull things from her satchel. She placed her console close to his, and a few mana potions along the side. The stopper of one had been removed and replaced haphazardly. the contents of the potion already half consumed. Loreka consumed mana just about faster than anyone Giroux had ever seen. It was uncanny, also impressive. Also, the reason why she had to scurry off to the bathroom every other minute. He was in a very serious contemplation of very serious matters. Giroux intoned, his face in a broad grimace. "Thinking about your commission?" Jared giggled. "Yeah, thinking about my commission. We'll get a scout ship, and we've got the marks for it and the references." Loreka was always so sure, so certain. Giroux wished that he had her confidence. But then he suspected he wouldn't work as hard, which he definitely couldn't afford to do. This was everything. One screw-up, and he'd be forecasting a known branch mining barge. He blanched. It was a fate worse than death. He'd rather be a house wizard. Not really. Anything in space was better than staying on Ruxian. Being a forecaster was better than being anything else. But still, a known branch mining barge sounded pretty horrible. "I still wish I knew what Harlu was going to ask. His exam has been a..." Haru trailed off, looking for the right word. "Nightmare distilled into some cruel form of written torture," Loreka offered helpfully. "Yeah, that. 7 years past, he asked for a gate branch map 6 orders deep. You didn't even get to pick a second link. All 11. Giroux rewarded her with a snort. "Might as well have asked for the pathing to Earth," Giroux said, setting the hook. "How many links do you think it is?" Loreka replied, adding the bait. Giroux gobbled the bait immediately, happy to be reeled in. This was a favorite topic, and Giroux leaned back in his chair, pushing it onto its hind legs. He took a sip of mana, contemplating the question. Every time it was asked, he took care to reconsider it fully in light of whatever he had learned since the last time it was asked. Given all of this recent preparation for the exam in Professor Harlu's theories of forecasting advanced seminar, that was quite a bit. Not that any of it helped that much, but if he was going to dedicate his life to it, he was determined to make every bit count. "Well, we know that 7 of 11 seconds links are fully mapped." Loreka nodded. "Fully mapped. 2 of the 7 without evidence of human intervention." "Right. 2 of the 7 have no trace other than the gate being open." Open meant unguarded, which was an important distinction. There were still some gates in the links that still had gods guarding them. When they were discovered, a warning went out and the entire system was avoided. No one wanted to attract the attention of the gatekeepers. That did mean that the branch remained unexplored. Jaru took some exception to the term fully mapped being applied to branches with a guarded gate, but he wasn't in a position to change forecaster policy yet, which is interesting to consider whether the gates were abandoned. "Stop stalling," Loreka cut in. They couldn't afford to go too deep into the tangents. Interesting as they were, they'd be here all night, and there was still studying to do. "Of the 4 that aren't mapped, 2 have an early link that's still guarded, so we can probably discount the humans being there," Jaru continued, unwilling to be goaded into an early guess. "Though I have some concerns that the gatekeepers might have regained control of the gate guarding the human branch, but there's nothing we can do about that." "It's also not very likely. We've only seen 3 gates where it appears gatekeepers have managed to get control again." "Agreed, not likely, but still not an impossibility. If anything, it is more likely that the gatekeepers would try to block the main path. To bottle them up like mana," Jiro took another sip of the potion to emphasize the point, enjoying the warmth as it circulated throughout his body, sharpening his senses. He had to be more sparing with his gulps than Loreka. He was on a scholarship, and his family was far too poor to afford potions shipping from home. "But I agree it is unlikely. That leaves the other paths. They've got a pretty big range of mapping. 14 down in Sul is, 8 down in Yacht is, 6 down in Ima is. Only 1 down in Uli is," Loreka said, a glimmer in her eyes. Jaru did not miss the glimmer and added a glint to his own. "Too much destruction there. Debris everywhere, very messy. Can't make progress there." "The new scouts might be able to make it." "Maybe. Deep Eyes have the in-ruined armor, but everything says Uli is a dangerous branch. Not worth the dive when there are clearer routes," Jaru said, the glint in his eye magnified by at least 200%. Or at least Jaru hoped it did. "That is exactly what makes it worth it," Loreka exclaimed, leaning back on her chair as well. Maybe that's where the gatekeepers made their stand. Maybe it's all messed up because that's the spot where they tried to stop humanity from popping their stopper and spraying mana-y goodness all over the place. Loreka yanked the stopper out of her half-consumed mana bottle and drained it completely, giving a self-satisfied smack of the lips before looking down at the empty bottle. She became contemplative now. The volume of her voice dropped accordingly. And then, once the mana had escaped, it just disappeared. I'm pretty sure you're going to see it again in about 15 minutes, Jeru replied, cackling. Loreka flushed, the delicate pink rising up her cheeks. That doesn't count, but I agree. They're probably down Ula is. But how far down? Jeru offered her a broad grin now. I guess we'll have to find out. He raised his potion towards her, and she took the opportunity to open up a second, clinking the bottle against his. To finding out, Jeru repeated. They both took a sip, Loreka longer than Jeru's. Suddenly, Loreka let the chairs land on all fours. If you'll excuse me, I need to. Jeru waved her away. Yeah, I know, I'll watch your stuff. Thanks, she said, before hopping up and prancing away. Jeru took a moment to watch her, wondering how she ever expected to pilot from a Farcaster chair if she needed to hop up to relieve her bladder every time she sat down. Probably because everyone wanted her in that chair. She was the best, a true natural, magic and brains to spare. The math came easy and the feel came easier. Loreka was born to be in that chair. They'd probably just installed a toilet in the chair to make sure that she ended up there. He sighed and then turned back to his console, his nerves already creeping up. If he wanted to be in the chair beside her, Jeru had a lot of work to do. Any shortage in his own talent he needed to make up for in preparation. He needed to be ready for anything, even Professor Harlu, who was probably scheming his new torture even now in his office, cackling madly as he scribbled arcane equations and fantasized about all the futures that he would destroy with them. Well, Jarlu wouldn't be one of them. He'd come too far. He wouldn't stop until he found humanity. It was his destiny. He was sure of it. To finding out, Jaru whispered, his eyes fixated on the console in front of him. End of story. Pray you never find a soul. In all my experience as a ship captain, I've acted upon a plethora of stupid ideas, from boarding actions in the heat of battle to navigating asteroid fields on pure instinct. But beyond everything I've done in my time at the helm of a spacefaring vessel, there is but a single idea so terrible I would never dare attempt it again. Let me tell you, my friend, about the first and the last time I ever attempted an abduction of a Death Welder.
What in God's name do you mean it broke the restraint?
Tok looked as though he had just seen a dead rising, his bulbous eyes darting around the room in panic. I mean what I just said. It tore through its restraints. We tried to use the prods on it, but it didn't seem phased. We had those things turned up high enough to kill a person, and it hardly flinched. What the hell are we going to do? It's going... I cut him off. Panic wasn't going to solve anything.
Be quiet, you shouldn't. Calm down. Where is it now?
The lack of concern I showed in that moment was probably the best thing for my crew's momentary terror, but the worst thing for the situation I'd unknowingly thrown us all into. I still dismissed the idea at the time that this could be a life or death problem. To me, it was just a minor inconvenience. Not something worth doing anything drastic over, and those damn thoughts still haunt me today. What if I understood the direness of the situation then? Perhaps I would have been able to save the others. It's still in its shell at the moment, but when I was heading up here, it sounded like Yock and Jill were having trouble keeping it that way. He spoke, and an unease entered my stomach, but it certainly wasn't enough to give me any pause in my reply. No, look, if it makes you feel better, we can. The radio suddenly burst to life. Captain, it broke containment. Now that was something that made me rather surprised, and the unease within me began to grow. I grabbed the transmitter to respond. What? How? That room is made to withstand bolt rifles. Oh God. It grabbed Yak with one of its manipulators and...
And what? Come out with it! I could hear Jahal stifling a sob on the other end.
It went for the remote and he took Yonk's arm with it.
What do you mean, took his arm?
It tore Yak's arm off. It was like pulling apart a ball of moss. Now that finally got me worried. Before I could respond again, the transmitter was filled with the muffling screams and then nothing. Nothing but the sound of heavy footsteps. Looking back to Tok, I could see the fear in his eyes, his mouth quivering, standing there at a loss for words. It took me a few moments to process what had just happened myself, but no sooner did I understand what was happening than I told Tok to gather the crew. We would have to set an ambush. We set ourselves in a hallway between the detainment section and the ammunition storage. If that monster wanted to make it to anywhere important on the ship, it had to go through there. Besides, all the weapons were nearby too. Though I was hoping we wouldn't be needing them. The moments seemed to drag into eternity, all of us just sitting there, behind our makeshift walls and gripping our energy rifles ever tighter. But from the distance came a sound, eventually. It was a slow rhythm, every second a firm thump, and with every passing beat they grew ever louder. It was getting closer. By the time it rounded the corner, most of my crew was shaking, dreading what could have ripped one of them apart with such ease, and they were horrified by the sight. We all were. As it strode into view, it dawned on me this may be more than even the whole crew could handle. This thing stood more than double my height, and I was already abnormally large for my species. It was a biped with legs that must have been as thick as trees and covered in the bright blue blood that I could only assume was from York. And the arms of that creature, they looked as though they were made of steel. The muscles bulged against the skin. And the more I looked, the greater the fear beneath my heart built. The whole body was the same, imposing and stone. Atop the head was a tuft of grey hair, frayed and rough. But finally, I looked to the eyes, green and empty as they were. It seemed as though this thing was incapable of emotion. I didn't understand then that those were not empty eyes, but rather, I think they were eyes simply of confusion. It stood there still, looking across all of us, weapons at the ready, prepared to fire on my command. But I was first turned to Tok and spoke quickly. Take a few and dismount a bolt rifle from the firing position, set it up behind the door to our rear, and be ready. If nothing else, that'll take the monster down. He nodded and grabbed 3 others with him, leaving the rest of us to our fate. I turned back towards the creature, in the doorway, locking eyes with it, and then I screamed my command, "Fire!" The roar of all the energy rifles was absolutely deafening, but for all the show, I let the doubt seep into my mind. It's going to get up. This isn't enough. But for the moment, the creature had curled into a ball, impossibly small, and the plasma streaks melted its skin, scorching whatever the heat touched. But then came a mighty roar, deafening above even the blaster fire, and the monster looked up from its ball, with eyes filled with hate, burning fury. It moved faster than I thought any living thing could. In 2 strides, it was upon the first barricades, and it jumped over them as though crossing a small stream. Without a loss of momentum, it spun one leg, swiping out with the back of its manipulator, crushing 3 of my crew in a single instant. Though I couldn't hear the strike over the other energy weapons, I could see all 3 of them slam into the wall next to each other, going limp on impact. The rest of the crew began to waver, stepping back, letting up their fire. A mistake. The creature took advantage of the pause in the relentless fire to push forward, smashing its way through my helpless crew, all splattered over the wall, the floor, the ceiling, and one another. Unstoppable. It was then that my spirit too broke, and I fled the screams, the tremendous slaughter in the hall. I ran out the door to where Tok had gone and sealed the entrance behind me. Before me, Tok and the others looked back towards me filled with fear, still placing a bolt rifle onto the new mount.
Sir, what happened to...
Hurry, get that thing ready to fire. I cut him off. There was no time to answer his questions. Our survival depended on this equipment now. I don't know how much time we have until... I was interrupted by a tremendous sound, the crunch of metal. I turned back to the sealed door, slowly, and what met my gaze filled me with true dread. In the bulkhead was a massive dent, near to the size of one of the monster's manipulators. The door would not hold. How could we expect it to? I hurried the few survivors to cock the weapon, the massive ropes taking all of the strength to pull back, while I waited facing the door, with dents growing ever larger, ever deeper. Not a moment after we were ready to fire, the door finally gave way, and out stepped a horror, splattered in blood, the blue mixing with a dark red on the ends of its manipulators. One of its eyes had a combat knife planted firmly in it. Someone has truly given it a good attempt, but the damn thing just refused to kneel. "Shoot it! Damn it, shoot it!" And Tok let a single bolt fly. The bolt hit the creature just to the right of what I think was the center mass, embedding itself deep into the monster's chest. Finally, something made the thing stop. It looked down and grasped the end of the bolt, hardly sticking out beyond the skin, and he fell to a knee, denting the floor with the force of its weight. The creature's breathing became noticeably more labored. It split a massive puddle of dark red onto the floor before me. For a brief moment, I let hope flood my head. Maybe we could survive this after all. But the hope was dashed quickly as it came. Its head lifted again, a droplet of water cutting through the blood on its cheek, draining from its remaining eye. And it stood again. Christ! In spite of the obvious pain, the blood running from its jaws, the fecker stood again, letting off a roar even greater than the first, so loud that my eardrums burst. It moved forwards again, still blisteringly fast, and picked up the bolt rifle, although it was a toy. It threw the rifle with incredible force into the remaining crew. Only Tok and I had the luck to avoid being bodied by the contraption. Sadly, though, Tok's luck finally ran out too. Before he could so much as scream, the monster grabbed him by the legs, crushing him in its fist. Then grabbing hold of Tok's neck, it lifted him above its head and pulled. Though my hearing was shot by this point, the sound of someone being ripped in two was loud enough that it didn't really matter. Like wood being crushed and torn by a chipper, that thing ripped Tok clean in half. And even if I couldn't hear the last cries, the image of his face in sheer agony has stuck with me for many years. I don't think it's something I could ever truly forget. Though, by this point, the creature was beginning to slow. I was far too panicked to really take notice. My head was swimming, burning through any ideas I had left. And then it hit me. Vent the ship. It has to work. Nothing could survive the vacuum. Anything that breathes, at least. And that thing did. It clearly did. So I turned and ran. I ran as fast as my legs would carry me. I didn't even bother to shut the bulkheads behind me. And with every passing instant, the creature's steps were getting louder. Thump. 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 Finally, I reached the bridge. I spun around to seal the door behind me, and there it stood, just in front of me, blood streaming from its mouth like a river. But there it stood. It took one more step, and again, as it was when it first struck it, faltered to a knee. Its manipulator reached out and grabbed me by the neck, and I felt its grab tighten for a moment. But then it loosened. The fire in its eyes had finally faded, and its grip on me slowly died. As it fell to the floor, so too did I collapse, passing out from sheer exhaustion and panic. When I woke, I was greeted by that cold eye, dead, but still looking, watching me. I left that system, and I burned the map. I left no way back, and this is my warning to you. Never should you seek out those monsters. Hope you never find their home. Pray that you never find soul. End of story.
I would just like to thank the T5 supporters: Bushmaster 117, Casper Arnholtz, Draxoon WRE, Elijah Silvercross, Gray, John Carrington, and Severin Cerberus. Thank you very much.